Draven's realm. The shadowed spires of Draven's castle loomed ominously under the perpetual twilight of his realm. The air was thick with a cloying energy, the faint hum of corrupted magic seeping through the ancient stone. Ravina strode into the great hall with an imperious air, her heels clicking sharply against the cold marble floor. Her dark eyes blazed with fury, her lips curled into a sneer as she approached the throne where Draven lounged lazily, his demeanor one of calculated indifference. "You incompetent fool!" Ravina spat, her voice echoing off the high ceilings. "You've failed me for the last time." Draven's crimson eyes flicked toward her, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Ravina, my dear, always so dramatic. What, pray tell, have I done to earn your ire today?" Ravina's hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Your inability to secure the Voidstone shipments has jeopardized everything. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your failure?" Draven chuckled darkly, rising from his throne with deliberate slowness. "The Voidstone was lost because your precious gem was stolen. Perhaps you should redirect that sharp tongue of yours toward finding Argoz instead of blaming me." A dangerous glint sparked in Ravina's eyes as she stepped closer, her voice lowering to a venomous hiss. "Oh, I already have. She's been hiding in Traverse City at a place called the Brownstone. Consider this your opportunity to redeem yourself." Draven's smirk faded, replaced by a cold intensity. "And why, pray tell, are you so generous with this information?" Ravina leaned in, her expression a mix of mockery and menace. "Because I can't afford any more delays. Handle this, Draven, or I'll find someone who can." She turned sharply, her dark cloak billowing behind her as she strode toward the exit. "Remember, failure isn't an option. Not this time." Draven's gaze followed her, his expression unreadable. As the heavy doors slammed shut behind her, a sinister smile crept across his face. "The Brownstone, is it? Let's see how long you can keep running, Argoz." The obsidian chamber pulsed with an unnatural heartbeat, the walls weeping with rivulets of crimson fire that cast writhing shadows across the polished stone floor. The very air felt thick, charged with dark magic that made breathing difficult for anyone not accustomed to Draven's realm. Ancient runes carved into the walls flickered ominously, their magic resonating with the oppressive atmosphere. Draven reclined on his jagged throne, each deliberate tap of his claw-like nails against the obsidian sending tiny sparks of malevolent energy dancing across its surface. His crimson eyes blazed with cold fury as he studied the broken figure before him. The captain, once proud and fearsome, now knelt in chains that hummed with suppression magic, their runes pulsing in sync with his struggles. Each link was inscribed with ancient binding magic, designed not just to hold, but to drain its victim's strength. "Explain." Draven's voice sliced through the heavy air, each syllable dripping with venom. The chamber itself seemed to react, the shadows drawing closer as if hungry for the captain's response. "How did a so-called elite captain of mine fail to capture a mere goblin thief?" The captain raised his head slightly, his once bright eyes now dulled by the chain's magic. Despite his position, a spark of defiance still burned within them. "It was Silas, my lord, the Shadow Realm's enforcer. Silas?" Draven cut him off, rising from his throne with fluid grace that belied his imposing stature. His armoured boots struck the stone floor with purpose, each step releasing small bursts of dark energy that rippled outward. "You mean to tell me that a mere keeper of a drinking establishment thwarted one of my chosen warriors?" The captain's jaw clenched, the muscles in his neck straining against the chains. "The bar's magic is ancient, my lord. Its rules are bound in power older than—" He choked as the chains constricted, the runes flaring brightly. "Spare me your excuses." Draven's voice dropped lower, somehow more terrifying in its quietness. He circled the captain like a predator, his presence making the very air crackle with malevolent energy. The shadows followed his movement, eager to please their master. You were outmaneuvered by a bartender and his bouncers. Your failure reflects on me, Captain, on my realm. The captain struggled to speak through the constricting chains. I underestimated their defenses. It won't happen again. No, Draven agreed, his lips curling into a cruel smile that revealed teeth too sharp to be human. It won't. He raised a hand, dark energy coalescing around his fingers. The chains responded, tightening further until the captain could barely breathe. Because I am giving you one final chance to prove your worth. From the deepest shadows of the chamber emerged a figure that seemed to be made of darkness itself. Azeron, his crimson robes rippling with barely contained power, stepped into the firelight. Glowing runes crawled across his exposed skin like living things, pulsing with barely contained magical energy. His presence added a new weight to the already oppressive atmosphere. "This is Azeron," Draven announced, satisfaction evident in his tone as he noted the tension between his two servants. "A master of shadow magic, and far more competent than you've proven to be, Captain. He will ensure your success, one way or another." Azeron's voice was silk over steel, each word carefully measured. "I trust the captain understands that failure is no longer an option. My magic doesn't suffer fools." The captain's eyes flashed with barely suppressed rage, his pride warring with his predicament. "I don't need a babysitter, especially not some spell-wielding." The chains tightened again, cutting off his protest. Draven's amusement was palpable. "You've lost the right to pride, Captain. You will work with Azeron, and you will bring me both the goblin and the gem. Alive." His expression darkened. "The gem she carries is more valuable than you can comprehend. It is a key to power beyond your limited understanding." With a gesture that tore at the fabric of reality itself, Draven opened a portal. The swirling vortex of darkness seemed to drink in the chamber's crimson light, its edges crackling with unstable energy. The chains finally fell away from the captain, though the runes had left their mark on his armor and pride. "Take 5 of my elite enforcers," Draven commanded. "Show this pathetic Earth realm why my warriors are feared across the realms. But remember, the goblin must live. I have plans for her that require a beating heart." As the captain and Azeron stepped through the portal, tension crackling between them, Draven returned to his throne. The shadows coiled around him like eager pets as he smiled, imagining the chaos to come. "Run while you can, little thief," he murmured to the empty chamber. "Your gem calls to powers you cannot begin to understand, and soon, very soon, you'll learn why." The chamber fell silent save for the constant weeping of crimson fire, the air thick with anticipation of violence to come. The Brownstone was alive with a warm, cosy glow as the team settled in after dinner. The scent of faintly spiced tea lingered in the air, mingling with the soft crackle of a fire in the hearth. Ancient wards pulsed through the walls like a heartbeat, their magic so familiar it had become a comfort rather than a concern. Evelyn was curled up in her favourite chair by the window, her grimoire open on her lap, its pages faintly luminescent in the firelight. Her fingers traced protective runes in the margins as she worked, each symbol adding to her growing understanding of the gem's power. The blue energy of the Brownstone's wards shimmered against the dark glass like aurora borealis, steady and strong. Across the room, Caleb lounged on the couch with practiced casualness that didn't quite hide his constant vigilance. His sharp eyes tracked Argoz as she sat cross-legged on the floor, the celestial gem cradled in her hands. Its light cast dancing shadows across her features, her yellow eyes reflecting its power even through her human disguise. "You keep poking at that thing," Caleb said, his voice carrying both amusement and genuine concern. "And one day it's going to poke back harder than it did to me. Still can't feel my fingertips properly after last time." Argoz shot him a look that was pure goblin despite her human appearance. "It didn't like you because you tried to take it. It knows who it belongs to. Says the thief, Caleb teased, though there was no malice in his tone. Tell that to my scorched hand. Evelyn sighed, though her lips twitched with poorly hidden amusement. If you two are quite finished, some of us are trying to work. These texts about ancient artifacts won't translate themselves. The casual banter continued until the first warning came, a subtle shift in the Brownstone's magical defences. The steady pulse of the wards faltered, like a skipped heartbeat. Evelyn's head snapped up, her amusement vanishing as she felt the change in the house's protective magic. The gem in Argoz's hands flared suddenly, its light intensifying as though responding to an unseen threat. The comfort of their evening shattered as the wards began to pulse with increasing urgency, their blue glow now sharp and warning. Something's wrong, Evelyn said, closing her grimoire with careful precision. The wards, they're reacting to something powerful. Caleb was already on his feet, all pretense of relaxation gone. His hand moved to the weapon at his side as the floor trembled beneath them. Multiple signatures, or just one big one? Both, Evelyn replied grimly, her fingers weaving a quick detection spell. They're organised, professional, and they're testing the house's defences. Argoz stood slowly, the gem clutched protectively against her chest. Its light pulsed in sync with the Brownstone's failing wards, as though the two magics were communicating. Draven, she whispered, her voice tight. He found us. The house groaned, its ancient magic straining against whatever force pressed against it. Outside, shadows seemed to deepen unnaturally, and the night air grew heavy with the weight of approaching battle. Everyone ready? Caleb asked, his voice steady despite the tension. Because I don't think they're here for tea. The Brownstone shuddered violently, its enchantments flaring a brilliant blue before dimming under the force of an explosion. When the front door splintered inward, it didn't just break, it disintegrated into a shower of burning splinters as a wave of dark fire cascaded through. The house's protective wards screamed in protest, their steady hum turning into a discordant wail that set teeth on edge. Azeron, Draven's mage, stood in the smouldering doorway like a nightmare given form. Dark energy crackled around his robed figure, the runes etched into his skin, pulsing with malevolent power. Each step he took left scorch marks on the floor, the house's magic recoiling from his corrupted presence. Argoz, he intoned, his voice carrying unnatural weight. Lord Draven sends his regards. You can come willingly, or we can demonstrate why his elite forces are feared across the realms. The captain and his enforcers poured in behind Azeron, their movements displaying lethal precision. Their weapons hummed with dark magic, each blade and mace inscribed with runes that seemed to devour light. The very air grew heavy with the weight of their combined power. The Brownstone fought back with everything it had. Doors slammed shut with enough force to crack frames. Walls rippled as defensive runes blazed to life. A crystalline barrier manifested across the main hallway, only to shatter with a sound like breaking glass when an enforcer's runed weapon struck it. Stay together. Evelyn's voice cut through the chaos as she threw up a barrier of pure magical force. The shield sparkled with intricate patterns, each layer reinforcing the next as it absorbed a blast from Azeron that would have reduced them to ash. The captain's blade sang through the air as he drew it, the weapon radiating an aura of such malevolence that nearby furniture began to rot. Take them down, he snarled, but remember, the goblin belongs to Lord Draven. Argoz stood rooted in the centre of the chaos, the gem pulsing frantically against her palm, in time with her racing heart. Azeron's magic twisted through the air like living shadows, each tendril radiating corrupted power that made the Brownstone's very foundations groan in protest. The captain's mocking laughter echoed as Evelyn's shield, their last defence, began to crack like ice under pressure. The witch falls first, Azeron's voice cut through the chaos with deadly precision. His hands moved in complex patterns, dark energy coiling around his fingers like hungry serpents. "Let me show you true power." "Evelyn!" Argoz's scream tore from her throat as Azeron's spell struck. Evelyn's face contorted with effort, her hands blazing with blue light as she fought to maintain the shield. For a moment it held, her magic flaring brilliantly against the darkness. But Azeron's power was relentless, twisting and writhing until it found the smallest crack. The shield exploded in a shower of magical shards as dark tendrils wrapped around Evelyn's limbs, yanking her into the air. She fought desperately, her fingers sparking with failing magic as Azeron's power constricted around her. Each attempt at spellcasting was smothered before it could form, her strength draining visibly with each passing second. "Such potential," Azeron's voice dripped with cruel amusement as he gestured, tightening the magical bonds. "But you're playing at power, little witch, while I command it. Your parlor tricks are nothing compared to true mastery." Evelyn's resistance faltered, her voice barely a whisper as her eyes began to close. "Argoz! Caleb! Run!" Her body went limp in Azeron's magical grasp, unconscious or worse. "No!" Caleb's roar shook the room, primal fury transforming his voice into something barely human. His body rippled as he channeled the essence of a bear, muscles bulging and thickening as raw power flooded through him. The nearest enforcer barely had time to register the change before Caleb's fist connected with crushing force, sending him careening through a wooden table that splintered on impact. Pure rage fueled his movements as another enforcer charged. Caleb dropped low, his enhanced strength letting him drive forward with devastating force. They crashed to the ground together, Caleb's hands finding the enforcer's throat with deadly precision. The enforcer's eyes widened behind his helm as Caleb's grip tightened, enhanced strength threatening to crush his windpipe. But in his fury, Caleb missed the captain's silent approach. The runed blade struck with surgical precision, sinking deep into the meat of his shoulder. Caleb's agonized roar echoed through the brownstone as dark magic from the blade seeped into the wound, weakening his enhanced strength. The remaining enforcers seized their chance, moving as one to overwhelm him. Despite his injury, Caleb fought like a cornered animal, but each movement sent fresh waves of burning pain through his shoulder. Dark blood dripped steadily from the wound as the captain's corrupted blade did its work. "Get off me!" His snarl was more animal than human now, but the enforcer's combined weight and strength finally proved too much. His legs buckled as the dark magic spread through his system, his breathing turning ragged with pain and exhaustion. Argoz stood frozen, the horror of seeing her friends defeated crashing over her in waves. The gem pulsed frantically in her hand, its warmth pushing against the ice of her fear, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the nightmare unfolding. Evelyn hung motionless in Azeron's magical grasp, her usual vibrant energy extinguished, while Caleb bled and struggled against the enforcers, pinning him down. The captain approached with predatory grace, his corrupted blade leaving trails of darkness in the air. Behind him, Azeron's eyes gleamed with cruel anticipation, fixed on the gem that trembled in Argoz's grip. "It's over, little goblin," the captain's voice dripped with malicious satisfaction. "Surrender now, and perhaps I'll be merciful. The gem for their lives, a simple trade." His blade twitched toward Caleb's throat. "Though I can't promise the mage won't want to experiment with your friends." The gem's pulse matched her racing heart, its energy flowing through her veins like liquid starlight. But the sight of Caleb's blood dripping onto the floor, the memory of Evelyn's body going limp, it paralyzed her with indecision. "Argoz!" Caleb's voice was raw with pain but carried steel beneath it. "Run! Get to Rose! Do it! Now!" "No." The word tore from her throat, thick with tears she refused to let fall. Her gaze darted between her fallen friends, desperation clawing at her chest. "I can't leave you here, I won't!" Azeron's laughter cut through the room like broken glass. Such loyalty. Such weakness. His magic tightened around Evelyn's unconscious form. You cling to power you can't comprehend, little thief. Be wise. Give me the gem, and I'll ensure their deaths are relatively painless. The gem burned against her palm now, its energy surging through her with increasing urgency. But the weight of choice pressed down on her like a mountain, tears blurring her vision. Caleb, I can't. Yes, you can! Caleb's voice cracked like a whip despite his wounds. This isn't about us, it's about keeping that gem from Draven. If he gets it, everything ends. Now go! The captain lunged, but the gem reacted instinctively, releasing a pulse of pure energy that drove him back. His snarl of rage echoed as the remaining enforcers advanced, their runed weapons humming with dark power. Last chance, Goblin, the captain's voice promised violence. Submit, or watch them suffer. Argoz's whole body trembled, the gem's power warring with her heart. She met Caleb's fierce gaze one last time, seeing in his eyes the strength she needed to find. I'll come back for you, she whispered, her voice thick with promise. I swear it. Go! Caleb's final shout was almost a roar as he thrashed against his captors, buying her precious seconds. Argoz spun and ran, each step fueled by desperation and the gem's pulsing energy. The Brownstone itself seemed to fight for her, its ancient magic responding to her need. Doors flew open before her and slammed shut behind, their locks engaging with heavy thuds that echoed through the halls. The house's wards flared and twisted, creating a maze of barriers to slow her pursuers. Don't let her escape! Azeron's rage-filled command cracked through the air like thunder. Take her down! Dark energy ripped through the hallway, the corrupted magic so potent it left scorched trails in the walls. The gem reacted instantly, its light blazing as it threw up a shield of pure energy. The impact of Azeron's spell against the barrier sent Argoz staggering, the force nearly driving her to her knees. But the gem's warmth steadied her, urging her forward. The Brownstone's back door exploded outward at her approach, the house's final act of defiance clearing her escape route. She burst into the cold night air, her lungs burning with each desperate breath, her muscles screaming in protest. But the gem pulsed against her chest like a second heartbeat, its power flowing through her veins, pushing her beyond normal limits. Argoz tore through the night-shrouded streets, each footfall carrying the weight of her guilt. The images replayed in her mind like a brutal loop. Evelyn suspended lifeless in Azeron's dark magic, Caleb bleeding and restrained, fighting to buy her time. The captain's mocking smile and the sound of Caleb's final shout haunted her steps. The gem pulsed steadily against her chest, its warmth trying to comfort her, to remind her she'd made the only choice she could. But it couldn't wash away the bitter taste of abandonment, the crushing knowledge that she'd left them behind. I'll come back, she whispered, her voice raw with emotion as tears stung her eyes. I swear I'll find a way. I'll save them. The gem flared softly in response, but even its reassuring power couldn't fill the hollow space where her friends should be. I have to. The neon glow of the Shadow Realm bar cast fractured reflections across the rain-slick street outside, its light a beacon in the darkness. Inside, the usual evening symphony played out, the clink of glasses, the low murmur of deals being struck, the faint pulse of magic that seemed to beat within the very walls. Rose occupied her corner booth like a queen holding court, one hand curled around a glass of liquid that glowed with an otherworldly, amber light. Her dark eyes swept the room with practiced precision, catching every subtle movement, every whispered conversation. The diamond ring on her finger caught the light as she raised her glass, its sparkle as sharp and deliberate as her gaze. The door exploded inward with enough force to rattle glasses and silence conversations. Rain and wind rushed in, carrying with them a figure that seemed more shadow than substance. Argoz stumbled forward, her human disguise flickering at the edges, revealing glimpses of her true goblin form beneath. Her yellow eyes burned with desperate fear, and the gem clutched to her chest pulsed erratically, its light matching her ragged breathing. Rose! The name tore from her throat, raw with exhaustion and panic. Rose set her glass down with deliberate calm, though her eyes narrowed at Argoz's state. Well, she drawled, masking concern with sarcasm, you certainly know how to make an entrance. A massive figure, one of the bar's more supernatural patrons, moved to intercept Argoz. But Rose's hand lifted in a casual gesture that carried absolute authority. Let her pass. The words were soft but filled the room with quiet command. Argoz collapsed into the chair opposite Rose, her hands trembling as she placed the gem on the table. Its usual steady glow had dimmed to an uneven flutter like a failing heartbeat. They took them, she managed, each word weighted with guilt and fear. Draven's men. They have Caleb and Evelyn. The Brownstone. I had to... Her voice cracked, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. Rose's carefully maintained expression hardened into something dangerous. She leaned forward, all pretense of casual indifference falling away. Tell me everything. Now. A mage! Argos's words tumbled out between gasping breaths. And the captain with enforcers. They broke through the wards like they were nothing. Evelyn tried to shield us, but the mage, he just... Her hands clenched into fists. Caleb told me to run, to find you, but they're going to kill them if I don't go back. The room had gone deathly quiet, other patrons pretending not to listen while hanging on every word. Rose ignored them all, her focus razor-sharp on Argoz. We'll get them back, Rose said, her voice carrying steel beneath its smoothness. But not by charging in blind. Draven doesn't make moves like this without reason. We need to think. Think! Argoz slammed her palms on the table, her human disguise slipping further to reveal more of her goblin features. Every second we wait is a second they stay alive, Rose cut in, her tone sharp enough to slice through Argoz's panic. Draven wants the gem, which means he wants you alive. He'll keep them alive as bait. So sit down, breathe, and let me figure out how to turn this to our advantage. The gem pulsed once brightly as if responding to Rose's words. Argoz stared at her, chest heaving, before slowly sinking back into her chair. Rose signaled the bartender without taking her eyes off Argoz. Get her something strong, and send word to Silas. We need the back room. Her fingers brushed the magic dampening bracelet on her wrist, a habit she'd developed when deep in thought. You did the right thing coming here. Now let me show you why. The quiet authority in her voice seemed to settle something in Argoz. She nodded, clutching the gem close as Rose's mind visibly began working through possibilities, plotting moves and countermoves in a game where the stakes had just become lethal. As the bartender moved to comply, Rose's attention fixed on Argoz with laser focus, her usual sharp humor giving way to something more serious. You did the right thing coming here, she said, her voice carrying an unusual gentleness. Now, let me show you why I'm more than just talk. Argoz nodded, her fingers white-knuckled around the gem as the full weight of her choices pressed down on her. The bar's atmosphere had shifted from its usual buzz to something more electric, the quiet that falls before a thunderstorm breaks. Silas! Rose's voice cut through the tension like a blade, carrying the kind of authority that made even the most dangerous patrons freeze mid-motion. She stood, her presence suddenly filling the room despite her height. The bar's proprietor emerged from the shadows as if he'd been waiting for her call. Silas moved with the quiet confidence of someone who commanded respect without needing to demand it. His calm demeanor carried an edge as he took in the scene before him. I need the trunk, Rose said, the simple statement heavy with meaning. Silas's eyebrow arched, his sharp gaze moving from Rose to Argoz, then to the pulsing gem between them. The brief flicker of surprise in his expression spoke volumes. The trunk. You must be desperate indeed to open those old wounds. Desperate doesn't scratch the surface, Rose replied, her voice tight with controlled anger. Draven's elite forces just breached my safe house. They have Evelyn and Caleb, and they're hunting for her. She jerked her head toward Argoz. And that gem she's carrying? It's worth more than either of us suspected. Silas's usually unflappable demeanour hardened into something more dangerous. The air around him seemed to thicken with power as he nodded once decisively. "Follow me," he said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood exactly what was at stake. "Both of you." Silas led them down a narrow hallway where shadows seemed to breathe. The door at the end radiated power, its protective runes pulsing like constellations across its ancient surface. His whispered incantation made the wards flare brilliant blue before parting like a curtain. The air inside crackled with contained energy, as if the very room remembered what it protected. In the centre sat a trunk that commanded attention, not through size or ornamentation, but through pure presence. Its surface was a masterwork of runic artistry, each symbol carefully carved and imbued with purpose. The magic emanating from it felt alive, waiting. "This is what you wanted," Silas said softly, his usual stoic demeanour tinged with something like reverence. "Are you sure you're ready?" Rose approached the trunk with deliberate steps. When her hand touched the lid, the runes responded instantly, not just glowing but singing with recognition. The seals dissolved beneath her touch as the lid opened with a whisper of contained power. Inside lay pieces of her past, waiting to be reclaimed. The armour caught the light like captured flame, each plate a testament to masterful craftsmanship. Fire-kissed metal gleamed with runic patterns designed to harness and direct Rose's wild magic. Beside it, her enchanted bullwhip coiled like a sleeping serpent, its ember glow promising lethal grace. "Haven't seen you in that since before the bracelet," Silas observed, his tone careful. "Since before Gunner." Rose's fingers traced the armour's runes with unexpected tenderness, a ghost of a smile playing across her lips. Her silence spoke volumes about memories both bitter and sweet. "It's time," she said finally, her voice soft but certain. "You're really going after them?" Silas shifted, concern breaking through his usual composure. "Against Draven's elite?" "They're my people," Rose replied simply, each piece of armour settling into place like coming home. The runes awakened at her touch, sending waves of familiar warmth through her body despite the bracelet's dampening presence. "And I protect what's mine." The whip came alive in her grip, its crack splitting the air with a flash of contained fire. Silas let out a low whistle of appreciation and concern. "Going in loud, then?" Rose's smirk returned, sharp as a blade's edge and twice as dangerous. "Oh, darling, I'm going to make sure Draven regrets ever touching what belongs to me." She turned toward the door, armour gleaming like banked coals. "But I won't be doing it alone. Rose strode back into the main bar, her fire-kissed armour casting dancing shadows across the walls. Each step radiated deadly purpose as she unclipped the rune-etched communicator from her belt. The ancient device hummed to life under her touch, its enchanted crystals pulsing with stored power. After a moment of static, Darren's voice cut through, his trademark sarcasm barely masking his concern. "Rose? Let me guess. This isn't about that drink you owe me." "Draven's elite hit the Brownstone." Rose's voice was sharp as broken glass. "They took Evelyn and Caleb. Argoz barely made it out. I need you, Darren. Now." The silence that followed spoke volumes. When Darren's voice returned, all traces of humour had vanished. "Tell me what you need." "Everything you've got." Rose's fingers tightened around the communicator. "Weapons, gear, whatever will make Draven's men regret touching what's mine. Meet me at the bar." "Hold up," steel crept into Darren's tone. "You're not thinking of doing something stupid, are you? Because your solo crusades tend to end badly for everyone." "That's why I'm calling you, isn't it?" Rose snapped, though a hint of warmth slipped through her anger. "Just get here. Time isn't exactly on our side." On my way, Darren replied, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken history between them. The line went dead with a soft crackle of magical energy. Rose returned to Argoz, her armoured form casting flickering shadows across the bar floor. The young goblin looked smaller somehow, her human disguise trembling at the edges as she clutched the gem like a lifeline. Its pulsing light seemed to match her rapid heartbeat. "We're going back," Rose's voice carried steel wrapped in velvet as she crouched to meet Argoz's eyes. Her armour clinked softly with the movement, the runes flickering like contained flame. "What if—" Argoz's voice cracked, raw with guilt and fear. "What if I make everything worse? They're already hurt because of me." Rose's hand found Argoz's shoulder, her grip firm but gentle. Even through the armour's metal, her touch conveyed strength. "Listen to me carefully." Her dark eyes blazed with conviction. "That gem chose you, not someone else, not me, you. It's time you started believing that wasn't a mistake." The comm station hummed with barely contained power as Darren activated the encrypted network. Thunderstrike's weight was familiar against his shoulder as the holographic displays flickered to life, showing faces etched with determination. His voice cut through pleasantries. "Draven's forces hit the Brownstone. They have Caleb and Evelyn. Argoz is with Rose at the Shadow Realm bar." The reaction was immediate. Ashley's hands tightened visibly on her enchanted 2140B, its runes pulsing with stored power. Clara's expression hardened into something dangerous, while Arundel's stern features carried the weight of centuries. Clara took command with practiced efficiency. "Arundel, portal to the Shadow Realm. Ashley, you're running heavy support with the 240B. Darren, you're our point man. The wolves come with us." As if summoned by her words, Alpha, Beta, and Omega padded into the room. Their presence changed the very air, filling it with primal power. Alpha's eyes, gleaming with intelligence and barely contained fury, locked onto Clara. "This isn't just a rescue," Clara's voice rang with authority. "This is a message. Draven needs to learn what happens when he moves against the pack." Arundel's hands wove complex patterns in the air, each gesture precise and powerful. The portal took shape, its edges crackling with ethereal energy. Reality itself seemed to bend around the shimmering gateway. The team moved with practiced precision, weapons ready, expressions set. This wasn't just another mission. This was personal. As they stepped through the portal one by one, the air crackled with purpose and promised violence. The Shadow Realm bar thrummed with its usual energy, deals being struck in shadows, magical artifacts changing hands, supernatural beings masquerading as humans. But tonight was different. The fire-kissed runes on Rose's armour cast dancing shadows across her usual corner, each plate gleaming with barely contained power. Her fingers drummed against her coiled whip, its ember glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Argoz sat beside her, the celestial gem's light matching her nervous energy as she watched the door. The untouched drink before her trembled slightly with each opening of the bar's entrance. The patrons kept stealing glances at Rose. They knew her reputation, but seeing her in battle armour was like watching a legend come to life. The atmosphere shattered when Draven's captain entered. His presence seemed to devour light itself, an oppressive wave of darkness that made even the most hardened supernatural patrons step back. His boots echoed against the floor with deliberate menace as he approached, his glowing eyes fixed on Rose's bracelet like a predator spotting weakness. "Well, well," his voice dripped with malicious amusement. The mighty Rose Emberheart, reduced to hiding behind a bar's protection. Rose didn't move except to lift her glass with calculated casualness. The liquid inside caught the light of her armour's runes as she took an unhurried sip. "Funny," her voice carried deadly amusement. "I was just thinking about the last time you were here. Remind me, how far did Silas's enforcers throw you?" The captain's smirk twisted with barely contained rage. He stepped closer, magical darkness coiling around him. "At least I still have my power. That bracelet suits you. A perfect leash for a rabid dog. A tremor of tension rippled through the bar. Argos's grip on the gem tightened, its light flaring in response to the threat. But Rose simply tilted her head, her smirk sharpening like a drawn blade. "And yet here you are," she purred, "prowling around my territory like a lost puppy begging for attention. I must really keep you up at night." The captain's jaw tightened briefly, his smug demeanor cracking for the barest moment. "You're not as clever as you think, Emberheart. You might fool these sheep, but I know what you are. You're nothing without that power you lost." Rose's eyes burned, but her smirk remained intact. She leaned forward slightly, her tone dropping to a near whisper. "Keep telling yourself that, Captain. Maybe it'll help you sleep at night." The captain straightened, his face twisting with barely concealed anger. He took a deliberate step back, his smirk returning. "I don't need to waste my time here. I just wanted to see the mighty Rose reduced to this." As he turned to leave, Rose's voice cut through the air like a blade. "Leaving so soon? Didn't think you'd learned how to walk away after the last time." The bar erupted in a low murmur of laughter, several patrons snickering at her jab. The captain froze, his fists clenching at his sides, but he didn't turn around. Without another word, he strode out the door, his heavy boots echoing against the floor. The tension in the room lingered even after he was gone. Rose exhaled slowly, her fingers curling around her glass. "Well," she muttered, lifting it to her lips. "That was entertaining." Argoz looked at her, her voice barely above a whisper. "Do you think he'll come back?" Rose set the glass down, her expression hardening. He never really left. The tension inside the Shadow Realm bar was suffocating. Rose stood at the edge of the room, her armor glowing faintly in the dim light. The mocking sound of the captain's voice carried through the open door, punctuated by the muffled groans of Caleb and Evelyn. Argoz sat frozen in her seat, her hands trembling as the gem pulsed faintly against her chest. Rose turned to Silas, her dark eyes blazing. "Where's the line?" Silas stepped forward, his expression grave. "The truce ends at the edge of my property, the sidewalk. Beyond that, I can't help you." Rose's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Good. That's all I need to know." She strode toward the door, the patrons parting to let her through. As she stepped outside, the scene before her made her stomach churn. Caleb and Evelyn were bound tightly, their heads hanging low, their faces bruised. The captain stood in the middle of the street, a smug grin plastered across his face. Behind him, his men loomed, their weapons ready. "Rose!" the captain called, spreading his arms as though welcoming an old friend. "So good of you to join us. I brought a little display for you. Thought you might appreciate seeing your team up close before we take them back." Rose stopped at the edge of the sidewalk, her boots scuffing against the line where the truce held sway. She tilted her head, her smirk sharp and calculated. "Funny. I thought I smelled something rotten." The captain's grin widened as he gestured toward Caleb and Evelyn. "Go ahead, Emberheart. Step across. Try and save them. Or are you too scared of what'll happen?" Rose's hand tightened around the coiled whip at her side, the runes on her armor pulsing faintly. "You think you're so clever standing there just out of reach," she said, her tone deceptively casual. "But we both know you're all bark and no bite." One of the captain's enforcers growled, stepping forward. "Watch your mouth, witch!" Rose's smirk deepened. She took a deliberate step closer to the line, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "What's the matter? Scared of a little sidewalk?" The enforcer snarled, his fists clenching. He looked back at the captain, who gave a subtle shake of his head, but Rose's piercing gaze had already locked onto him, her tone dripping with mockery. "That's what I thought. All that armor. And you're too afraid to take a single step." The enforcer's patience snapped. With a guttural growl, he lunged forward, his boots crossing onto the sidewalk. The moment he did, the air crackled with energy, and Silas's voice rang out from the bar. "Violation of the truce!" In an instant, the enforcers of the bar moved, their towering forms emerging from the shadows. They seized the captain's man, dragging him back with inhuman strength. The enforcer struggled, shouting obscenities, but it was no use. The bar's rules were absolute. Rose didn't flinch. She took a slow, deliberate step toward Caleb and Evelyn, her whip uncoiling at her side. The captain's smile faltered as she stopped just shy of the line, her voice cold and cutting. "Your move, Captain. Unless you're too much of a coward to come closer." The captain's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching at his sides. He glanced at his men, his expression calculating. Rose held her ground, her heart pounding as she calculated her next move. If she could just get Caleb and Evelyn to the sidewalk, they'd be safe. "Caleb," she called, her voice steady. "If you can hear me, you need to move. Just a little closer." Caleb stirred, his head lifting weakly. His eyes met hers and she saw the flicker of recognition. "Evelyn," he rasped, his voice hoarse. "We need to get to the sidewalk." The captain stepped forward, his smirk returning. Ah, he said, raising a hand. "No one moves unless I say so." Rose tilted her head, her whip snapping once against the ground. The crack echoed through the street like a warning. "You've already lost one man to the truce. How many more do you want to lose tonight?" The captain's expression darkened, but before he could respond, Caleb shifted again, inching closer to the sidewalk. Evelyn, her face pale but determined, began to follow his lead. "Good," Rose murmured, her voice barely audible. "Just a little more." Rose's whip cracked through the air like a thunderclap, its fiery runes igniting in a blaze that lit up the dark street. The captain's smirk evaporated as the weapon snapped forward, wrapping tightly around Caleb's bound torso. With a sharp pull, Rose yanked him off the ground and onto the sidewalk, the truce's boundary enveloping him in an invisible shield of safety. "Argoz, now!" Rose shouted, her voice commanding. The gem around Argoz's neck pulsed, her goblin instincts and newfound speed surging to the forefront. In a blur, she darted toward Evelyn, dodging the captain's men with agility she didn't know she possessed. The mage's hand glowed as he cast a spell, but Argoz ducked low, narrowly avoiding the arcane blast. She scooped Evelyn into her arms and bolted back toward the sidewalk, her heart pounding in time with the gem's rhythm. The captain's roar of frustration echoed through the street as both hostages were pulled to safety. His glowing eyes locked on Rose, his hatred palpable. "You're going to regret that, Emberheart." Rose stepped off the sidewalk, the runes on her armor blazing like molten fire. "The only thing I regret is letting you leave here the first time." With a flick of her wrist, her whip snapped forward again, this time aimed directly at the captain. He barely managed to deflect it with his blade, the fiery strands leaving scorch marks on the steel. Rose advanced, her chaotic fire magic swirling around her like a storm. Two of the captain's enforcers charged, weapons raised, but Rose's hands ignited, and twin fireballs erupted from her palms, slamming into their chests. They flew backward, their armor glowing red-hot as they hit the ground, groaning in pain. The mage raised his staff, chanting a spell that caused the ground beneath Rose to crack and tremble. Flames shot up around her, but instead of recoiling, she absorbed them, the inferno feeding her power. Her laughter was sharp and wild as she turned her blazing gaze on him. "That all you've got?" she taunted, launching a fiery torrent his way. The mage raised a shield, but the force of her magic pushed him back, cracks forming in the barrier. As Rose fought like a force of nature, Argoz knelt beside Caleb and Evelyn. Caleb's face was pale, blood seeping from a gash on his side. Evelyn's eyes fluttered open, her face etched with pain but determination. "Argoz, what's happening?" Evelyn murmured weakly. "Stay still," Argoz said, her voice trembling. She ripped at the ropes binding them, her sharp claws cutting through the thick cords. The gem's light grew brighter, enveloping her hands and amplifying her strength. Behind them, the battle raged. The captain barked orders, his men rallying under his command. The mage cast a binding spell that wrapped around Rose's legs, rooting her in place for a moment. One of the enforcers took the opportunity to rush her, swinging a massive hammer. Rose snarled, her fiery aura exploding outward, breaking the magical bindings and sending the enforcer stumbling back. But the coordinated attacks were wearing on her. For every blow she landed, another came her way, forcing her to retreat a step at a time. The captain moved with calculated precision, staying just out of reach while directing his men. "Wear her down," he growled. "She's not invincible." As two more enforcers advanced on Rose, the mage's spells began to grow more aggressive, streaks of dark energy slicing through the air. One hit Rose's shoulder, sending her stumbling. The captain's smirk returned as he closed the distance, his sword gleaming in the dim light. Just as the tide seemed to turn fully against Rose, a low growl rumbled from the direction of the bar. The captain turned his head slightly, just in time to see a massive werewolf leap from the shadows, slamming into one of his men with bone-crushing force. The enforcer hit the ground unmoving. From another angle, a vampire streaked forward, a blur of motion that ended with the mage crying out in pain as her claws raked across his chest. The vampire hissed, her crimson eyes glowing as she turned to Rose. "Thought you could use a hand." Rose's lips curled into a feral grin, the fire in her eyes rekindling. "About time someone around here had some guts." The air shimmered with energy as the portal opened in the middle of the street, its glowing edges crackling like lightning. The chaos of the battle froze for a split second, all eyes turning toward the swirling gateway. Through the portal stepped Clara, her hazel eyes blazing with determination, her staff of light glowing faintly in her hand. Omega padded close by her side, his sleek form radiating tension as the young wolf's bond with Clara pulsed with purpose. Behind them, Ashley emerged, her stance steady as she swung the enchanted 240B into position, its polished barrel gleaming in the dim light. Beta prowled beside her, her grey fur bristling, her yellow eyes scanning the street like a predator assessing her prey. Darren was the last to step through, Thunderstrike slung over his shoulder and a smirk tugging at his lips. Alpha padded next to him, the massive wolf's presence like a shadow of dominance and power. The air grew thick with anticipation as the pack took in the scene. Chaos reigned in the street. Draven's enforcers, battered but unyielding, regrouped near the mage, who clutched his staff with visible effort. Rose stood a few feet from the captain, her whip blazing as they circled each other, their standoff ready to explode at any moment. Caleb and Evelyn lay near the sidewalk, barely conscious but safe within the truce's boundary, with Argoz crouched protectively over them, her glowing gem a beacon of determination. Clara's voice was sharp and commanding. "Pack! Take positions! Wolves on me! Ashley, suppress the mage! Darren, deal with the enforcers!" The pack moved as one. The wolves strike. Omega bolted forward with the speed of a hurricane, his young energy harnessed by Clara's focused commands. The lieutenant raised his hand, weaving an intricate spell that shimmered like a net of silver light. As Omega darted under the spell's cover, he lunged at one of the enforcers, his powerful jaws locking onto an arm and dragging the foe to the ground. Beta was a blur of motion as she leapt onto another enforcer, her ferocious growl echoing through the street. Ashley followed close behind, the 240B roaring to life. The machine gun's enchanted rounds slammed into the mage's shield, the force of the blasts shaking the ground. The mage staggered, his defences cracking under the relentless barrage. Alpha moved like a shadow beside Darren, his massive frame a stark contrast to the man's cocky grin. "Looks like it's just you and me, big guy," Darren quipped, pumping Thunderstrike. He took aim and fired, the enchanted rounds sending another enforcer sprawling. Alpha darted toward another target, his movements precise and predatory. He circled one of the captain's remaining men, his growl low and menacing, before pouncing with brutal efficiency. Rose and the captain. Rose and the captain finally clashed, his blade slicing through the air as her whip cracked against it with fiery precision. Sparks flew as steel met fire, their battle a violent dance of skill and raw power. "You think you can stop me?" The captain sneered, his blade glinting in the firelight. "You're nothing but chaos pretending to be control." Rose's laugh was sharp and cold, her whip snapping around his wrist and yanking him off balance. "Chaos has its uses. You, on the other hand, are predictable." The captain growled, breaking free and swinging his blade in a wide arc. Rose ducked, flames erupting around her as she retaliated with a surge of fire magic that engulfed him briefly. He stumbled, his armor scorched but his resolve unbroken. The mage's last stand. As Ashley's machine gun fire tore through the mage's shield, the lieutenant stepped forward, his magic weaving through the air like threads of light. With a sharp gesture, he sent a binding spell hurtling toward the mage, locking his hands in place and rendering him vulnerable. Ashley seized the opportunity, her voice steady. "Beta, move!" The wolf leapt clear as Ashley unleashed another barrage, the enchanted rounds slamming into the mage and sending him crashing to the ground. The remaining enforcers faltered, their morale breaking as the mage's staff shattered with a crackling burst of energy. The street was a whirlwind of motion. The wolves moved seamlessly with their bonded partners, their instincts and coordination overwhelming Draven's men. The captain, now separated from his enforcers, was forced to fight Rose one-on-one, her fiery attacks pressing him back step by step. But as the battle raged, the captain's eyes gleamed with dark intent. "You can't protect them all," he growled, his gaze darting toward Caleb and Evelyn. The captain snarled as the tide of the battle turned against him. His remaining men lay scattered, battered by the coordinated assault of the pack and their wolves. Ashley's enchanted rounds had neutralized the mage, and the lieutenant's binding spells kept the remaining threats at bay. Rose's whip cracked again, the fire licking dangerously close to his face as he stumbled back, his armor scorched and his pride wounded. "You're done," Rose growled, advancing like an inferno personified. "Give up, or I'll make sure you regret every breath you've taken." The captain's eyes darted around the battlefield, calculating his next move. His gaze locked onto Caleb and Evelyn, still weak and barely able to stand. A wicked grin spread across his face as his hand slipped into his belt pouch, retrieving a small, dark orb etched with glowing runes. "No!" Rose roared, her whip flashing toward him, but he was faster. With a vicious sneer, the captain hurled the orb directly at Evelyn and Caleb. "Let's see how you protect them now." Time seemed to slow as the orb sailed through the air, its malevolent energy pulsing with dangerous intent. Caleb, still barely able to stand, moved instinctively, throwing himself in front of Evelyn. "No!" he shouted, his arms spreading wide to shield her. But Argoz was faster. The gem around her neck flared with a blinding light, her goblin instincts and newfound power propelling her forward like a blur. She leapt between Caleb and the orb, her body twisting mid-air as the gem's light enveloped her completely. The orb struck her outstretched hand. There was a deafening explosion, the force of the blast shaking the street and sending shockwaves through the air. A blinding white light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The roar of the explosion drowned out all other sounds, leaving the battlefield momentarily silent and disoriented. As the light faded and the echoes of the explosion subsided, the scene came back into focus. Argoz stood in the center of the devastation, the gem around her neck glowing brightly, its energy forming a protective barrier that shimmered faintly before dissipating. She was unharmed, though her expression was one of shock and confusion. Caleb and Evelyn stared at her in awe, their injuries forgotten for a moment as they took in what had just happened. "Argoz," Caleb whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Rose lowered her hand from her eyes, her fiery aura dimmed but still present. Her gaze snapped to the spot where the captain had stood moments before. It was empty. "He's gone," Rose growled, her voice filled with frustration and rage. "The bastard used the blast as a cover." The wolves regrouped, their growls low and tense as they scanned the area. Clara stepped forward, her staff of light glowing faintly as she reached out with her magic. "There's no trace of him," she confirmed. "He's retreated." Argos's hands trembled as she looked down at the gem. Its light had dimmed, but she could still feel its power coursing through her. It protected me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Rose approached, her whip coiled at her side, her expression softening slightly. "You saved them," she said, glancing at Caleb and Evelyn. "The gem isn't just some trinket. It's a part of you now." Argoz nodded slowly, the weight of her actions settling over her. "But he got away. I should have stopped him." "We'll deal with him," Clara said firmly, placing a hand on Argos's shoulder. "You did more than enough tonight." The echoes of the battle still hung in the air, the acrid scent of fire and magic mingling with the cool night breeze. The faint sound of sirens grew louder in the distance, signalling the arrival of local law enforcement. Clara stood in the centre of the group, her hazel eyes scanning the scene with a calculating sharpness. "We've got company. Darren, you're up." Darren, still leaning casually on Thunderstrike, let out a low whistle. "Man, nothing like a midnight battle to get the neighbours talking." "All right, I'll charm the locals." "Keep it simple," Clara warned, her tone firm. "We don't need unnecessary attention." "Simple's my middle name," Darren quipped, holstering his shotgun and cracking his knuckles. Alpha gave a low growl, following him toward the approaching squad cars. "Stay here, big guy," Darren said with a smirk. "Wouldn't want you scaring the boys in blue." The first car skidded to a halt, and two uniformed officers stepped out, their flashlights cutting through the smoky air. The lead officer, a middle-aged man with a no-nonsense expression, approached cautiously. "What the hell happened here?" Darren raised his hands in a placating gesture, his smile easy and disarming. "Homeland Security," he said, flipping open his ID badge. "We've been tracking a rogue group of highly dangerous individuals. They were apprehended during an altercation." The officer frowned, glancing at the damaged street and the scorch marks still smouldering on the pavement. "This looks more like a war zone." "Funny how that happens when magic gets involved," Darren replied, his tone light but firm. "Look, I know this is a lot, but I'll have my supervisor contact your department first thing. For now, I need you to cordon off this area and keep civilians back. We've got clean-up crews en route." The officer hesitated, but Darren's confident demeanour left little room for argument. Finally, he nodded. "All right, but I'm going to need a full report." "Already in the works," Darren said with a wink. "You'll be the first to know when it's ready." As Darren handled the police, Clara knelt beside Caleb and Evelyn. Caleb's breathing was shallow, and Evelyn's eyes fluttered open briefly, her face pale. Argoz hovered nearby, the glow of the gem casting soft light over the scene. "We need to move them now," Clara said, her voice steady. She activated her comlink. "Desera, open the portal to the medbay. Jewel needs to be ready for multiple injuries." "Already in progress," Desera's voice replied. "Sophia's been briefed. She's given us clearance for full support." The air shimmered near Clara, and the portal opened with a soft hum. Jewel's voice came through, calm and reassuring. "Medbay is prepped. Bring them through." Clara nodded to Ashley. "Help me with Caleb. Argoz, stay close to Evelyn." One by one, the team stepped through the glowing portal, emerging into the bright, sterile light of the Echo Division medbay. Jewel, dressed in her medical scrubs, moved quickly to assess the wounded. Her sharp eyes immediately honed in on Caleb. "Get him on the table," she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. Clara and Ashley eased Caleb onto the table, his blood staining their hands. Jewel's hands glowed faintly as she began her work, a mix of medical skill and supernatural healing flowing through her. Evelyn, still conscious but weak, was helped onto another bed by Argoz. "You're going to be fine," Jules said softly, placing a hand on Evelyn's shoulder. "Just breathe." As the portal closed behind the others, the street grew eerily quiet. The hum of distant sirens had faded, and the smoky haze lingered like a ghost of the battle. Darren stood with Thunderstrike resting on his shoulder, his sharp eyes scanning the area for any remaining threats. Beside him, Rose paced restlessly, the faint glow of her armor casting an otherworldly sheen on the cracked pavement. The lieutenant stood nearby, his posture composed but watchful, his piercing green eyes flicking between the bodies of Draven's men and the damage left behind. Alpha and Omega prowled the perimeter, their growls low and steady as they circled the fallen enforcers, ensuring none of them stirred. Darren broke the silence first, his voice laced with a signature smirk. "So, Rose, this whole fiery armor thing, when were you planning to let us in on the secret? Or were you just saving it for a grand entrance?" Rose shot him a sideways glance, her lips twitching into a faint smirk despite the tension. "Figured you'd appreciate the drama." "Oh, I appreciate it all right," Darren replied, gesturing to the scorch marks on the street. "But I'm starting to see why they stuck that fancy bracelet on you. You're like a walking fire hazard." The lieutenant raised a brow, his tone dry. "If this is what you consider banter, I'd hate to see your idea of wit." Darren grinned, unbothered. "Stick around, elf. You might learn something." Rose ignored the exchange, her focus shifting to the bodies of Draven's men scattered across the street. "We need to make sure Sophia's team gets everything: bodies, weapons, anything magical. If there's even a trace left behind, it could lead to trouble." The lieutenant nodded, his hands moving in intricate patterns as he began weaving containment wards over the fallen enforcers. "I'll handle the wards. Anything tied to Draven will be rendered inert until Homeland can deal with it." Alpha trotted over to Darren, nudging his leg with a low huff. All right, big guy," Darren said, giving the wolf a scratch behind the ear. "You keep watch. If anyone tries to mess with us, you've got permission to play fetch with their faces." Omega, younger but no less vigilant, stuck close to the lieutenant, his bright eyes darting to every shadow as he mirrored his elder's movements. A few minutes later, the low rumble of black helicopters echoed through the sky. Sophia's cleanup crew moved with practiced efficiency, stepping out in tactical gear, emblazoned with Homeland Security insignias. The lead operative approached Rose and the others, his expression neutral but respectful. "Ma'am," he said to Rose, his eyes flicking to the smouldering remnants of the fight, "we've been briefed. Our team will handle the containment and removal. Is there anything we need to be aware of?" "Just make sure nothing gets left behind," Rose said, her voice sharp but steady. "These aren't your average bodies. Draven's magic lingers." The operative nodded, gesturing for his team to move in. They worked quickly, securing the fallen enforcers and carefully collecting any remnants of magical artifacts or weapons. Darren leaned closer to Rose as the crew worked, his tone casual. "You ever get tired of barking orders? Or is that your whole thing now?" Rose shot him a withering look, but there was a spark of amusement in her eyes. "You've been following orders all night, Darren. Maybe you're just better at listening than you think." "Careful," he replied with a grin. "I might start to like you." The lieutenant, watching the exchange with a faint smirk, shook his head. "Your team dynamics are unique." Rose crossed her arms, her expression softening slightly. "Unique gets the job done." With the scene secured and Sophia's team taking over, Rose, Darren and the lieutenant finally began to relax, though the weight of the battle still hung heavy. As Alpha and Omega padded back to their sides, the street grew quiet once more, a temporary calm in the eye of a growing storm. As Sophia's crew moved efficiently to secure the scene, Darren holstered Thunderstrike and leaned back against the wall of the Shadow Realm bar, his arms crossed casually. The faint glow of Rose's armor still lit up the sidewalk, but the tension in her shoulders suggested she wasn't ready to relax. Darren glanced around at the group, Rose still fiery in demeanor, the lieutenant, ever composed. Alpha and Omega, both wolves watchful but calm for the moment. With a smirk, Darren pushed off the wall and spread his arms wide. "Well, seeing as we're at a bar and all, who wants a drink?" he said, his tone light and teasing. "Might as well take the edge off while we're waiting for the clean-up crew to finish." Rose arched an eyebrow, her lips twitching into the faintest hint of a smile. "You realise I just burned half this street to ash, right? You really think now's the time?" "Exactly why now's the time," Darren quipped, his grin widening. "You don't want to be all tense when Sophia's people ask for statements, do you? Liquid courage works wonders." The lieutenant cleared his throat, clearly unamused. Perhaps focusing on the task at hand would be more prudent. Darren winked at him. "Lighten up, elf. You're not on duty 24/7. Rose rolled her eyes but finally relented, stepping toward the bar's entrance. "Fine, one drink. But if you make me regret this, Darren, you'll be the one explaining to Sophia." "Deal," Darren said, gesturing grandly for her to lead the way. "Come on, big guy," he added to Alpha. "I'm sure they've got something in there for you, too." Alpha gave a low huff, and Omega wagged his tail briefly before following the group toward the door. Inside the Shadow Realm bar, the mood was already a mix of tension and curiosity. The usual murmur of conversation was subdued, as patrons who had witnessed the aftermath outside whispered amongst themselves. A few supernatural beings, unable to resist their curiosity, had pressed themselves to the edges of the bar to catch glimpses of the chaos on the street. As the door opened, the sharp metallic scent of scorched earth wafted in, followed by Rose, her armor still glowing faintly. The faint hum of residual magic followed her, a testament to the raw power she'd just unleashed. Behind her came Darren, his easy grin and thunderstrike slung over his shoulder, followed by the lieutenant and the ever-present forms of Alpha and Omega. The room quieted instantly, heads turning as the group entered. Rose's sharp gaze swept the room, daring anyone to make a comment. Most quickly averted their eyes, the unspoken rule of not provoking chaos in the bar holding firm. "Looks like we're the life of the party," Darren muttered under his breath, his grin undiminished. "I'd say let's grab a corner table, but I'm pretty sure they'd clear one out for us anyway." Rose ignored him, striding purposefully towards Silas at the bar. The barkeep's calm demeanor didn't waver as he gave her a measured nod. "Eventful night?" "You could say that," Rose replied, leaning on the counter. "I need a drink. Strong." Silas raised an eyebrow but didn't comment, moving to fetch her request. Darren sidled up beside her, slapping the counter lightly. "And I'll take whatever doesn't come with a side of judgment." The lieutenant remained standing, his posture stiff and formal as he surveyed the room. The wolves took positions flanking Rose, their piercing eyes keeping watch over the crowd. Alpha's growl was low and constant, a warning to anyone who might get too curious. A bold voice broke the tension from a corner of the room. "So she does have some bite." A supernatural patron, a hulking man with faintly glowing eyes, smirked as he lifted his glass. "Wasn't sure the Bracelet Brigade still had it in them." The room collectively held its breath, watching for Rose's reaction. Her expression didn't waver, though the faint flicker of fire at her fingertips was enough to make the man shrink back into his seat. "She's got more than bite," Darren said smoothly, his tone dripping with mock friendliness. "But you probably don't want a demonstration." Rose took her drink as Silas slid it across the counter. She lifted it to her lips, her eyes never leaving the bold patron. "Try me," she said, her voice low and dangerous. The man muttered something under his breath and turned back to his drink, wisely choosing not to push further. Silas broke the tension with a quiet chuckle. "I'd say the bar's never dull with you around, but I might start charging extra for the trouble." Rose gave him a faint smirk, raising her glass slightly in acknowledgement before taking a long sip. "Bill Draven," she said dryly. "He's the one causing it." Rose sat at the counter, her drink untouched, as she stared at the swirling liquid inside. Her armor still hummed faintly with residual magic, the faint glow illuminating the tension on her face. Darren leaned casually on the bar next to her, but for once his usual smirk was subdued. The lieutenant stood nearby, his posture straight and alert, observing the room. "They destroyed it," Rose said finally, her voice low and tight. "My home. The one damn place I thought was safe." Darren glanced at her, his tone uncharacteristically serious. "Rose, you know Draven didn't give a damn about your furniture. He was after Argoz and the gem." "That doesn't make it any better," she snapped, the fire flickering briefly around her fingertips before she pulled it back. "That house was mine. My rules, my space, my everything." The lieutenant shifted slightly, his voice calm but firm. "It was a strategic target, Rose. The wards around the Brownstone were formidable. Draven's forces may have targeted it for more than just Argoz." Rose's jaw tightened, and she turned her gaze to the glowing runes etched into the bar's counter. It wasn't just a target. It was a home. My home. And now it's gone. The weight of her words hung in the air, and for a moment, the bustling bar seemed to grow quieter around them. Even Silas, who rarely showed emotion, paused in his usual motions behind the counter to glance at her with something resembling sympathy. Darren sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, I get it. Losing your place sucks. But sitting here isn't going to fix anything. You want payback? Let's go find out what they missed." Rose looked up at him sharply, her eyes glowing faintly with anger. "You think I'm just going to let this go? Draven sent his people to destroy what I built, to tear apart my life, and you think I'm not ready to hit back?" Darren smirked faintly, leaning in closer. "Oh, I know you're ready to hit back. I'm just saying you'll hit harder if you know what you're aiming for." Rose exhaled slowly, the fire dimming in her eyes as she straightened. "We're going back to the Brownstone. If there's anything left, anything at all, I want it. And if Draven's people left even a trace of themselves behind, I'll burn them out of existence." The lieutenant nodded. "I'll handle the wards and any remaining traps." "But Rose," he added, his tone softening slightly, "this isn't just about vengeance. If there's information to be gleaned from the attack, we need to take it." Silas slid a small rune-inscribed orb across the counter. "This will help with that. It's attuned to detect lingering magic, wards, curses, or otherwise." Rose picked it up, her fingers curling tightly around it. "Thanks, Silas." As she stood, Darren grabbed his shotgun from the counter and slung it over his shoulder. "Guess we're going house hunting. You ready for this?" Rose turned to him, her expression hard and unyielding. "I was born ready." The group stepped onto the quiet street leading to the Brownstone. The faint smell of smoke and scorched wood lingered in the air, and the sky above seemed dimmer, as if the world itself mourned the destruction. Darren adjusted Thunderstrike on his shoulder, his usual smirk nowhere to be found. As they approached the remains of the house, an unnatural stillness settled around them. The Brownstone, though battered and burned, seemed to breathe. The walls shifted subtly, cracks mending themselves slowly, like flesh healing over wounds. The air buzzed faintly with magic, heavy and almost sorrowful. "What the hell is that?" Darren muttered, stopping short. "Is it alive?" The lieutenant placed a hand on Darren's arm, his expression somber. "Not alive in the way you think. The enchantments are still active, though severely weakened. They're trying to restore the structure." Rose stepped forward, her armor still faintly glowing as she approached the house. Her movements were steady, purposeful, but her expression betrayed the emotions swirling beneath. The house seemed to shift slightly, as though recognizing her presence. The faint hum of magic grew louder, resonating like a low, mournful song. "It's in pain," Rose said softly, her voice catching. She placed a hand on the jagged edge of the doorframe, her fiery aura dimming as she closed her eyes. "It's trying to heal itself." The group watched in silence as the house responded to her touch. The hum smoothed into a softer vibration, and the shifting walls stilled, as though comforted by her presence. "Hey there," Rose whispered, her voice gentle. "It's me. I'm here." The faint glow of the enchantments pulsed in time with her words, the air growing warmer. Rose's fingers traced the edges of the doorframe as she stepped inside, the house seeming to shift and adjust to accommodate her movements. "I'm so sorry," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "You did everything you could. You protected us for so long, and you kept them safe when it mattered most. Thank you." The group exchanged glances, the lieutenant bowing his head slightly in respect, while Darren looked visibly uncomfortable, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Rose?" Darren began, his voice unusually hesitant. "Are you seriously talking to the house?" She turned to him, her fiery gaze soft but firm. "It's not just a house, Darren. It's a part of me. It protected what mattered most when I couldn't. You don't have to understand it, but you can respect it." Darren raised his hands in surrender, muttering under his breath. "Still creepy." Rose turned back to the house, her hand resting on the cracked wall. "The others are safe," she said, her voice steady. "You did your job, but I promise you, I'll rebuild. Stronger this time. I won't let them do this to you again." The house seemed to sigh, the faint hum of magic dimming further as though settling into a state of rest. The air grew lighter, and the tension in the room eased. After a moment, Rose stepped back, exhaling slowly. "Let's see what's left. If there's anything Draven's people didn't take, I want to know about it." Rose led the way deeper into the brownstone, her steps careful but purposeful. The interior was a wreck, burned walls, shattered furniture, and scorch marks crisscrossing the floor. Yet, despite the destruction, the house retained a sense of quiet resilience. The enchantments that had protected it for so long still pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Darren followed close behind, his eyes darting around as though expecting something to jump out at him. "If this place starts talking, I'm out," he muttered, earning a sharp look from Rose. "Focus, Darren," she said curtly. "We need to figure out what's salvageable." The lieutenant moved to the far side of the room, his sharp eyes scanning the damaged walls. "They weren't after material goods," he said thoughtfully, tracing the faint remnants of warding runes etched into the stone. "The damage here is deliberate, targeted at the wards and the structural integrity." Rose frowned, her fingers brushing over the charred remains of a bookshelf. "They wanted to break the house, not loot it." "Draven's forces weren't interested in trinkets," the lieutenant replied. "Their objective was Argoz and the gem. Everything else was secondary." Rose clenched her fists, the faint glow of fire flickering around her fingers. Then, why bother with this level of destruction? They could have grabbed her and run. "To send a message," the lieutenant said simply, turning to face her. "Draven doesn't just act, he postures. Destroying the Brownstone wasn't just about removing a safe haven. It was about showing dominance." "Yeah, well," Rose said, her voice tight, "he's going to regret it." Darren knelt by a half-collapsed table, sifting through the debris with his shotgun balanced on his shoulder. "Looks like they didn't bother ransacking the place. Whatever they wanted, they didn't find it here." "Or they didn't care to look," Rose said, stepping into what used to be her study. The desk was overturned, papers scattered across the floor, but the small safe embedded in the wall remained intact. She crouched down, running her hand over the faintly glowing runes protecting it. "The wards held here," she said quietly, almost to herself. "They couldn't get to it." "What's in there?" Darren asked, peering over her shoulder. "Stuff I don't want in the wrong hands," Rose replied, her fingers tracing the runes. The safe clicked softly, and the door swung open, revealing a collection of neatly organized scrolls, vials, and a small rune-inscribed dagger. The lieutenant stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he examined the items. "Magical artifacts. Were you hiding these from Draven?" "I was hiding them from everyone," Rose said bluntly, pulling the dagger out and inspecting it. "This one's designed to counter dark magic. I never had to use it, but it might come in handy now." Darren whistled low. "You've been holding out on us, Rose." She ignored him, tucking the dagger into her belt and carefully closing the safe. "The rest stays here. I'll reinforce the wards once we're done. If Draven tries to come back, he won't get a second chance." The lieutenant nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The house may recover on its own given enough time, but additional reinforcement wouldn't hurt. If Draven's men return, we'll be ready." Rose turned to face them, her eyes blazing with determination. "We're not waiting for him to come back. This time we take the fight to him." Darren leaned against a half-collapsed support beam, his shotgun casually slung over his shoulder. He looked around the ruined room with an exaggerated shake of his head, his expression equal parts amused and skeptical. "So, Rose," he began, his tone dripping with mock curiosity, "where exactly does one go to fix an enchanted house? I mean, I've been to Lowe's, Home Depot, even a shady hardware store or two, but I don't recall seeing an enchanted lumber aisle." Rose paused, turning slowly to fix him with an unimpressed stare. "Darren." "What?" he said, grinning. "I'm serious. Do they have magic nails? Maybe some cursed drywall? How about spectral roofing tiles?" The lieutenant raised an eyebrow, clearly unsure whether to laugh or roll his eyes. "This isn't the time for jokes." "Who's joking?" Darren shot back, gesturing around the room. "You people and your magical everything. It's like I stepped into a fantasy novel. Meanwhile, I'm here with my trusty 12-gauge, wondering if I'm supposed to shoot the walls back into shape." Rose pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling slowly. "Darren, I don't need your stand-up routine right now." "Hey, I'm just saying," he continued, his grin widening. "If you've got a list of mystical suppliers, now's the time to share. Otherwise, I'm breaking out the duct tape and calling it a day." Rose sighed, though a faint smirk tugged at her lips despite herself. "The house is enchanted, Darren. It doesn't need your duct tape. It needs time, and a little help from someone who knows what they're doing." Darren straightened, gesturing dramatically to himself. "Well, I know my way around a hammer, and if the house starts talking back, I'll let you handle the customer service complaints." The Lieutenant Arundel finally cracked a faint smile, shaking his head. "You're incorrigible." Rose rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress the faint warmth of amusement in her voice. "Just don't touch anything you don't understand, which in your case is everything." Darren gave her a mock salute. "Yes, ma'am. I'll leave the magic mumbo-jumbo to you." Darren glanced toward the gaping doorway, the edges charred and splintered from the earlier attack. He tilted his head, gesturing at the ruined frame with his shotgun. "You know, Rose, I'm just saying, if we leave this wide open, some dude with a shopping cart full of hubcaps is going to set up shop by morning." Rose shot him a look. "It's warded. No one's getting in." "Uh-huh," Darren said, clearly unconvinced. "And I'm sure the wards are going to stop a determined raccoon with a thirst for chaos. Maybe we should at least slap some plywood over it. Or better yet, conjure up one of those fancy magical doors that lock themselves." Rose groaned, turning to Lieutenant Arundel. "You're hearing this, right?" The elf raised an eyebrow, clearly fighting back a smirk. "He has a point. The wards may be sufficient against Draven's forces, but leaving the entrance exposed could attract unwanted attention." "Unwanted attention?" Darren repeated, grinning. "Pretty sure we already got that covered. You know, what with the house being half destroyed and all." Rose exhaled sharply, her patience visibly wearing thin. "Fine, we'll cover the door, but if you suggest using duct tape, I'm setting you on fire." "Noted," Darren said, grinning wider. "Guess I'll have to make do with bungee cords and a tarp." Rose turned to Lieutenant Arundel. "Can you reinforce the wards around the entrance? Make sure nothing and no one can get through until I fix it properly." The elf nodded, already moving to inspect the doorway. "Consider it done." "Great," Rose said, turning back to Darren. "And you? You're on raccoon duty." Darren saluted with his shotgun. "Yes, ma'am. I'll keep the furry bandits at bay." The portal shimmered closed behind them as the group stepped into the Echo Division workshop. The tension from the recent battle still hung over them like a heavy cloud, though the familiar hum of mystical energy from the facility provided a momentary sense of calm. The pack's wolves moved through the space, their presence grounding yet alert, reflecting the unease that lingered among the team. Clara immediately moved toward the war room, her expression sharp and focused as she set the enchanted staff of light against the table. Ashley followed closely, Beta at her side, while Darren trailed behind, dragging his boots slightly but still managing a grin. "Well, that was fun," Darren quipped, tossing Thunderstrike onto a nearby counter. "You know, if your definition of fun is being outnumbered and having magical chaos flung at you." Clara shot him a look over her shoulder. "Not the time, Darren." "Just saying," he muttered, raising his hands defensively as he plopped into a chair. "This team-building exercise thing is getting a little extreme." Rose, still clad in her armour, stepped forward, placing the rune-inscribed dagger she'd recovered from the Brownstone onto the table. "The captain escaped," she said bluntly. "Draven's forces hit the Brownstone hard, but their focus was on destruction and Argoz." Clara nodded, her expression grim. "They wanted the gem. That much is clear." Ashley folded her arms, her tone frustrated. "And they didn't care about collateral damage. The Brownstone was just a target to send a message." Rose's jaw tightened and she glanced toward Clara. "The house is trying to heal itself. It held long enough to protect Argoz and the others, but it'll take time to recover." "And Argoz?" Clara asked, her voice softening slightly. "She's shaken, but she held her own," Rose replied. "The gem protected her, and she got Caleb and Evelyn to safety. But we're running out of time to figure out why Draven wants it so badly." The Lieutenant Arundel, who had remained quiet until now, stepped forward. "Draven's captain is more cunning than he appears. This attack was calculated to gauge our response. He'll strike again. And soon." Ashley exhaled sharply. "Then we need to be ready. The enchanted rounds made a difference, but we'll need more firepower if they hit us on multiple fronts." Darren leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "So, same song, different verse. Prep for another round of magical mayhem. Great." Clara's hazel eyes locked onto him. "We don't have the luxury of complaints. The pack is counting on us to stay sharp. You and Thunderstrike made a difference out there, Darren. Let's keep it that way." Darren grinned faintly, nodding. "Fair enough, boss." Clara turned her attention to Rose. "We need to analyse the wards that held at the Brownstone. If there's anything left of their magic, it could give us insight into how Draven's forces operate." Rose nodded. "The wards were stronger than I thought. I'll head back there tomorrow and start reinforcing what's left." The Lieutenant Arundel interjected. "We should also focus on bolstering our defences here. If Draven decides to escalate, the workshop could be a target." Clara's expression darkened slightly, her tone resolute. "Agreed. We'll coordinate with Desera and Sophia to tighten security across the board. Draven isn't going to catch us off guard again." As the tension in the war room began to settle, Rose pushed back from the table. The edges of her fiery demeanour softened, replaced by a glimmer of concern as she glanced toward the hallway leading to the medical bay. "I'm going to check on them," she said, her voice quieter than usual. She turned to Clara, who nodded in understanding. "Evelyn's stable," Clara said. "She's resting, but Caleb, he's in critical condition. Jules working on him now, but the weapon that hit him, it was imbued with dark magic. He'll need more than what we can provide here." Rose's jaw tightened, her fists clenching at her sides. "I should have gotten to him sooner. I should have—" "Don't," Clara interrupted, her tone firm but kind. "This wasn't your fault, Rose. You did everything you could." Before Rose could argue, Lieutenant Arundel stepped forward, his expression thoughtful. "Dark magic is insidious, but I may be able to help. I've seen similar wounds in the Silver Leaf campaigns. If the enchantment isn't too deeply rooted, I can counter it." Rose's fiery gaze locked onto him, a mix of hope and skepticism in her eyes. "You're sure?" "As sure as one can be with dark magic," Arundel replied. But it will require focus and Caleb's strength. He'll need to fight as much as I do. Rose nodded, her determination returning. Then do it. Whatever you need, just fix him. I'll prepare immediately, Arundel said, inclining his head before leaving to gather his supplies. Clara placed a hand on Rose's shoulder. While he's working on Caleb, you should get some rest. Rose shook her head. Not until I see them. The soft hum of enchanted machinery filled the room as Rose entered, her gaze immediately falling on Evelyn. The young witch lay on a cot, her face pale but peaceful, her spellbook clutched tightly to her chest, even in sleep. A faint blue glow lingered around her, a sign of the defensive magic she'd cast during the fight. Jewel approached, her hands glowing with a faint golden light. She's stable, the healer said gently. She just needs rest. Her body took a hit, but her magic held up well. Rose exhaled, her shoulders relaxing slightly. She moved closer, brushing a stray lock of hair from Evelyn's face. You did good, kid, she whispered. Better than most would have. Her gaze shifted to the other cot, where Caleb lay surrounded by an array of glowing runes and medical equipment. His breathing was shallow, his face pale, and a dark, jagged wound stretched across his chest. The sight made Rose's heart clench. Jewel sighed, her expression grim. The blade that struck him was cursed. It's trying to spread through his system, but we've slowed it for now. Arundel believes he can counter it. He'd better, Rose said, her voice low and edged with fire. Caleb doesn't deserve this. He's a fighter, Jewel said gently. He'll pull through. Rose nodded, but her fiery determination couldn't mask the worry in her eyes. She lingered by Caleb's side, her hand hovering near his before pulling back. Clara's offer. As Rose left the medical bay, Clara met her at the door. The Alpha's hazel eyes were steady, filled with quiet strength. You're staying here tonight, Clara said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Rose hesitated, crossing her arms. I'm fine. No, you're not, Clara replied. Your house is gone and your team is here. We've got room, take it. Rose sighed, rubbing the back of her neck. You're relentless, you know that. Clara smirked faintly. It's my job. Now come on, I'll show you where you're staying. Lieutenant Arundel treats Caleb. The medical bay quieted as Lieutenant Arundel stepped inside, his movements measured and purposeful. His silver armor gleamed faintly in the warm light, but his expression was somber. Clara entered with him, her presence steady as she watched from the doorway. Arundel approached Caleb's cot, his piercing green eyes narrowing as he examined the dark magic laced within the jagged wound. Jewel stood nearby, her hands still glowing faintly, prepared to assist if needed. This enchantment is cruel, Arundel muttered, his voice low. Designed to cling to its victim and spread like a poison. But it's not invincible. He knelt beside Caleb, placing one hand gently on the injured man's chest. His other hand hovered over the wound, glowing with a soft golden light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with Caleb's shallow breaths. Arundel began to murmur in Elvish, his voice melodic and resonant, as a series of intricate runes formed in the air above the wound. The dark energy writhed in response, resisting his efforts, but Arundel's focus didn't waver. His voice grew louder, the runes glowing brighter until they burned with a radiant gold. Caleb groaned softly, his body twitching, but the cursed energy began to recede, the jagged edges of the wound smoothing under the elf's magic. Hold on, Caleb, Arundel murmured, his tone firm but soothing. You're stronger than this. After what felt like an eternity, the dark magic dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing into the air. Arundel's shoulders sagged slightly as he exhaled, his hands falling to his sides. It's done, he said, looking to Jewel. The curse is gone, but he'll need time to recover. Jewel nodded, already moving to stabilize Caleb's condition. Thank you, she said softly. You may have just saved his life. Arundel stood, turning to Clara, who gave him a small nod of approval. Well done. she said simply. Argoz and Rose are shown to their rooms. Meanwhile, Rose and Argoz followed Clara through the quiet corridors of the Echo Division headquarters. The Pack's domain was both rugged and welcoming, with a warmth that contrasted with its tactical precision. "Your room's this way," Clara said, gesturing toward a door near the end of the hallway. She opened it to reveal a cozy space with a simple bed, a sturdy desk, and a window overlooking the forest beyond. The soft glow of enchanted lighting gave it a calming atmosphere. Rose stepped inside, her sharp eyes scanning the room. "It's nice," she admitted reluctantly. "Thanks." Clara leaned against the doorframe, her expression softening. "You've been through a lot tonight. Get some rest, Rose. You'll need it." Rose smirked faintly, though the exhaustion was clear in her posture. Yeah. Don't get all sentimental on me." Clara chuckled, shaking her head as she turned to Argoz. "Your room's just across the hall. Follow me." Argoz nodded, clutching the gem tightly as she trailed behind Clara. The goblin-turned-human looked around nervously, still adjusting to the strange warmth of Echo Division's headquarters. When Clara opened the door to her room, Argoz hesitated. "This is mine?" "For as long as you need it," Clara replied. "You're part of the team now, Argoz, and we take care of our own." Argoz stepped inside slowly, her yellow eyes scanning the space. It wasn't extravagant, but it was safe. "Thank you," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Clara nodded. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow we start figuring out our next move." As Clara walked away, Argoz sat on the edge of the bed, the gem pulsing faintly in her hand. For the first time in days, a small flicker of hope began to take root. The portal shimmered with radiant light as Gunnar and Eli stepped through, the pull of inter-realm travel releasing them into the heart of Alpheum. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of ancient forests and a hum of magic that seemed to resonate with every breath. They emerged into a grand hall of silver and green, its vaulted ceilings etched with intricate runes that glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. The room exuded a sense of timelessness, its beauty and precision unmistakably elven. Around them, enchanted wards shimmered subtly along the walls, their protective energy palpable. At the far end of the hall, Eliana stood waiting. Her staff rested lightly in her hand, and her platinum hair shimmered like liquid starlight in the ambient glow. Beside her stood two elven guards, their polished armor reflecting the faint light of the runes. As the portal closed behind them, its hum faded into silence. Gunnar immediately noted the new defenses, enchanted barriers woven into the very stone, guards stationed at every exit, and an air of heightened vigilance. His sharp blue eye swept the hall, his cybernetic hand flexing unconsciously. Eliana stepped forward, her serene expression tempered with a touch of urgency. "Gunnar, Eli, welcome back to Alpheum." Gunnar gave a small nod, his gaze lingering on the guards and glowing wards. "This is new," he said, his voice calm but questioning. "What's with all the extra security?" Eliana inclined her head slightly, her tone measured. "The Council has acted in response to recent events. The balance between realms is more precarious than ever, and we cannot afford to take chances." Eli, standing beside Gunnar, folded her arms as her violet eyes scanned the glowing runes. "Fancy work," she muttered, her tone tinged with admiration. "But it makes me wonder, what's got the Council so jumpy?" Eliana's expression grew guarded, her gaze briefly flicking to the guards before returning to them. "Come," she said, gesturing for them to follow. "The Council is waiting, and they'll explain everything." The guards parted with disciplined precision, their gleaming silver armor catching the soft light. Gunnar fell into step beside Eliana, his boots echoing faintly on the polished stone. Eli trailed slightly behind, her gaze still roaming the hall with a mix of curiosity and caution. "Let me guess," Gunnar said, his tone low and even. "This is about the growing mess back on Earth." Eliana's eyes flickered with something unreadable, but she didn't slow her pace. "It's part of it," she admitted, "but the Council's concerns extend beyond Earth alone. You'll understand once you hear their decision." Gunner's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more. Beside him, Eli adjusted the gear slung over her shoulder, her expression calm but alert. The faint hum of the hall's magic grew louder as they approached a set of towering double doors at the far end. As the guards moved to open the doors, Eliana turned to Gunner and Eli, her voice soft but firm. "The Council has begun acting on your requests. Be prepared. They'll expect answers as much as they'll give them." The towering double doors creaked open with a low, resonant groan, revealing a vast circular chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. High above, a domed ceiling shimmered with constellations that seemed to shift and pulse, mirroring the Council's magical presence. Around the room, 12 seated guardians watched the new arrivals, their expressions ranging from serene curiosity to steely appraisal. At the head of the room sat Malorion, the Council's leader, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Gunner stepped forward, his movements measured, his cybernetic arm gleaming faintly in the chamber's soft light. Eli walked just behind him, her violet eyes scanning the room, taking in the intricate carvings, the silent power that seemed to hum in the very air. "Gunner of Echo Division," Malorion intoned, his voice deep and commanding, filling the chamber with an effortless authority, and Eli, wielder of technomancy and elven kin. "You are here at our summons, yet the foundation of this meeting rests on your requests." Gunner stopped in the center of the room, his stance firm but respectful. He inclined his head slightly. "Malorion, Guardians of Alpheum, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you." Eliana stepped to his side, taking her place as his advocate, her presence a steady anchor in the room's charged atmosphere. "Gunner's requests are critical, Malorion. The threats against Earth and the balance between realms are escalating. Time is not a luxury we have." A murmur rippled through the Council, quiet but audible. One of the Guardians, an elf with silver streaks in his hair, leaned forward. "Your reports of incursions on Earth are troubling, yes, but what makes these any different from the countless conflicts we've seen over the centuries? Why does this warrant such unprecedented action?" Gunner's blue eye locked on the speaker, his voice calm but resolute. "Because it's not just Earth that's at stake. It's the balance of all realms, Ravina's growing power, her use of supernatural drugs to enslave others, and the unchecked movements of forces like Draven's men aren't isolated problems. They're pieces of a larger game, one we can't afford to lose." Another Guardian, a stern-faced woman with piercing golden eyes, spoke next. "And yet, your solution is to request permanent access to Alpheum through a maintained portal, to station our guards in your world. You ask for a great deal, Gunner." Eli stepped forward, her voice steady and sharp. "And what do you think will happen if Earth falls? You think the chaos will stay contained? We've seen it. These threats don't stop at borders or realms. If Earth becomes a battleground, the spillover will hit every connected plane, including Alpheum." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over the Guardians. Malorion, his expression unreadable, finally spoke. "We have already begun to honor parts of your request. The portal is secured, and elven guards have been stationed to protect it. But the matter of ongoing resources, particularly the artisan's aid, is still under debate." Aliena turned her gaze to the Guardians, her voice carrying a quiet intensity. "The artisan's work is not a luxury. Enchanted ammunition, reinforced armor, tools designed to counteract growing threats, they are necessities. If we deny Gunner and his team this support, we are turning our backs on allies who have stood against darkness time and again." Before anyone could respond, the faint hum of a talisman echoed in the chamber. Gunner reached for the device at his side, his expression sharpening as he activated it. Desira's voice came through, tense and urgent. "Gunner, Draven's men attacked the Brownstone. Argoz and the others made it out, but the house is in ruins. Caleb is critical, and Evelyn's injured. They went after the gem." The room grew still as Gunner processed the words. He exhaled slowly, his voice steady but edged with controlled anger. "Understood. Keep everyone safe. We'll handle it." He deactivated the talisman and turned back to the council, his blue eye blazing. "This isn't theoretical. Draven's men just launched an attack on one of our own. They were after the gem, and they left devastation behind. If you needed proof of the stakes, there it is." Malarion's gaze remained steady, but the tension in the room was palpable. Eliana stepped closer, her voice firm. "The time for debate has passed. The council must act. Gunner and his team are the first line of defense, not just for Earth, but for all realms. If we fail to support them now, we risk losing far more than a single battle." The chamber was silent for a long moment before Malloриon raised his hand, silencing the murmurs that had begun among the Guardians. "You've made your case, and recent events leave little room for doubt. The council will deliberate, but know this: we do not make such decisions lightly." Gunner gave a curt nod. "I'm not asking for anything lightly. I'm asking for what's needed to win." With that, the meeting adjourned, the tension lingering like a storm on the horizon. The moon hung high in the Alpheum sky, its silvery light filtering through the delicate latticework of Eliana's residence. The serene beauty of the elven architecture stood in sharp contrast to the tension lingering in the air. Gunner leaned against the intricately carved railing of the balcony, his cybernetic arm reflecting the glow of the moonlight. Beside him, Eli sat cross-legged on a low bench, absently tinkering with a small enchanted device, her violet eyes sharp despite the weariness etched into her features. Inside, the soft hum of magical wards rippled faintly as Eliana prepared tea, her movements deliberate and calm, but the atmosphere shifted when a soft knock echoed through the chamber door. Eliana glanced at Gunner and Eli before setting the teapot down and moving to open it. Standing on the threshold was Malloриon, his tall frame cloaked in deep green robes adorned with the insignia of the Guardian Council. His expression, as ever, was composed, but the weight of his presence filled the room. "Malloриon," Eliana said, inclining her head respectfully. "Come in." He stepped inside, the faint glow of his magic radiating subtly as the wards recognized his authority. His sharp eyes swept the room, briefly acknowledging Gunner and Eli with a nod before returning to Eliana. "The council has reached a decision." Gunner straightened, his gaze locking onto Malloриon. "Let me guess. Strings attached." Malorion's lips quirked in what might have been amusement. "Naturally, the council has approved your request to send an artisan to Earth. However, they have made it clear that this is as much a learning opportunity for Alpheum as it is a chance to assist your efforts." Eli set her device down, interest sparking in her violet eyes. "A learning opportunity? Sounds like they're hedging their bets." Malloриon met her gaze evenly. "Perhaps, but Alpheum has always valued knowledge and innovation. Your unique blend of technology and magic intrigues the council. The artisan will be instructed to work alongside you, Eli, to expand their understanding of Earth's methods while contributing their expertise to your cause." Eliana stepped forward, her serene expression unshaken. "And who will they send?" "Alatheris," Malloриon said, "a master in enchantment and forging, skilled in integrating magical properties into physical constructs." Eli tilted her head, her interest deepening. "Sounds promising." Gunner folded his arms across his chest, his blue eye narrowing. "And what's the catch?" Malorion's expression grew serious. "The artisan will be observing as much as assisting. The council expects progress, but they also expect boundaries to be respected. Alatheris' allegiance remains with Alpheum, and the council will be monitoring the arrangement closely. Eliana inclined her head, her tone calm but resolute. That's fair. The council is showing trust in sending an artisan a tool. Melorion turned to Gunnar, his piercing gaze locking with the Alphas. This is your chance to prove your requests were justified. Show the council that this collaboration is worth pursuing. Gunnar nodded once, his jaw tightening. We'll make it work. Satisfied, Melorion looked to Eliana. You and Gunnar will negotiate the terms with Alatheris upon their arrival tomorrow. I'll return to the council to ensure all is prepared. Eliana placed a hand lightly on her staff, her tone carrying quiet determination. We'll handle it. Melorion's gaze softened slightly as he looked at her. I trust you will. He turned toward the door, pausing briefly. The stakes are high, Eliana. Don't let the council down. As the door closed behind him, the room fell silent. Eli broke the quiet with a dry chuckle. Great. A council spy disguised as an artisan. This should be fun. Gunnar gave her a sharp look, but there was no heat in it. You'll manage, just don't blow them up. Eli smirked, picking up her device again. No promises. Eliana watched the exchange with a faint smile before turning to Gunnar. This is a step forward, one we desperately need. Gunnar nodded, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Yeah, let's hope it's enough. The golden light of Alfiem's morning bathed the ancient stonework of the council chambers, its warmth a stark contrast to the weighty decisions made within. Gunnar, Eliana, and Eli stood near the chamber's entrance, their expressions varying shades of calm anticipation. The council's decision had been made, and now they awaited their new collaborator. The soft sound of footsteps echoed through the room as Alatheris entered, his presence commanding but not ostentatious. Clad in robes adorned with shimmering runic embroidery, he exuded a sense of mastery and precision. His silver hair, tied neatly back, framed sharp angular features, and his piercing green eyes held the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to excelling. He paused a few steps away from the group, inclining his head toward Eliana first, then Gunnar and Eli. Eliana Vale, he began, his tone both respectful and deliberate. I see your hand in this arrangement. It's good to know this collaboration has an advocate I can trust. Eliana inclined her head gracefully. Master Alatheris, your presence honors us. The work ahead will benefit greatly from your expertise. Alatheris's gaze shifted to Gunnar, appraising the rugged alpha with calm intensity. And you must be Gunnar, the one whose request brought me here. I'll admit, the council's decision to send me to Earth was unconventional. But I see their reasoning now. Gunnar crossed his arms, his expression neutral but sharp. Glad to hear it. Just so we're clear, this isn't some academic exercise. We've got real threats to deal with and we'll need results. Alatheris's lips curved into a faint smile, his tone steady. I assure you, I am not here to waste time. My craft is forged in the fires of necessity, not theory. Eli, who had been silently observing, stepped forward, her violet eyes narrowing with curiosity. And what about working with tech? I've got plenty of unconventional ideas, and I need someone who can keep up. Alatheris turned his attention to her, his expression thoughtful. Technology is uncharted territory for me, but I approach all disciplines with the same principle, precision and adaptation. I look forward to understanding your methods. Eli smirked, crossing her arms. Good, because we're not exactly the by-the-book type around here. Eliana stepped between them, her tone gentle but firm. The council has entrusted us with this collaboration because of our unique strengths. Alatheris, your mastery of enchantments will complement Eli's ingenuity. Together you can achieve what neither could alone. Alatheris inclined his head slightly. A fair assessment. I am ready to begin when you are. They moved to a smaller, more private chamber, where Aletharis spread out several enchanted blueprints on a crystalline table. Each one depicted designs for weapons, armor, and tools enhanced with glowing runic inscriptions. "These are prototypes I've developed," Aletharis explained, his tone measured. "Armor that adapts to the wearer's movements, shields that absorb and redirect energy, and weaponry capable of neutralizing supernatural entities without collateral damage." Eli leaned over the blueprints, her curiosity piqued. "Impressive. But we'll need to integrate some Earth tech into these designs if we want them to work against what we're facing." Aletharis nodded. "That's why I'm here. To learn your methods and refine my craft accordingly." And Gunnar, standing at the edge of the table, studied the designs with a critical eye. "And what's the Council expecting in return?" "They want documentation of our progress," Aletharis replied. "Every breakthrough, every failure, it will serve as a foundation for future collaborations." Gunnar's jaw tightened slightly. "As long as it doesn't slow us down." Eliana placed a calming hand on his arm. "The Council understands the urgency of our situation, Gunnar. Aletharis is here to help, not hinder." Aletharis's green eyes flicked between them, a hint of amusement softening his sharp features. "I can assure you I have no intention of being a burden." Gunnar exhaled, nodding curtly. "Good. Then let's get to work." As the meeting drew to a close, the senior council member rose from his seat, his regal presence commanding the room. His voice carried the weight of finality. "The council has deliberated and reached a decision. While Master Aletharis will depart for Earth to oversee and advance your requests directly, the artisans of Alpheum will continue to support the production of enchanted ammunition. The efforts you've initiated, Gunnar, will not go unfinished." A ripple of agreement passed through the council. Another member added, "The expertise of our artisans will ensure the ammunition meets the highest standards, and additional resources will be allocated to expedite production." Gunnar inclined his head, his tone respectful but firm. "Your support means a lot. We'll put it to good use. Every piece of ammo you send will save lives." The senior council member's sharp gaze softened slightly. "See that it does. Alpheum's involvement is not without risk, but your work reminds us of the shared stakes across all realms." Eliana stepped forward, her serene voice adding a final note of unity. "With this partnership, we strengthen not just our defenses, but the bonds between our worlds. Let us honor that." Aletharis collected his designs and tools, nodding once to the council before stepping aside to join the group. "I'll ensure their trust in us is well placed." With the council's formalities complete, the group filed out of the chamber, their strides purposeful. As they moved through Alpheum's radiant corridors, Eliana turned to Gunnar and Eli. "This is only the beginning," she said softly. "What we've accomplished here today will ripple outward, but there's still much to do." Gunnar's cybernetic fingers flexed as he nodded. "Then let's get back to it." The faint hum of the portal's energy faded as Gunnar and Eli stepped into the secure facility of Echo Division. The cool, sterile air carried a sense of urgency that was unmistakable. Gunnar barely had time to adjust to the familiar surroundings before Desera appeared, her stride purposeful and her expression grim. "Gunnar," she said, her tone clipped, "we need to talk. Now." He nodded, his jaw tightening. "What happened?" "Too much," Desera replied as she motioned for him and Eli to follow. "The war room." They strode down the corridor, Eli glancing at Gunnar with a mix of curiosity and concern. The tension in Desera's posture was palpable, and the unspoken weight of her words pressed heavily on them both. As they entered the war room, the large central table flickered to life, holographic displays illuminating the space. Photos, videos, and tactical overlays filled the air, each one more damning than the last. "First," Desera began, tapping the console to bring up an image of the Shadow Realm bar and the Brownstone. "Draven's men launched a coordinated assault. Their target was Argoz." The images shifted, showing the aftermath: shattered doors, scorch marks, and the remnants of a brutal fight. Photos of Caleb and Evelyn, injured and bound during the chaos, appeared on the screen. Rose and Darren held the line at the Shadow Realm bar. Argoz managed to rescue Caleb and Evelyn with help from Rose, but Caleb's injuries were severe. He's stable now, but barely. Gunner's cybernetic fingers flexed, his expression hardening. And the Brownstone? Desira's lips thinned as she pulled up another set of images. Destroyed, completely ransacked. It looks like they were searching for something, likely the gem Argoz carries. But they didn't take much. It was about destruction and sending a message. Eli frowned, her arms crossed. That doesn't sound like Draven's usual MO. He's calculated. This feels reckless. Desira nodded. It gets worse. She swiped to a new set of visuals, grainy surveillance footage of Ravina's forces attacking a heavily fortified prison. The footage showed thralls swarming the gates, overwhelming the guards with brutal efficiency. Explosions rocked the structure and smoke billowed into the night sky. Ravina, Desira said, her voice colder now, launched an assault on the secure prison. She freed Trinity, the trader, and every other high-value detainee we've been holding there. The footage zoomed in on Ravina, her silhouette commanding the chaos as her thralls tore through the facility. The last image was of Trinity, her eyes glowing with dark energy, walking through the smouldering gates beside Ravina. She's building an army, Desira continued, and with the trader and Trinity back in play, she has both tactical and supernatural assets at her disposal. Eli swore under her breath. And we just lost our secure containment. Perfect. Gunner's eye remained fixed on the images, his expression unreadable but charged with barely restrained anger. Casualties. Desira hesitated. Too many. The prison guards didn't stand a chance. Ravina didn't just free her allies. She made an example of anyone who tried to stop her. The room fell into a heavy silence, the weight of the information pressing down on them. Finally, Gunner exhaled sharply, his voice cutting through the tension. We need to regroup. Double down on defenses. This isn't just a fight anymore. It's a war. Desira nodded. Already activated the reserves. They'll be operational within the hour. Clara is organizing the pack to bolster security around our critical sites. Gunner turned to Eli. You're working with Alatheris now. We need every advantage we can get. Start with upgrades to our containment protocols and defenses. Eli gave a quick nod. On it. Desira, Gunner said, his tone firm, keep a close eye on our remaining assets. If Ravina's bold enough to hit the prison, she might target our other resources next. Desira straightened. Understood. And, Gunner, there's something else. He raised a brow. What? She tapped the console, pulling up a final image, a swirling, ominous portal next to the prison location. This appeared during the prison attack. Preliminary analysis suggests it's connected to somewhere we haven't figured out yet. We don't know if Ravina has figured out how to access the realms or if she's working with someone who has. Gunner's jaw clenched. Get me more intel. If she's messing with portals, it's only a matter of time before things escalate even further. Desira nodded sharply. You'll have it. For now, focus on regrouping. Gunner's gaze swept over the team, his determination palpable. We're not letting this spiral out of control. Get to work, and keep me updated on Caleb's condition. As the team dispersed, the war room's lights dimmed slightly, leaving Gunner standing at the table, his cybernetic fingers tightening into a fist. This isn't over, he muttered, his voice low but resolute. Not by a long shot. The war room buzzed with focused energy as Gunner stood at the central table, his sharp gaze scanning the displays. The aftermath of Ravina's attack and the stakes it raised weighed heavily on everyone present. Shade leaned against the wall, his shadowy figure blending into the dim corners of the room, while Karina stood nearby, her piercing violet eyes fixed on Gunner. Gunner's cybernetic fingers tapped against the table as he addressed them. Shade, Karina, you're going to the prison. Sophia's team is already on site, but I need you to dig deeper. We need answers. How Ravina breached the defenses, how the portal was opened, and any traces of what she's planning next. Shade's dark eyes flickered with intrigue, though his tone remained calm. Coordinating with Sophia's team? They love us, I'm sure. Gunner's expression hardened, ignoring the sarcasm. You're not there to make friends. You're there to find leads. Work with them where you can, but don't let red tape slow you down. Karina tilted her head, her voice sharp and focused. And if Ravina left behind any traps or magic? That's why you're going, Gunner replied. Between Shade's stealth and your abilities, you're the best shot we've got at uncovering anything supernatural. But be careful. If Ravina's involved, you can bet it won't be simple. Karina nodded, determination glinting in her eyes. Understood. Now, Gunner turned his attention to Darren, who was leaning casually against the far wall, his signature smirk firmly in place. Darren, I want the Wolfmobile ready yesterday. If Ravina's making moves this bold, we need to be mobile and armed. You know the drill. Darren straightened, his grin widening. Oh, I know the drill, all right. Just finished reinforcing the frame and slapping on that enchanted minigun turret. She's almost ready to roll, just needs a test run. Make it quick, Gunner said, his tone brooking no argument. We might need it sooner than later. Darren gave a mock salute. You got it, boss. The pack's ride will be good to go. Shade and Karina's departure. Gunner turned back to Shade and Karina. You leave in 20 minutes. Gather what you need and be ready. I don't want this dragging out. We need answers fast. Shade gave a faint nod, slipping into the shadows with his usual quiet efficiency. Karina lingered for a moment, her expression thoughtful. What if Ravina's plan isn't just about freeing prisoners? She asked. Gunner's jaw tightened. It's not, but that's why you're going to figure out what else she's after. Karina inclined her head, her voice resolute. We'll get it done. As she walked out, Gunner's gaze followed her for a moment before he turned back to the war room displays. The path ahead was treacherous, but he knew his team could handle it, if they worked together. Shade and Karina moved through the Echo Division corridors with quiet purpose. The faint hum of activity around them, a reminder of the stakes at hand. The secure portal room lay ahead, its runic walls glowing faintly with mystical energy. Shade walked with his usual ease, his movements as silent as his name implied, while Karina's every step radiated a controlled intensity. Shade broke the silence first, his voice low and laced with dry humour. You ever notice how these missions always start with find out what Ravina's up to and end with chaos? Karina shot him a glance, her violet eyes gleaming. Then let's make sure we end this one differently. As they stepped into the portal room, a technician greeted them with a nod, activating the runes that began weaving a shimmering pathway into the ether. The energy pulsed in a rhythmic pattern, resonating with the magic imbued in the structure. Coordinates locked, the technician said, stepping back. Karina adjusted the strap of her silver katana on her back, her fingers brushing the hilt. Do we know if the portal residue will still be there? Shade gave a slight shrug. If Ravina wanted to cover her tracks, it'll be gone. If she's arrogant, which she often is, we'll find something. Karina frowned. Arrogance isn't her weakness. It's calculated. She leaves just enough to lead us where she wants. That's why we're not following blindly, Shade countered, his tone sharper now. We're looking for cracks in her plan, not walking into her trap. Karina nodded, conceding the point. Fair enough. The portal shimmered brighter, casting ghostly reflections on their faces. Shade stepped forward, his form seeming to merge with the swirling energy as he moved. Karina followed, the pull of the portal's magic sending a faint hum through her bones. The transition was seamless yet disorienting, and when they stepped out the other side, the stark ruins of the prison greeted them. Smoke still lingered in the air, and the faint smell of scorched earth and metal clung to the atmosphere. Sophia's team had set up a perimeter, their vehicles and equipment forming a makeshift base around the smouldering wreckage. One of the agents spotted them and approached, her stance professional but wary. "Shade, Karina, we've been expecting you." Shade tilted his head, his dark eyes assessing her. "Good. Then you know we're here to do the digging you can't." The agent's lips pressed into a thin line, but she stepped aside. "We've secured the area, but it's a mess. Watch your step." As Shade and Karina moved deeper into the prison ruins, they saw the marks of Ravenar's brutal efficiency. Cells lay open, their bars twisted unnaturally. Sigils and scorch marks on the walls hinted at powerful magic used to breach the facility's defences. Karina stopped near a crumbled section of the wall, crouching to examine the ground. Her fingers brushed a faint residue, its dark shimmer catching the light. "Voidstone," she said softly. Shade crouched beside her, his gaze narrowing. "She left a trail. Either she didn't care, or she wanted us to find this." Karina's eyes darkened. "It's bait. She's daring us to follow." "Maybe," Shade said, straightening. "Or it's a distraction. We need to find the portal origin point." Karina stood, her hand resting on her katana. "Let's keep moving." Near the center of the prison, they found it. The remains of the portal. A massive scorch mark marred the ground, its edges crackling faintly with residual energy. Shade knelt, his fingers tracing the remnants of the runes that had anchored the portal. "This wasn't just Ravina's work," he said, his tone thoughtful. "This has Draven's signature all over it." Karina's expression tightened. "Draven and Ravina working together, that's worse than we thought." Shade nodded, his voice grim. "And it means whatever they're planning, it's not just about the prison break. This was a show of force, a warning." Karina glanced at the horizon, her hand gripping her katana tighter. "Then we need to warn Gunnar. They're coming for more than just us." Shade straightened, his shadowy form blending into the smoke and ruins. "We'll find their next move, and we'll make them regret it." Shade and Karina approached the makeshift command post set up by Sophia's team, a cluster of vehicles and portable monitors buzzing with activity. Agents moved with precision, their expressions tense but focused. The commanding officer, a stern-looking woman with greying hair and sharp blue eyes, stood near a table covered in maps and surveillance footage. She looked up as they approached, her gaze lingering on Shade before shifting to Karina. "You're the specialists. Echo Division sent." Shade smirked faintly, his dark eyes scanning the setup. "That's one way to put it." Karina stepped forward, her tone crisp. "What's the status?" The officer, identified by the name patch on her tactical gear as Commander Hart, folded her arms. "We've secured the perimeter and swept the area for survivors. No one was left behind. The portal residue you found is the strongest lead we have, but our tech can't decode the runes. That's why you're here." Shade exchanged a glance with Karina before responding. "What about the prisoners? Any sign of where they were taken?" Hart's jaw tightened. "No, the portal's collapse left no discernible trace of its destination. Whoever set this up didn't just want to break them out. They wanted to vanish without a trail." Karina frowned, her hand brushing the hilt of her katana. "And the guards? Survivors?" Hart hesitated. "Some, but most were neutralized during the breach. The ones who lived described an army, thralls heavily armed and clearly coordinated. They said the prisoners were taken quickly, with no hesitation." Karina's eyes narrowed. "Thralls. That confirms Ravina's involvement." Shade stepped closer to the table, his voice calm but sharp. "Did any of the guards mention a mage? Someone who could have anchored the portal?" Hart nodded, her expression grim. "Yes. Descriptions match someone we've seen in previous encounters. A tall man with Voidstone-enhanced abilities. He stayed near the portal while the others handled the prisoners." Karina exchanged a look with Shade, her tone grim. "That's our target." Shade scanned the maps and footage spread across the table, his sharp eyes catching subtle details. "Your cameras caught anything useful?" Hart gestured to a nearby monitor. "This is all we have. The mage neutralized most of our systems before the breach, but a few remote feeds stayed active. Karina stepped closer, watching as grainy footage played out. Thralls poured through the portal, overwhelming the guards in a matter of minutes. The mage stood at the center, his hands glowing with dark energy as he directed the operation. Ravina herself appeared briefly, her commanding presence unmistakable. "She was here," Karina muttered, her fists clenching. Shade nodded, his expression unreadable. "And she made sure we'd know it." Hart folded her arms. "What's your next move?" Karina's gaze hardened. "We find out where they're going next." Shade glanced at Hart. "We'll need access to your full report, every detail no matter how small. And keep your team on alert. If Ravina left any traces, she might send someone to clean them up." Hart hesitated but nodded. "You'll have everything we've got. But make no mistake, this isn't just about Ravina. Whatever she's planning, it's bigger than a prison break." Shade smirked faintly, his shadowy form seeming to ripple with quiet energy. "That's why we're here." As the conversation wound down, Karina turned to Shade, her voice low. "We need to get this intel back to Gunnar." Shade nodded, his tone thoughtful. "Agreed. But we also need to figure out why Ravina needed these prisoners so badly. This wasn't just about freeing her allies. This was about building something bigger." Karina's expression darkened. "And we'll stop her. Whatever it takes." Shade gave her a faint smile, his dark eyes gleaming. "That's the spirit!" As they prepared to leave, Hart handed them a tablet containing the gathered data. "Good luck. You're going to need it." Karina gave a sharp nod, her violet eyes burning with resolve. "We make our own luck." With that, they turned and headed back toward the portal, ready to bring their findings to Echo Division and prepare for the next step in the fight against Ravina. The garage door creaked open and Darren stepped inside, his boots echoing on the concrete floor. The usual hum of energy and the faint clatter of tools filled the space, but something was different. Eli was there, as expected, but she wasn't alone. Standing beside her, intently examining the schematics spread across the workbench, was a tall elf in shimmering, intricately patterned robes. Darren leaned casually against the doorway, crossing his arms. "Well, well, looks like our resident genius picked up an intern. I didn't think the council handed those out." Eli turned, already exasperated, but her lips quirked up faintly. "Darren, meet Alatheris. He's here to observe and learn, courtesy of the Guardian Council. Try to be nice." Alatheris turned, his expression calm but curious. "A pleasure to meet you," he said, inclining his head slightly. "Your facility is unconventional but intriguing." Darren smirked, stepping closer. "That's one way to put it. But I gotta ask, are you planning to do all this learning in those fancy robes? Or is that just your version of a mechanic's uniform?" Alatheris blinked, glancing down at his ornate attire. "These robes are enchanted for protection and durability. I see no issue with their suitability." "Sure," Darren said, nodding slowly, his tone dripping with mock seriousness. "But if oil stains are part of the enchantment package, I'm impressed. Tell you what, why don't I grab you a pair of coveralls? I'd hate to see you ruin all that fancy elf flair." Eli snorted, trying and failing to suppress a grin. Alatheris, to his credit, maintained his composure. "I appreciate your concern," he said evenly, "but I assure you, my attire will suffice." "You're cool," Darren replied, clearly enjoying himself. "Just don't come crying to me when you're scrubbing grease out of those sparkly runes." Eli clapped her hands together sharply, interrupting the banter. "All right, children, can we focus on the task at hand? The Wolfmobile needs an engine, and I need less talking and more doing." Darren grinned, grabbing a wrench and tossing it lightly in his hand. "You heard the boss? Alatheris. Time to roll up those enchanted sleeves and get to work." Alatheris raised an eyebrow but stepped forward, his gaze shifting to the engine on the stand. "Very well. Show me what needs to be done." Eli sighed, muttering under her breath as she handed Alatheris a tool. This is going to be interesting. A lesson in mechanics. Alatheris studied the engine on the stand with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The gleaming metal components, wires, and enchanted modifications were a stark contrast to the clean elegance of elven craftsmanship. He glanced at Eli, who was already pulling up a diagram on her tablet. This, she said, pointing to a glowing part of the schematic, is the kinetic energy regulator. It's delicate, and if you mess with it too much, we'll be looking at a small explosion. So be careful. Alatheris nodded solemnly, picking up a wrench and approaching the engine with an air of determination. Darren watched from the sidelines, leaning casually against the workbench with a smirk on his face. Careful there, Sparkles, Darren said, folding his arms. Engines bite back if you don't sweet-talk them first. Alatheris gave him a flat look but didn't respond, focusing instead on tightening a bolt that looked loose. The wrench slipped, sending his hand into the edge of the frame with a loud clang. Ah! Alatheris straightened, shaking his hand and glaring at the offending metal as though it had personally insulted him. Darren's laughter echoed through the workshop. Welcome to the world of mechanics, Your Highness. First rule of the garage, the engine always wins. Eli sighed, handing Alatheris a pair of gloves. Here, might help. And next time, try not to force it. You finesse the bolt into place, not battle it into submission. Alatheris accepted the gloves with a muttered thanks, slipping them on and returning to his task. His movements were more careful this time, though the unfamiliarity of the work was evident in his stiff posture. All right, next step, Eli said, pointing to another part of the engine. We need to attach the auxiliary power core. It's enchanted to boost energy flow, but it's heavy and finicky. Darren, grab that end. Alatheris, you're on stabilization. Darren straightened and moved to lift the core, grunting slightly as he shifted it into place. You weren't kidding about heavy, he muttered, adjusting his grip. Hey, Alatheris, mind giving me a hand here instead of staring at it like it's going to assemble itself? Alatheris quickly stepped in, holding the core steady as Eli guided them through the installation. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his immaculate robes had a streak of grease on the sleeve. You're doing fine, Eli said, her tone surprisingly encouraging. Just hold it steady while I secure the clamps. Darren glanced at Alatheris, his smirk returning. Not bad for a first-timer, though I'd say you're about 3 grease stains away from looking like a real mechanic. Alatheris ignored him, focusing intently on the task. With Eli's guidance, the core clicked into place, its enchanted runes glowing faintly as it powered up. There, Eli said, stepping back and wiping her hands on her apron. Not perfect, but good enough for now. We're making progress. Alatheris straightened, brushing at his robes with an air of dignity despite the smudges of grime. This mechanical work is more challenging than I anticipated, but I see its value. Welcome to the club, Darren said, clapping Alatheris on the shoulder. You survive a few more busted knuckles and oil baths, and you might even start liking it. Eli rolled her eyes, but a small smile played at her lips. All right, let's get this thing finished before Gunnar comes back and starts asking why it's still in pieces. With the auxiliary power core installed, the Wolfmobile was starting to look less like a project and more like a functioning vehicle. Eli wiped her forehead with the back of her hand and glanced at the engine stand, where the rest of the components waited. All right, she said, her voice carrying a mix of exhaustion and determination. Let's get this engine mounted. Darren, you're on lifting duty. Alatheris, grab the stabilizer brackets and be ready to secure them once it's in place. Lifting duty, huh? Darren said with a grin, flexing his arms theatrically. You just want an excuse to admire the guns. Eli shot him a flat look. You've got 2 jobs. Don't drop it, and don't break anything. Darren smirked but stepped up to the hoist, attaching the chains to the engine. With a steady pull on the lever, the heavy block began to rise, its polished metal gleaming under the garage lights. Alatheris moved quickly to position the brackets, his movements more confident after the earlier trial and error. Hold it steady, Eli called out, her eyes darting between the engine and the frame of the Wolfmobile. If it shifts even a little, we're going to have alignment issues. Relax, Keebler, Darren said, his voice strained as he carefully maneuvered the engine into place. I've got this. Alatheris stepped forward, securing the first bracket with a firm twist of the wrench. His earlier inexperience was giving way to a steady rhythm, and Eli gave a nod of approval. Good. Now, the second one. As Alatheris worked on the second bracket, the engine settled into its mounts with a satisfying clunk. Eli quickly moved in, tightening bolts and adjusting connections while Darren held the hoist steady. Almost there, Eli said, her tone focused. Darren, lower it a bit so I can connect the fuel lines. The engine dropped a fraction, and Eli's hands moved deftly, attaching lines and securing clamps. Alatheris handed her tools as needed, his keen eyes tracking her movements with growing understanding. Finally, Eli stepped back, wiping her hands on her apron. Okay, that's it. Everything's in place. Now let's see if this thing actually works. Darren grinned, rubbing his hands together. Moment of truth, huh? Should we say a prayer, or does the elf here have a magic chant for good luck? Alatheris arched an eyebrow. I believe competence is the best assurance of success. All right, philosopher, Darren quipped. Let's fire this baby up. Eli slid into the driver's seat, flipping switches and pressing buttons with practiced ease. The Wolfmobile's dashboard lit up, runes glowing faintly alongside the digital displays. She pressed the ignition and for a moment there was silence. Then, with a deep rumble, the engine roared to life. The entire vehicle vibrated as the enchanted core synced with the mechanical components, its power radiating through the frame. Yes! Eli exclaimed, her usual composure slipping for a moment as she grinned. It's alive! Darren let out a low whistle, patting the side of the Wolfmobile. Keebler, you've outdone yourself. This thing purrs like a kitten. A really angry, magical kitten. Alatheris stepped back, crossing his arms as he observed the humming vehicle. Impressive. Your methods may be unconventional, but the results speak for themselves. Eli slid out of the driver's seat, her grin fading slightly as she eyed the vehicle critically. It's not perfect, but it's ready. And just in time, too. Gunner's going to want this operational ASAP. Darren clapped his hands together. All right, team. Engines in. Wolfmobile's ready to roll. And nobody lost any fingers. I call that a win. Eli shook her head, but the faint smile on her face betrayed her amusement. Let's just hope it holds up in the field. The sterile hum of the medical bay greeted Gunner as he pushed through the heavy double doors, his boots echoing softly against the pristine tile floor. The room was bathed in a soft, diffused light, the glow of magical runes interspersed with advanced medical equipment. At the far end, Caleb lay in a recovery bed, his pallor improving, though his movements were still slow and deliberate. Seated near him were Rose, Argoz, and Evelyn, the latter perched on the edge of her chair, a journal balanced on her lap. Her colour had returned, and she seemed fully recovered, though the worry etched on her face suggested her focus remained on Caleb. Argoz sat with her arms crossed, the gem pulsing faintly under her touch, while Rose leaned casually against the wall, her usual smirk absent, replaced by a quiet intensity. Jewel stood by Caleb's bed, her hands glowing faintly as she performed a final scan with her enchanted medical wand. She looked up as Gunner approached, her sharp eyes softening at his presence. He's stable, Jewel said before Gunner could ask. The dark magic from the blade is dissipating, and his natural resilience is helping him heal faster than I anticipated. But he's not out of the woods yet. He'll need rest and time. Caleb stirred at the sound of her voice, his dark eyes fluttering open. He managed a faint smirk despite the exhaustion weighing him down. I'm tougher than I look, Doc. Jewel rolled her eyes but smiled. You're lucky is what you are. That blade could have done much worse. Gunnar stepped closer, his imposing presence drawing the attention of everyone in the room. His gaze swept over Caleb, then the others, his expression unreadable but tinged with a faint relief. "Glad to see you're still with us," Gunnar said, his gruff voice carrying a weight of sincerity. "Wouldn't miss it," Caleb replied, his smirk widening briefly before his eyes flicked to Argoz. "Though I might owe Argoz here for the save, I thought I was done for." Argoz shifted uncomfortably, avoiding his gaze. "You'd have done the same," she muttered, her tone unusually subdued. Evelyn reached over and placed a hand on Argoz's arm, her expression warm. "And we're all grateful you did. But you shouldn't downplay what you've done, Argoz. That gem isn't just a tool. It chose you for a reason." Rose snorted softly, crossing her arms as she glanced between them. "Touching as this is, let's not forget who dragged both of your asses out of the fire back there." Caleb chuckled weakly, wincing slightly at the motion. "We owe you too, Rose. You were something else out there." Rose shrugged, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "It's what I do. Besides, I wasn't about to let Draven's lackeys get away with it." Gunnar nodded, his gaze settling on Rose. "You did good out there. All of you did. But we can't afford to let our guard down. Draven's not going to stop, and neither is Ravina." The room fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of Gunnar's words settling over them. Jewel cleared her throat, stepping back from Caleb's bedside. "For now, let's focus on recovery. Caleb needs rest, and the rest of you could use it too." Evelyn stood, stretching slightly as she closed her journal. "I'll keep watch. I'm not tired." Jewel gave her a pointed look. "You just recovered yourself. Take shifts if you need to, but no one's burning out on my watch." Gunnar crossed his arms, his piercing blue eyes sweeping over the team. "You heard her. Get some rest. We've got a long road ahead." As the others murmured their agreements, Gunnar lingered by Caleb's bed for a moment longer. The younger man's smirk had faded, replaced by a quiet resolve. "We'll get through this," Gunnar said quietly, his voice steady. "You've got a good team around you." Caleb nodded, his voice soft but firm. "I know." The soft hum of the medical bay lingered in the background as Gunnar leaned against the wall, his arms crossed and his sharp blue eye fixed on Rose. She stood near Caleb's bed, arms crossed, her posture casual but her expression tense. Her usual smirk was gone, replaced by a guarded intensity that reflected the weight of the night's events. "You've done good work," Gunnar said gruffly, his tone devoid of his usual edge, "but we need to talk." Rose arched an eyebrow, her dark eyes narrowing. "Talk? I'm guessing this isn't about swapping recipes." Gunnar ignored the quip, his expression unchanging. "My office. Now." Rose glanced at Caleb, who gave her a faint nod. Evelyn, seated nearby, glanced up but said nothing, her expression unreadable. Argoz, quiet in the corner, fidgeted with the gem, her attention flickering between the two. Without a word, Rose pushed off the wall and followed Gunnar out of the room. The tension between them was palpable, each step down the hallway echoing like the prelude to a storm. Neither spoke until they reached Gunnar's office, a space defined by practicality, scarred wood, stacks of reports, and the faint scent of gun oil. The door closed behind them with a firm click, and Gunnar moved to his desk, his cybernetic hand resting on the worn wood. Rose remained by the door, leaning casually against it, though her sharp gaze tracked his every movement. "What's this about, Alpha?" she asked, her tone laced with defiance. Gunnar looked at her, his blue eye piercing. "This isn't just about you or your team. Draven wasn't after you, he was after Argoz. I want to know why." Rose tilted her head, her smirk returning faintly. "You think I have the answers to that? Hate to break it to you, but I'm not exactly his confidant." "You've been around longer than most," Gunnar said bluntly. "You know more about people like him than you let on. And after what happened at the Brownstone, I need to know if this is about more than the gem." Rose stiffened for a fraction of a second, the shift so subtle it might have gone unnoticed by anyone else. "Draven doesn't need a reason beyond greed and power. The gem's enough of a prize for someone like him. Gunner's gaze didn't waver. It's more than that. He sent his best after her. That wasn't just a smash and grab, it was a statement. And I don't like being left in the dark. Rose pushed off the door, stepping closer. Neither do I, but if you think I'm holding out on you, you're wrong. My priority is my team. Always has been, always will be. And what about Argoz? Gunner pressed. She came to you, trusted you, and now Draven's tearing through our operations to get to her. What aren't you telling me? Rose's smirk faltered, her expression hardening. You think I don't care? That I'd risk them for… what? A secret? You don't know me as well as you think, Gunner. Then help me understand, he said, his voice steady but unyielding. If there's anything you know, anything at all, we need it. This isn't just about the Brownstone. It's about what's coming. The room fell silent, the weight of his words pressing between them. Rose looked away briefly, her jaw tightening before she met his gaze again. Draven's always played the long game, she said finally. If he's this desperate to get the gem, it's not just about power. It's about control. Over her. Over the gem. Maybe even more. But that's all I've got for you. Gunner studied her for a moment longer, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded. Fair enough. But if you do remember anything else, anything that could help, you come to me. Understood? Rose crossed her arms, her smirk returning faintly. Loud and clear, Alpha. Gunner's eye narrowed, but he didn't respond. Instead, he turned back to his desk, the conversation over for now. Rose took that as her cue and moved to the door. Before she left, she paused, glancing back at him. For what it's worth, I'm not planning on letting him win. Not now, not ever. With that, she walked out, leaving Gunner alone in his office. The tension lingered, but beneath it was a shared determination neither of them could deny. Argoz lingered just outside Gunner's office, her small frame tense and hunched, as if she were bracing for a blow. She fiddled nervously with the edge of her sleeve, her sharp yellow eyes darting to the closed door and back down the hall. The metallic hum of the facility's machinery filled the silence, but it did nothing to soothe her nerves. The door creaked open and Rose stepped out, her dark eyes meeting Argoz's startled gaze. Rose paused, her expression softening as she took in the goblin's anxious posture. You okay? Rose asked, tilting her head. Argoz opened her mouth, then closed it, shifting her weight from foot to foot. I need to talk to him, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. About the portal and Draven's fortress. Rose's eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise. She crossed her arms, leaning casually against the doorframe. That's big, she said, her tone steady. You want me to come in with you? Argoz nodded quickly, relief flashing across her face. Please. Rose pushed the door open wider, gesturing for Argoz to follow. Come on. He doesn't bite. Much. Gunner sat behind the desk, his cybernetic fingers tapping lightly against the metal armrest of his chair, his single blue eye locked onto them as they entered, and he immediately straightened, his presence filling the room. Rose, he greeted, his voice calm but edged with curiosity. His gaze shifted to Argoz. And Argoz, what's this about? Argoz hesitated, her hands gripping the edge of her cloak tightly. Rose gave her a nudge, stepping aside to let the goblin take the spotlight. I need to tell you something, Argoz began, her voice wavering. About how I got here, and about Draven's fortress. Gunner's gaze sharpened, and he leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. Go on. Encouraged by his attentiveness, Argoz took a deep breath and began. When I came to this realm, it was through a portal in the ruins of Eldermire. Draven's hunters were after me. They'd cornered me. The portal was unstable, dangerous, but it was my only way out. I didn't think I'd survive, but I couldn't let them take me. Not with the gem. She touched the faintly glowing gem around her neck, its pulse seeming to steady her nerves. Draven's fortress, she continued, her voice gaining strength, is heavily fortified. It's not just the soldiers. He uses magic, dark magic, the wards, the traps. Everything is designed to keep people out and to keep his treasures in. I barely made it out alive when I took this. She gestured to the gem. But I remember everything. The layout, the defenses, even some of the patterns the guards follow. Gunnar's expression remained impassive, but his fingers stopped tapping. You're saying you have detailed intel on Draven's operations? Argoz nodded. Yes. I didn't know if it would matter, but after what happened to Caleb and Evelyn, I can't keep running. If you're going after him, I want to help. For a moment, silence hung in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. Gunnar leaned back in his chair, his cybernetic hand resting on the desk as he regarded her thoughtfully. This is valuable information, he said finally. If what you're saying checks out, it gives us an edge we didn't have before. He paused, his blue eye locking onto hers. But I need you to be absolutely sure. If we're going to use this intel, it has to be accurate. Lives depend on it. Argoz's chin lifted slightly, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. I'm sure. I wouldn't bring it up if I wasn't. Rose stepped forward, placing a hand on Argoz's shoulder. She's been through hell, Gunnar. I believe her. Gunnar gave a small nod, his gaze softening just enough to ease some of the tension in the room. All right. We'll debrief and verify everything. Rose, help her get settled and ready for a formal briefing. Argoz? He met her gaze firmly. We'll take it from here. You did the right thing coming forward. Argoz exhaled a shaky breath, relief washing over her. Thank you. As they left the office, Rose glanced at her with a small, encouraging smile. Told you he doesn't bite. Argoz managed a weak laugh, but her heart felt lighter. For the first time in what felt like forever, she wasn't running alone. Gunnar assigns Eli the task. Gunnar tapped a button on his comms device after Rose and Argoz left his office. Eli, meet me in the war room. On my way. Eli's voice crackled over the speaker, accompanied by faint workshop noises. Gunnar leaned back, reviewing the notes he'd jotted down during Argoz's revelation. They were fragments, a layout here, a detail about Draven's defences there. But it wasn't enough. They needed more. Eli entered, her silver hair pulled into a loose ponytail, her violet eyes sharp with curiosity. She carried a datapad tucked under one arm. Alatharis followed close behind, his movements calm and deliberate, his presence radiating quiet authority. What's up, Gunnar? Eli asked, leaning casually against the edge of the table. Gunnar gestured to a blank section of the tactical display. Argoz has intel on Draven's fortress. She gave me an overview of how she got here and the layout of his defences, but we need details, plans, schematics, anything she can recall. Eli's eyebrows shot up. Argoz? Sharing intel? That's a twist. Guess she's finally coming around. Gunnar nodded, his expression serious. This isn't just about her. We're going to need every scrap of information to build a strategy. You're the best at pulling details together and making sense of them. Eli smirked. Flattery, huh? All right, I'll track her down. Rose mentioned she'd be sticking close, so I'll find them in the med bay. Alatharis stepped forward, his expression thoughtful. If her account involves magical elements, wards, artifacts, or constructs, I can assist. Such nuances often elude conventional understanding. Gunnar eyed the elf. You're here to help, Alatharis. If Eli needs your expertise, give it. Eli snapped her fingers, shooting Alatharis a grin. Looks like you're my assistant today. Don't worry, I'll try not to break you. Eli made her way to the med bay, her mind already assembling a checklist of questions and methods for pulling everything Argoz knew into a cohesive briefing. She'd need to get the goblin comfortable enough to spill every detail. And with Alatharis along for the ride, maybe they'd unlock insights even Argoz didn't realize she had. Eli finds Argoz in the med bay. The med bay hummed softly, its lights casting a sterile glow across the room. Caleb lay on the main treatment table, his breathing steady but shallow. Evelyn sat beside him, flipping through her well-worn journal, though her fingers absently traced the edges of the glowing blue runes she'd etched onto the leather. Argoz perched on the edge of a chair near Caleb's bed, her knees pulled to her chest, her sharp yellow eyes distant. Rose stood by the window, arms crossed as she watched the trees sway outside. Despite the outward calm, her posture radiated tension as if she were waiting for the next storm to hit. The medbay doors slid open and Eli strode in, Alatheris a step behind her. The elf's quiet, composed presence contrasted sharply with Eli's energy as she made a beeline for Argoz. "Hey, Goblin Queen," Eli said, her tone light but her intent serious. "Got a minute?" Argoz blinked, startled out of her thoughts. She hesitated, glancing at Caleb, then at Rose. Sure," she said cautiously. "What's this about?" All right. Eli pulled up a chair and plopped down in front of her, leaning forward with a grin. "Gunnar told me you've got some intel on Draven's fortress. Layouts, traps, guard schedules, all that fun stuff. We need it." Argoz's shoulders tensed and her hands gripped the arms of her chair. "I told Gunnar everything I remembered." "Yeah, and now we're going to piece it all together into something actionable," Eli said, her tone softening. "Look, I get it. Reliving that kind of thing sucks. But if we're going to keep you, your team, and everyone else safe, we need to know what we're up against. You're the only one who can give us that edge." Alatheris stepped forward, his voice calm and measured. "If there are magical elements involved, wards, enchantments, artifacts, it would be prudent to include those details as well. Such knowledge could be critical in crafting a strategy." Argoz hesitated, her gaze flicking to Rose for reassurance. Rose met her eyes and gave a subtle nod. "You can trust them," she said. "They're not going to push you into something you're not ready for." "Right, Eli." Eli raised her hands in mock surrender. "Scout's honor. I'm just here to listen and help." Argoz let out a shaky breath and nodded. "Okay, but not here. Not with Caleb like this." Eli glanced at Caleb, then back at Argoz. "Fair. Let's find somewhere quieter. You've got this." Alatheris gestured toward the door. "Shall we?" Argoz stood slowly, her hands brushing against the gem hanging around her neck. As she followed Eli and Alatheris out of the medbay, she cast one last glance at her team. Caleb's pale face and Evelyn's quiet determination reminded her why she was doing this. For them. The war room was a hive of organized chaos, its walls lined with monitors displaying tactical data, maps and live feeds from Echo Division's various operations. In the center of the room stood a large circular table, its surface glowing faintly as holographic projections hovered above it. The air buzzed with the faint hum of technology and the sharp, clean scent of disinfectant. Eli was in her element. She moved around the table with quick, precise gestures, her fingers tapping and swiping at the console embedded in its edge. Holographic blueprints sprang to life, accompanied by detailed readouts and schematics. Alatheris stood nearby, observing the display with a mix of fascination and quiet contemplation. Argoz sat at the table's edge, her legs dangling nervously as she watched the holograms flicker to life. Her sharp yellow eyes darted between Eli and the growing projections, her posture tense. "All right, Argoz," Eli said, looking up from the console. "Start from the beginning. What did you see when you entered Draven's fortress?" Argoz hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. It's huge. The outer walls are reinforced stone, but they're laced with enchantments. Wards that detect intruders and can trigger alarms. I had to disable one just to get through the main gate." Eli nodded, her hands flying over the console. A holographic image of a dark, sprawling fortress appeared, complete with glowing red lines marking the warded areas. "Keep going." "The guards. They patrol in pairs, but there's a pattern," Argoz said, leaning forward. "They shift positions every 15 minutes, but there's a blind spot on the west side near the armory. That's how I got in." Eli highlighted the west side of the fortress, marking it as a potential entry point. What about the interior? Argos's expression darkened. The corridors are narrow, but they're filled with traps, pressure plates, enchanted tripwires, even false floors. And the wards. They're everywhere. Some of them are invisible, but you can feel them if you're sensitive enough. Alatheris stepped closer, his voice calm but curious. Were the wards designed to incapacitate, or were they lethal? Both, Argoz said quietly. Some just alert the guards, but others, they'll kill you outright. I almost got caught by one near the vault. Eli zoomed in on the central part of the hologram, where a vault-like structure appeared. The vault. Tell me everything. It's heavily protected, Argoz said, her voice trembling slightly. The lock is a mix of mechanical and magical. I had to pick it while avoiding a ward that would have sealed me inside. Inside. There's the gem, but there's more. Artifacts, weapons, things I couldn't even identify. Eli frowned, her hands pausing over the console. Weapons? Like what? Argoz shook her head. I don't know. I didn't have time to look, but they felt dangerous. Powerful. Eli and Alatheris exchanged a glance, the weight of Argos's words sinking in. Anything else? Eli asked gently. Argoz nodded. Draven himself, he's not just a man. When I escaped, he chased me. He moved faster than he should have, and his sword, she shivered. It felt alive, like it was hunting me. Eli leaned back, exhaling sharply. Damn, this guy doesn't play around. Alatheris studied the hologram intently, his voice measured. This information is invaluable. If we are to confront Draven, we must prepare thoroughly. His fortress is not just a stronghold. It is a weapon in itself. Eli nodded, her fingers flying over the console one last time. The hologram expanded, showing detailed schematics, guard routes, and the glowing wards Argoz had described. All right, she said, stepping back. We've got a good start here. Argoz, this is going to save lives. Argoz's gaze dropped to the table, her fingers still fidgeting nervously. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. Not like Caleb. Eli's expression softened, and she placed a reassuring hand on Argoz's shoulder. We'll make sure of that. You've done more than enough, Argoz. The rest is on us. Argoz gave a small nod, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she let out a shaky breath. For the first time in a long while, she felt like she wasn't facing this battle alone. The lights in the war room dimmed, and the holographic display illuminated the table with a glowing representation of murk dust. Eli stood at the console, her violet eyes sharp as she manipulated the projection, zooming in on the towering silhouette of Draven's fortress. The air in the room was thick with tension as the assembled team studied the details. We've compiled everything Argoz could recall about Draven's fortress, Eli began, her tone professional but tinged with urgency. The defences are layered with wards, traps, and what I can only describe as dark magic nastiness. This is not a place you waltz into. The hologram shifted to show glowing runes that pulsed around the fortress walls. Eli gestured toward them. These wards are designed to repel intruders and obscure their locations. Draven's guards patrol on tight, staggered schedules. And the fortress itself is a labyrinth. Once you're in, finding your way out will be just as challenging. Argoz, sitting near Rose, fidgeted with the edge of her sleeve, her yellow eyes darting across the display. The defences are even worse on the inside. There are these enchanted gargoyles. They don't move unless they sense a threat, but once they do, she shuddered. You don't want to meet them. Lieutenant Arundel leaned forward, his expression serious. We could counter some of these wards with Alfheim magic. However, without a direct portal key to Murkdust, reaching the fortress is our first obstacle. The room fell silent, the weight of the statement settling over the team. Gunner's cybernetic fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as his mind worked through the problem. Clara and Desera exchanged a glance while Shade's sharp gaze lingered on the hologram. We don't have a key, Eli admitted, breaking the silence, and without one, accessing Murkdust is, Well, let's just say it's not an easy feat. Argoz hesitated, glancing nervously at Rose before finally speaking up. I might have an idea. All eyes turned to her, and she shrank slightly under the scrutiny. Rose placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to continue. When I first arrived here, Argoz said, her voice shaky but growing steadier, I came through a portal on the shores of Lake Michigan. It was near Traverse City. The portal was unstable, but it got me here. Maybe that spot could help. Eli straightened, her fingers flying over the console as she brought up a map of the region. A portal signature might still linger there, especially if it's been used multiple times. If we can analyze it, we might be able to anchor to the Merkdust side. Lieutenant Erendil nodded thoughtfully. If the location is viable, we can combine your technology with our magic to stabilize and reopen the portal. Darren leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. And what happens if we poke the wrong hole into Draven's backyard? Do we all just get sucked into oblivion? Eli shot him a look, though a faint smirk tugged at her lips. That's why it's called calculated risk, Darren. Emphasis on calculated. Clara leaned forward, her tone decisive. Then we scout Traverse City. Argoz, you'll lead us to the location. Eli, Alatharis, and Erendil, you'll work on stabilizing the portal. The rest of us will secure the area and handle any surprises. Rose's dark eyes narrowed as she studied the map. And there will be surprises. Draven won't take kindly to us knocking on his door. Gunner's voice cut through the room, calm and commanding. We have a lead. That's more than we had before. Let's move quickly. Eli, coordinate with the elves. Clara, plan the scouting mission. Argoz, I want every detail you remember about that portal and the area around it. We're doing this right. The team exchanged nods of agreement, the tension in the room shifting into focused determination. As the meeting adjourned, Eli lingered at the console, already immersed in calculations. Argoz stood a little taller as she followed Rose and the others out, her nervousness tempered by the knowledge that she was finally taking a stand. Clara entered Gunner's office, her expression serious and purposeful. She carried a datapad under one arm, a set of notes for the mission she had been strategizing. Gunner looked up from his desk, his cybernetic fingers resting on the edge of a report he had been reading. Clara, he greeted, leaning back in his chair. What's on your mind? I've been working on a recon plan, she said, setting the datapad on his desk and pulling up the details. A map of the Traverse City area appeared on the holographic display, with highlighted points near Lake Michigan. If we're going to act on Argoz's intel, we need eyes on the ground first. We need to confirm the portal location, survey the area, and ensure there are no surprises waiting for us. Gunner nodded, his gaze sharpening. I agree. What's the plan? Clara tapped the display, bringing up dossiers for Shade and Katrina. I want to send Shade and Katrina in for recon. Their shadow-walking abilities make them perfect for this. They'll be able to move through Merkdust undetected, gather intel, and identify any threats near the portal location. Gunner considered this, his brow furrowing slightly. You're confident they'll go unnoticed? Draven's forces are strong, but Shade and Katrina have the advantage of familiarity with Nythoria's magic. They know how to navigate environments like this better than anyone else on the team. If there's a way to get intel without triggering an alarm, it's them. Gunner leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk as he studied the display. It's risky. If they're caught, they'll be on their own. Clara's hazel eyes met his, steady and resolute. They know the risks. I've spoken to both of them and they're willing to do it. This mission is vital. We can't go in blind and we can't afford to waste time. Gunner nodded slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. All right, you have my approval. Coordinate with Shade and Katrina and make sure they're fully briefed. I want updates as soon as they report back. Understood, Clara said, standing straighter. They'll be ready. As she turned to leave, Gunner's voice stopped her. Clara, She paused, glancing back. Good call. You're proving why you're alpha. A faint smile tugged at her lips, and she gave him a nod before heading out to finalize the mission. The air was crisp and carried the faint scent of Lake Michigan, the distant sound of waves breaking against the shore filling the silence. The team had spread out across the area, each member focused on their role. The sandy terrain was overgrown with scrubby bushes and tall grass, the kind of place that seemed unremarkable to the casual observer. Ashley crouched on a rocky outcropping overlooking the site, her 240 Bravo machine gun resting on its bipod, its barrel trained on the surrounding tree line. Got a clear line of sight, she said over the comms, her voice steady and calm. Nothing moving yet, but this place has bad vibes. Stay sharp, DeSera replied from her position atop a small rise to the west. Her sniper rifle was balanced on a tripod, the high-powered scope scanning the horizon. If Draven's men used this spot before, it could still be monitored. Down below, Argoz stood near the edge of the clearing, her sharp eyes scanning the area with a mix of apprehension and focus. She pointed toward a cluster of trees that seemed denser than the rest. That's where I came through, she said, her voice steady but tinged with unease. The portal was there. It felt wrong, like it wasn't supposed to be open. Eli, Alatheris, and Lieutenant Erendil moved closer to the indicated area, their hands hovering over scanning devices and magical instruments. Eli knelt, brushing her silver hair back as she adjusted the holographic interface on her wrist-mounted device. Energy readings are off the charts, she muttered, her violet eyes glowing faintly as she focused on the readings. Definitely residual magic. And it's messy, like someone forced the portal open. Alatheris tilted his head, his long fingers tracing a faint sigil in the air. The lines shimmered briefly before fading, leaving behind a faint hum that only those attuned to magic could hear. She's correct, he said, his tone thoughtful. This was no natural occurrence. Someone used significant power to stabilize this portal temporarily. It wasn't stable, Argoz interjected, her voice growing more confident as she stepped forward. It was collapsing when I went through. If I hadn't jumped when I did, I wouldn't be here. Lieutenant Erendil frowned, his piercing gaze fixed on the area. Then recreating it will require precision and significant power. Eli stood, dusting off her hands. We've got power and brains to spare, she said, flashing a quick grin. The real question is, what happens if we succeed? Do we open a back door for Draven? Gunnar, standing a few paces behind the group, crossed his arms and surveyed the area. We don't make a move until we're sure it's secure. This isn't just about opening the portal, it's about controlling it. Alatheris glanced at Eli. We'll need more time to properly assess. A rushed attempt could cause more harm than good. You've got it, Gunnar said firmly. Ashley, DeSera, keep Overwatch tight. If anything so much as blinks wrong, I want to know. As the group settled into their tasks, the tension in the air was palpable. The stakes were high and everyone knew it. The winds off Lake Michigan carried a crisp chill, stirring the tall grass that bordered the secluded clearing just outside Traverse City. The team spread out, their movements careful and deliberate as they scanned the area where Argoz claimed she had arrived months ago. Despite the serene surroundings, a palpable tension hung in the air. Eli crouched near the center of the clearing, her tech-enhanced scanner emitting soft beeps as she calibrated its settings. Beside her, Alatheris muttered an incantation, his long, ornate robes fluttering in the breeze. A faint glow surrounded his outstretched hands as he traced the residual energy lingering in the space. This place has seen heavy magic, Alatheris murmured, his tone grave. The portal wasn't just used once. It's been opened multiple times. Eli glanced up from her scanner, her silver hair catching the sunlight. That tracks with what Argoz said. Draven's men used it to follow her to Earth. But this much residual energy, it's a miracle this area isn't more unstable. Darren, leaning against a nearby tree with thunderstrikes slung over his shoulder, smirked. So what you're saying is if we poke it wrong, it might blow up in our faces? Eli rolled her eyes. Only if you're the one poking it, Darren. Clara stepped forward, her gaze scanning the tree line. Omega, her half-dire wolf companion, flanked her, his ears perked as he sniffed the air. Focus. We need a plan to stabilize this portal and ensure it doesn't draw unwanted attention. Desiree, Ashley, report. From her perch on a rocky outcrop, Desiree spoke into her comms. No movement in the area. Looks clear. Ashley, positioned with her 240B machine gun on a makeshift tripod, added, I've got a clear line of sight. If anyone tries to sneak up on us, they won't get far. Eli adjusted her scanner, her expression thoughtful. If we want to reopen this portal, we'll need to synchronize the magical and technological frequencies. Alatheris, can your spells contain the residual instability? Alatheris nodded, though his expression remained cautious. It's possible, but it will require precision. The energies here are volatile. Argoz, standing slightly apart from the group, shifted uncomfortably. That sounds like Draven's style. He doesn't care about the consequences, just the results. Clara crossed her arms, her gaze steady. Argoz, this is your chance to shine. Can you pinpoint exactly where the portal opened? Argoz hesitated, then stepped forward, her eyes scanning the clearing. She stopped near a cluster of rocks, her hand hovering over the ground. Here. This is where I came through. I remember the air. It felt wrong, heavy. Alatheris knelt beside her, inspecting the area with his glowing hands. She's right. The residue is strongest here. This is our anchor point. Eli stood, brushing dirt off her knees. All right, here's the plan. Alatheris and I will work together to stabilize the portal. Darren, you're on don't touch anything duty. Darren grinned, pushing off the tree. I'll have you know I'm excellent at supervising. Ashley's voice crackled over the comms. You mean standing around making sarcastic comments? Exactly, Darren shot back, his grin widening. Somebody's got to keep morale up. Clara cut through the banter with her usual authority. Enough. Ashley, Desiree, maintain overwatch. The rest of you stay sharp. If Draven's men used this portal before, there's no guarantee they won't try again. As the team moved into position, a faint hum began to emanate from the ground, growing stronger as Eli and Alatheris began their work. The clearing, once quiet, now thrummed with the promise of something vast and dangerous just beneath the surface. As the faint hum of magical energy intensified, Shade and Katrina emerged from the tree line, their silhouettes sharp against the growing twilight. Shade's presence, as always, carried an air of quiet command. His dark armor seemed to drink in the surrounding light, and the faint crest of Karina's royal house on his chest gleamed as if in defiance of the shadows. His sharp eyes assessed the scene, taking in the activity with practiced efficiency. Beside him, Katrina moved with the fluid grace of a predator, her piercing violet eyes scanning the clearing for threats. Her dark hair, loosely tied back, shimmered faintly under the fading sun, and the silver accents on her combat attire glinted as she adjusted her gear. She carried herself with a poised intensity, her connection to Nethoria evident in the quiet power that radiated from her. Shade's voice broke the hum of the clearing. Is the portal stable yet? Eli, crouched over her equipment, didn't look up as she answered. It's not a toaster oven, Shade. These things take time. Alatheris, kneeling near the anchor point with glowing runes hovering over his hands, added, The residual energy here is volatile. Stabilizing it is delicate work. Rushing it would be unwise. Shade's expression didn't change, but he crossed his arms, his gaze narrowing slightly. We don't have the luxury of time if this location is compromised. Katrina and I are ready to move as soon as it opens. Katrina nodded, her tone quiet but firm. The sooner we're on the other side, the better. Draven's forces won't expect us to strike this quickly. Clara stepped forward, her bond with Omega evident in the wolf's silent movements at her side. You both understand the risks. Once you're through, there's no guarantee we can reopen the portal in time if something goes wrong. Shade tilted his head slightly, his voice calm. That's why you've got us. If anyone can move unnoticed through murk dusk, it's Katrina and me. The shadows are our allies. Katrina gave a faint smirk, her confidence evident. We'll get the intel and get out, quietly. Darren, leaning against a tree nearby, couldn't help himself. Quietly, huh? Doesn't sound like Shade's style. You sure you can resist stirring up some trouble? Shade didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the faint glow of the portal as it began to coalesce. Katrina, however, glanced over her shoulder, her smirk widening. Stirring trouble's only a problem if you get caught, Darren, and we don't get caught. All right, enough, Clara said sharply, her voice cutting through the moment. Focus. Eli Alatheris, give me an update. Eli tapped a few final commands into her device, the beeping growing steadier. We're almost there. Alatheris just needs to seal the last unstable threads, and we should have a stable connection. Alatheris nodded, his concentration evident as he manipulated the glowing runes in the air. A few more moments. The portal is aligning. Now. The air in the clearing shifted, the hum rising into a resonant vibration as a swirling light materialized where Argoz had marked the anchor point. The portal shimmered, its edges crackling with raw energy before settling into a steady, glowing gateway. Shade and Katrina stepped forward in unison, their movements synchronized. Clara met their gazes, her tone steady. You have your orders. Gather intel and avoid engagement if possible. This is reconnaissance, not an assault. Shade gave a curt nod. Understood. Katrina adjusted her gear, giving a final glance at the team. We'll signal when we're ready to extract. Don't keep us waiting. Without another word, the two Nithorians stepped through the portal, their figures disappearing into the swirling light. The clearing fell silent for a moment, the weight of their missions settling over the remaining team. Eli's hands moved deftly, placing camouflage sensors around the perimeter. Each device blinked faintly before disappearing into the environment, their enchantments rendering them nearly invisible. These will pick up any magical disturbances. If anyone tries to use this portal again, we'll know instantly. Dezera and Ashley perched nearby, providing overwatch. Dezera's sniper rifle gleamed faintly in the fading sunlight, while Ashley cradled the enchanted 240B, its weight familiar and comforting. Still clear, Dezera murmured into her comm, her eyes sweeping the tree line through her scope. The team packed up quickly, the magical residue of the portal still faintly pulsing in the air. Eli double-checked the readings on her device before standing and brushing the sand off her knees. That's it, she said, her voice tinged with a mixture of satisfaction and fatigue. Sensors are fully installed. If anything even breathes magic around this spot, we'll know. Gunnar gave her a sharp nod. Good work. Let's move out. The team began to pack up, the practiced efficiency of Echo Division on full display. Dezera and Ashley maintained overwatch until everyone was ready, scanning the tree line one last time before signaling it was clear. The group moved back toward their vehicles, the tension in the air easing slightly as they left the portal site behind. The convoy arrived at the Echo Division workshop just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the forest in golden hues. The sprawling facility seemed calm, its wards humming faintly with protective energy. Eli was the first out, heading straight for her tech lab to sync the sensor network with the main system. I'll have live monitoring up in about 30 minutes, she said over her shoulder. Should be able to detect any portal activity in real time. Ashley stretched as she hopped out of the vehicle, cradling her 240B like a beloved pet. I'm hitting the armory for maintenance. That run was too quiet. Always makes me nervous. Dezera chuckled, slinging her rifle over her shoulder. Quiet's better than the alternative. Gunnar turned to Clara and Erendil, who had been discussing the portal's magical structure during the ride back. Clara, get the war room ready. We'll review the data and prep for Shade and Katrina's report. Erendil, you're with me. I want your take on those runes. Clara nodded, already moving. On it. Argoz lingered near the vehicle, her sharp eyes darting between the others. Rose walked past her, pausing briefly to rest a hand on her shoulder. You did good, Rose said quietly. Now we wait. Argoz nodded, her fingers brushing against the gem at her neck. I hope it's enough. The team dispersed to their respective tasks, the buzz of activity filling the workshop. Eli's lab hummed with a faint glow as she synced the sensors, while Clara's preparations in the war room added a layer of urgency to the atmosphere. Gunnar moved through the space with his usual commanding presence, his cybernetic arm gleaming under the soft light. He paused at the armory, watching as Ashley and Desera worked on their weapons. Stay sharp, he said. This isn't over yet. Desera smirked, her hands deftly checking her rifle. It never is. Gunnar's gaze shifted to Erendil, who was studying a projection of the portal's runes in the main lab. Let's see what we can learn from this, he said, motioning for the elf to follow him. The stage was set, the team preparing for whatever came next. The air in the workshop was thick with anticipation, each member of Echo Division knowing that the real battle was still ahead. The war room was dimly lit, the holographic table at its centre casting an eerie glow as the team gathered around. Eli's monitors flickered with data from the newly installed sensors at the portal site, but the focus was on a single transmission coming through the comms link. Shade's voice was calm, but his words carried an edge of tension. We've made it to the ruins. Murk Dusk feels darker than I remember. The portal dropped us just outside the outer wards. Katrina's voice followed, steady and focused. We're moving toward Draven's castle now. The ruins are crawling with old wards, but they seem inactive. No sign of Draven's forces yet. Gunnar leaned over the table, his single blue eye narrowing as he processed their words. Stay sharp. If those wards reactivate, you won't get much warning. We're aware, Shade replied. We'll keep to the shadows and use the castle's understructure to stay out of sight. Katrina added, We'll send updates every 20 minutes. If we don't check in. The comms crackled, her voice cutting out mid-sentence. Eli's hands flew across the console, her brow furrowing. Hold on, I'm losing their signal. A burst of static filled the room before Shade's voice came through again, distorted but audible. Moving forward. Interference. Could be wards or magic. Another crackle, then silence. Eli frowned, tapping at the controls. That's it. Their comms are dead. I can't re-establish the connection. The room fell silent, tension thick in the air. Gunnar straightened, his cybernetic fingers tapping lightly against the table. Cutting comms could mean they're getting close to something or someone Draven doesn't want found. Clara's voice was steady, though her hazel eyes reflected concern. We have to assume they'll handle themselves. Shade and Katrina knew the risks. Desera crossed her arms, her tone practical but uneasy. What's the fallback plan if they go dark permanently? Gunnar's gaze didn't waver. We wait. If we don't hear from them in 48 hours, we'll send in a recovery team. The gravity of his words hung in the room. Argoz, standing near the edge of the group, tightened her grip on the gem around her neck, her sharp yellow eyes reflecting a flicker of guilt. Rose placed a hand on her shoulder. They knew the stakes, kid. Don't carry that weight. Gunnar's voice cut through the murmurs. We stick to the plan. Eli, keep monitoring the sensors. Clara, start drafting contingencies. And everyone else, stay ready. The team dispersed, but the unease lingered. The silence from Shade and Katrina cast a long shadow over the war room, a reminder of the danger that lay ahead. The air in Eldermire was thick with silence. Not the silence of peace, but of absence, of a place long abandoned, yet never truly empty. The portal behind Shade and Katrina flickered briefly before collapsing, leaving them alone in the remains of what was once a thriving hub of trade and power. Now it was nothing but a graveyard. Towering archways stood shattered, their once intricate runes now cracked and lifeless. Buildings that had once been bustling with merchants and travellers had long since crumbled into skeletal remains, their stone walls blackened with the scars of fire. The air smelled of old ash, a scent that had no right lingering for 80 years, as if the ruin itself refused to let go of its own destruction. Katrina took a slow step forward, her boots crunching over glass-like shards of what had once been magical conduits. She reached out a hand, fingers brushing against the air where a portal once stood. Even now, she could feel the faintest tremor of unstable energy, like a wound refusing to close. Shade stood beside her, still as a shadow, his keen gaze scanning the ruins with practiced precision. The tattered banners of Draven's father, the former portal master, still clung stubbornly to the remains of a half-standing watchtower, their fabric faded, but not forgotten. The insignia, a ring of intertwining pathways, symbolizing Eldermire's role as a gateway between worlds, felt almost mocking now. Shade pressed 2 fingers to his talisman, activating the enchanted link back to Echo Division. Shade to workshop. We've arrived. No immediate hostiles, but... He hesitated, glancing at Katrina before continuing. Eldermire's worse than I expected. Magic here is unstable. The whole place feels... wrong. There was a brief pause before Dessera's voice crackled through the talisman. Understood. Any sign of the old portal structures? Katrina crouched beside the nearest rune-etched platform, running her fingers over its deep fractures. Whatever power had once thrived here had been ripped away violently. She shook her head. Ruined. If there was a way through, Draven made damn sure no one could use it again. Shade exhaled sharply. We'll move toward Draven's stronghold. Check for any remaining activity. He adjusted the strap of his gear and motioned for Katrina to follow. Moving carefully, avoiding open ground, they made their way deeper into the ruins. Then, a flicker. Katrina stopped dead in her tracks. The shadows against the far wall of a ruined corridor shifted, too fluidly, too unnaturally. Shade saw it too. His instincts screamed a warning. Before he could react, the talisman link cut out. A sharp burst of interference rippled through the air, warping the edges of reality around them. The moment stretched unnaturally like time itself, was glitching. Shade clenched his jaw. Something was here. Then, the shadows settled, the air stilled. The disturbance was gone as quickly as it had come. Katrina exhaled, shoulders tense. Yeah, definitely unstable magic. Shade didn't reply immediately. He glanced down at the talisman, tapping it again. Nothing. Their link to Echo Division was completely severed. Shade and Katrina exchanged a glance, their instincts honed by experience, their silence speaking volumes. Without their link to Echo Division, they had to rely solely on each other, something neither found unsettling. Moving like spectres through the wreckage, they stayed low, using the broken remains of Eldermire's structures as cover. The deeper they moved, the more they could feel it, the unnatural hum of residual energy pressing in on them like the ghost of something long dead but unwilling to be forgotten. A ruined archway loomed ahead, leading to what had once been the inner district. Unlike the outskirts, this area had not been completely reduced to rubble. While fire and battle had ravaged much of Eldermire, here, the structures stood partially intact, though warped by whatever dark forces had swept through them all those years ago. Katrina placed a hand against a half-standing stone pillar, feeling the faint etchings of what had once been a rune of passage. Some of these look untouched, she murmured, tracing her fingers along the cracks. Shade studied the walls, his sharp eyes noting the subtle layering of magic that still clung to the ruins. The destruction had been deliberate, but not everything had been erased. Something remained. And that meant something or someone was still using it. They moved forward, careful to avoid loose debris that could give away their position. As they approached what had once been a market square, Shade held up a hand, signaling Katrina to stop. The ground ahead of them, disturbed. Not decades-old decay. Recent movement, boot prints. Not just one set, several. Katrina crouched, running her fingers along the imprints in the dust and soot. They were fresh, no more than a day old, too many to be scavengers. She glanced up at Shade, her golden eyes sharp. Draven's men? Shade nodded. Or someone else who shouldn't be here. That changed things. This wasn't just a forgotten ruin, it was an active zone. That meant danger. And then they saw it. Half buried beneath the wreckage of an old archway was a body. Shade crouched beside the body, his sharp eyes scanning the corpse for anything out of place. The fallen guard lay sprawled on his back, his armor scorched and partially melted. The wound was clean, too clean. A single deep slash across the chest, the edges burned as if cauterized instantly. No blood pooled around him, just the scent of charred fabric and flesh. Katrina knelt beside him, her fingers brushing against the singed edges of the wound. This wasn't a normal blade, she murmured. Something magical did this. Probably enchanted. Shade nodded, his expression dark. Draven posted a guard here, which means he still cares about this place, but someone got to him first. His gaze swept the area, the shadows of the ruins deep and shifting in the dim light. And they might still be around. Katrina examined the corpse further, checking the guard's belt and pockets. No coin purse, she noted. His weapon is missing too. Whoever did this didn't just kill him, they looted him. Shade exhaled sharply. Then they weren't just here to kill, they were looking for something. His fingers traced the edges of the burn wound. The precision? This wasn't a struggle, it was an execution. Katrina's gaze flickered toward the distant silhouette of Draven's fortress, the towering spires still partially visible beyond the ruins. If someone's been through here, we might not be the only ones trying to reach Draven's stronghold. Shade straightened, his eyes narrowing. Then we move, quietly. We'll follow the old supply paths, see if anyone else left tracks heading toward the fortress. Katrina gave one last glance to the dead guard before rising to her feet. Let's hope we're not walking into an ambush. Without another word, the two of them slipped into the ruins' shadows, their steps silent as they began their approach toward Draven's fortress. They moved through the ruins with measured steps, their instincts honed for any sign of movement. The unnatural silence of Eldermire only reinforced their suspicions. Whoever had taken out Draven's guard was still out there, and possibly watching. The mist curled around their feet as they advanced toward the path leading to Draven's fortress. The jagged remains of Eldermire's structures stood as eerie sentinels, casting long broken shadows under the dim light filtering through the darkened sky. Katrina flexed her fingers, her body tensed, every nerve on edge. They kept low, using the rubble and overgrowth to stay concealed. The fortress loomed in the distance, its dark spires and thick walls a foreboding sight against the swirling storm clouds gathering above. As they drew closer, Katrina signaled for a stop and pointed toward a cluster of dead trees lining the path. Shade followed her gaze and spotted the faint glimmer of something metallic wedged between the roots of a fallen trunk. They approached carefully, every step deliberate, until Katrina crouched down to retrieve it. A dagger, small, sleek, and of an unfamiliar make. She turned it over in her palm, studying the hilt. This is crafted, designed for precision. Shade frowned, his mind racing through the possibilities. We need to keep moving, he said, his tone urgent but controlled. Whoever they are, they had a reason for taking out that guard. We need to find out what before they come after us. The air was thick with the scent of charred stone and old magic, remnants of Draven's destruction lingering like ghosts in the ruins. The night sky was barely visible through the swirling mist, casting eerie shadows against the cracked stone and overgrown rubble. Shade and Katrina moved in absolute silence, their training making them spectres of the night. But they weren't alone. Katrina felt it first, a presence, like a whisper just out of reach, watching, waiting. She wasn't the only predator here. Katrina's grip tightened on the hilt of her silver katana, its enchanted edge humming faintly against the air. Shade, ever the tactician, remained composed, adjusting his stance with his two-handed greatsword, enchanted by Eli to cut through dark magic. Then, movement, a flicker in the ruins, barely perceptible. Most wouldn't have caught it, but Katrina wasn't most. She moved in an instant, silent as death, slipping between the wreckage and shifting into the darkness of the crumbling archways. Shade followed, eyes narrowing. A breath of wind, a shift in the air. Then, the unmistakable ring of steel. Katrina's blade met another with blinding speed, sparks flying as she clashed against twin silver swords, one burning with fire, the other humming with frost. Lyra had been tracking them, and she wasn't playing nice. The clash sent a shockwave through the air, but instead of pressing the attack, Lyra disengaged, flipping backward with unnatural grace, landing effortlessly on the crumbling ruins. Lyra's golden hair caught the dim light, a striking contrast against the ruined landscape. Her piercing blue eyes flicked between Katrina and Shade, assessing, calculating. That technique, that's Nithorian, isn't it? Lyra mused, her voice a smooth purr. She twirled one of her blades idly, the fire-kissed steel casting flickering embers into the cold night air. And here I thought your kind were extinct. Katrina said nothing, her katana held firm. Shade, standing a step behind her, didn't lower his weapon either. Lyra's smirk widened as she shifted her stance, her other blade's icy glow pulsing faintly. I've heard whispers of someone like you before, she continued, tilting her head at Shade. But that was a long time ago. So tell me, are you a legend or just another dead man walking? Shade remained silent, his expression unreadable. Katrina, however, didn't share his patience. She took a measured step forward, her voice low and edged with warning. Who are you, and why are you following us? Lyra placed a delicate hand over her heart in mock offense. Following? Oh no, darling, tracking. There's a difference. She flicked her blades in a slow flourish, the fire and ice reflecting off the jagged ruins around them. See, I don't take well to uninvited guests wandering through Eldermire. Too many scavengers, too many fools thinking they can pick the bones of this place without consequence. Shade's fingers curled around the hilt of his great sword. And which are you? The scavenger or the fool? Lyra's laughter rang through the ruins, sharp and amused. Oh, I like you. You're fun. Her eyes darted to Katrina. Not sure about your friend here, though. She looks ready to slit my throat just for breathing near her. Katrina didn't flinch. Give me a reason not to. Lyra's grin didn't fade, but there was a glint of something darker beneath it now. Now, don't be hasty. If I wanted you dead, we wouldn't be having this lovely conversation. Shade's patience was wearing thin. Then what do you want? Lyra sighed theatrically. Straight to business, then? Fine. I want to know why two Shadow Walkers are sneaking through a dead city like this. Nithorians are supposed to be locked up in their realm. Katrina and Shade exchanged a glance. Lyra caught it, and she smiled. Oh, now that is interesting, she murmured. You do have a reason, and it's something big. Her grip on her swords tightened, and her playful demeanor shifted, just slightly. Well then, she purred, stepping forward, her blades held loosely at her sides. Let's see how much you're willing to bleed to keep it a secret. Katrina shifted, her stance coiled like a viper ready to strike. The air between her and Lyra was razor-thin, charged with the unspoken promise of violence. Lyra saw it, felt it, and she thrived on it. Her smirk deepened, her twin blades dipping ever so slightly, an unspoken challenge. Katrina didn't hesitate. She moved like a phantom, her katana flashing in the dim light as she lunged, her strike aimed with lethal precision. But she never connected. A clang rang through the ruins as Shade's greatsword blocked her strike at the last second, his blade locking against hers with just enough force to hold her back without turning it into an attack. Katrina's eyes snapped to Shade in disbelief, her fury barely restrained. "She's playing with us," she hissed. Shade didn't deny it. He could see the amusement still dancing in Lyra's eyes. But there was something else there too. Recognition. The way she had reacted to Katrina's movement, the way she had assessed them so quickly. It wasn't just skill. It was knowledge. He wasn't about to waste that. "We're not here to waste time fighting ghosts," Shade said, his voice even. "You clearly know more than you're letting on. Nythoria isn't exactly common knowledge these days." Lyra tilted her head, watching him curiously. Then she sheathed her swords in a single fluid motion, a sign of confidence rather than surrender. "Clever," she murmured. "You see the bigger picture. I respect that." Katrina didn't lower her blade. "You're stalling." Lyra met her gaze, unbothered. "And you're predictable." Her attention slid back to Shade. "But he's right. I do know a thing or two about Nythoria. Enough to know that if you're here, in this place, you're chasing something dangerous." Shade finally lowered his greatsword, his posture still tense but no longer aggressive. "Tell us what you know." Lyra grinned, taking a step closer, deliberately invading his space as if testing his limits. "Oh, sweetheart," she purred. "Information comes at a price." Katrina scoffed, shifting back into a guarded stance. "You think we're just going to pay you for whatever scraps you decide to throw us?" Lyra's expression turned calculating. "No," she admitted. "I think you're going to make a deal." Shade studied her, his mind working fast. Lyra wasn't just a rogue assassin. She was a strategist, a survivor. If she knew about Nythoria, if she recognized their abilities, that meant she had history, and history could be leveraged. "What do you want?" he asked. Lyra's grin turned sharp, all teeth and hidden daggers. "Oh, it's simple, really," she said, circling them like a prowling cat. "You let me tag along, and in return, I don't kill you." Katrina let out a low growl of frustration. "You really expect us to trust you?" Lyra stopped, meeting her gaze head-on. "Not at all," she winked. "But I expect you to realize that an extra pair of skilled hands might just tip the scales in your favor." She looked at Shade then, her expression unreadable. "Especially when you're walking straight into his domain." Shade's jaw tightened. Katrina's grip on her sword flexed. And just like that, the game had changed. The ruins of Eldermire stood in eerie silence, the echoes of the past thick in the air. Shade and Katrina had tread carefully, their mission clear. But now, standing face to face with Lyra, the mission had just become complicated. Katrina's silver katana was still half raised, the tension in her stance a promise rather than a warning. She wasn't the type to posture, she finished fights. And right now, her blade was whispering that Lyra was an inconvenience best dealt with quickly. Shade read the air between them and stepped forward before the tension could ignite into violence. "You know something," he said, his voice low, controlled. Lyra's grin didn't waver, but there was something sharper beneath it now, something measured. "I know many things, handsome." Her gaze flicked back to Katrina, amusement sparking in her eyes. "And I know that if she had her way, I'd already be in pieces." Katrina's tone was flat. "Keep talking." Lyra let out a low chuckle. "Draven's not just collecting artifacts. He's been moving between realms, specifically yours." She nodded toward Katrina. "Nythoria." Shade's fingers flexed against the hilt of his sword. Katrina's expression remained unreadable, but Shade could see the slight shift in her grip. Her mind was already working. Lyra continued, circling slightly, though she kept her hands away from her weapons. "Voidstone, to be exact. He's been stockpiling it. Whatever he's planning, he's been using your realm to do it." Katrina finally lowered her blade a fraction, but her eyes locked onto Lyra's like a steel trap. "How do you know that?" Lyra smirked. "Because I make it my business to know." A flicker of something cold passed through Katrina's gaze. She's been watching Nythoria while I've been reclaiming my own identity. Shade watched the two carefully. Katrina never let a threat live, but Lyra wasn't begging for her life. She was offering something. And she was right about one thing. They needed more intel before making their next move. Shade exhaled sharply. You want in? Lyra grinned. Sharp one, aren't you? Katrina turned toward Shade, and her meaning was clear. This is a mistake. Shade met her gaze steadily, then looked back at Lyra. You try anything, and she'll kill you before you take your next breath. Lyra's smirk widened, as if she were enjoying the threat. Darling, I'd be disappointed if she didn't. Katrina sheathed her blade, but there was no mistaking the lethal promise in her eyes. Lyra took that as an agreement and stepped closer, dusting off her armor as if she hadn't just been inches from death. Well then, she said smoothly, shall we? The uneasy alliance was struck. And just like that, the hunt for Draven had another player. Shade and Katrina were mere shadows in the ruins, their forms shifting seamlessly between the broken walls as they approached the outskirts of Draven's fortress. Even from a distance, Katrina could see that Lyra had been telling the truth. She knew this place. Her movements were calculated, leading them through the maze of collapsed stone and overgrown paths without hesitation. This is one of the old smuggling routes, Lyra whispered, walking with a confident stride, her hands resting lightly on the hilts of her twin swords. Draven used it to move contraband, weapons, and people without drawing attention. Katrina barely glanced at her. Convenient, Lyra smirked. Very. Shade, however, wasn't focused on their banter. He had been quiet for the last several minutes, watching, sensing. Something was off. That's when he saw them. Through the mist, a group of Draven's men had set up a temporary camp near a ruined watchtower, 7 in total. Rough-looking enforcers, all heavily armed. They weren't stationed like guards, but rather, they appeared to be waiting for something. Katrina made an immediate assessment. We go around. Shade nodded. This is recon. We stay unseen. But Lyra's expression lit up like she had just been given a gift. 7 men, sitting around bored. How could I possibly resist? Katrina's head snapped toward her. We don't engage. Lyra winked at her. You don't engage. Before Katrina could grab her, Lyra was already moving. She sauntered forward, shifting her posture from that of a lethal predator to something looser, more playful. In a matter of seconds, she had transformed, not just in movement, but in presence. The air around her changed as she approached the group like a wandering traveller, her hands raised in a gesture of false innocence. One of the men spotted her and stiffened. Oi, what's this? Lyra let out a sultry laugh, flipping her golden hair over one shoulder. Now, boys, she cooed, you're all out here alone, looking so bored. She took slow, calculated steps closer, her stance designed to disarm, to mislead. 2 of them were already shifting, glancing at each other, caught between suspicion and intrigue. Shade muttered a curse under his breath. We're stopping this, Katrina said coldly, already moving. But before they could, Lyra struck. With a flick of her wrist, her fire blade sliced across the throat of the closest man, the second blade of ice burying itself in another's chest before he could even react. Blood splattered the stone as she whirled into motion, a blur of deadly elegance. The remaining 5 exploded into action, but they were slow. Too slow. Shade and Katrina had no choice. They moved in tandem, silent and efficient. Katrina's katana slashed across a man's midsection, severing his spine. Shade's great sword cleaved through another, his movements precise and powerful. The last man turned to run. Katrina threw a knife. The blade embedded in his back, and he collapsed with a strangled gasp. For a long moment there was only silence. Katrina turned on Lyra, eyes blazing with fury. What the hell was that? She hissed, stepping into Lyra's space. Do you realize what you've just done? If one of them got away... They didn't, Lyra purred. wiping the blood from her blades with practiced ease. "You're welcome." Shade exhaled slowly, his grip on his sword tightening. He had expected Lyra to be reckless, but this was dangerous. That was unnecessary. Lyra leaned in, giving him a slow smile. "You two were going to let them go. You're lucky I was here." Katrina let out a sharp breath, shaking her head. "We had a plan. This isn't a game." Lyra tilted her head. "Oh, but it is. And you're just upset that I played it better." Katrina's jaw clenched. She was seconds from running Lyra through. Shade took a step forward, his voice low. "Enough." He looked between them, his expression unreadable. "We move before someone notices the bodies." Katrina took a breath, forcing herself to step back. Shade was right. The mission came first. Lyra smirked, twirling one of her swords before sheathing it. "See? You do need me." Katrina didn't answer. But as they moved deeper into the ruins, she watched Lyra, her mind already calculating. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Shade, Katrina, and Lyra moved through the ruins with silent precision, their every step measured against the crumbling landscape. The fortress loomed in the distance, its towering spires casting jagged shadows across the desolate land. Faint torchlight flickered along the high walls, illuminating patrols that moved in practiced patterns. Draven's forces were active, too active for mere defense. He was preparing for something bigger. Lyra led them along a narrow, forgotten pathway concealed beneath broken archways and collapsed structures. "There's an old access route ahead," she murmured. "I used to use it when I worked for him. It's how we smuggled in supplies and other things." Katrina gave her a sharp look but said nothing, keeping her focus on their approach. Shade, ever watchful, scanned the upper ledges for signs of watchers, his grip firm on his greatsword. As they reached a vantage point overlooking the inner courtyard, they crouched low behind the remnants of a shattered wall. Below, the fortress was alive with movement, rows of soldiers in disciplined formations trained under the harsh bark of their commanders. Weaponsmiths hammered out new armor and swords, their forges glowing hot in the night. Stacks of enchanted weapons and armor were being inspected by robed figures, magical enforcers ensuring each piece was imbued with lethal efficiency. "This isn't just security," Katrina whispered. "This is an army." Shade's eyes narrowed. Draven's been building for war. The question is, against who? Hidden in the ruins overlooking the fortress, Shade, Katrina, and Lyra remained shrouded in the deep shadows, observing the unfolding confrontation below. The night air carried the sharp edge of tension as Ravina stormed into the courtyard, her presence demanding immediate attention. Draven's guards moved to intercept her, but she barely slowed, her hands moving with deadly precision. A flick of her wrist, a graceful step, and the first man crumpled, a dagger buried in his throat. The second she dispatched with a brutal efficiency, her movements as fluid as they were merciless. By the time she reached the center of the courtyard, bodies lay in her wake, staining the stone crimson. Draven emerged from the shadows of his keep, his ornate cloak billowing as he approached her with a controlled yet wary stride. Even from their vantage point, it was clear that Ravina was livid. "You said you would get it back," she hissed, voice sharp as a blade. "Instead, you've allowed a petty little thief to outplay you. A goblin. You expect me to believe you can handle Earth's defenses when you can't even deal with a single insignificant thief." Draven's jaw tightened, his fingers twitching at his side. "I had it under control." Ravina scoffed, stepping dangerously close. "If you had it under control, I wouldn't be here." The tension broke in an instant. Draven's hand shot to his weapon, the steel ringing out as he leveled his sword at Ravina's throat. For a split second, the world held its breath. Then, Ravina moved. Faster than even Draven could react, she closed the gap between them, twisting his wrist painfully as she forced him onto his knees. His sword clattered to the ground. She leaned down, her voice dripping with venom. You have one last chance, she murmured. One, and I will be the one watching this time. She pushed him back with effortless strength before turning on her heel. I'll take care of it myself. Up in the ruins, Lyra smirked, her arms loosely crossed over her chest. Well, well, she mused, her tone amused, but calculating. A goblin thief. That certainly explains a lot. She glanced sideways, noting the subtle shifts in Shade and Katrina's expressions. Shade was unreadable as always, but Katrina's posture had tightened ever so slightly. Lyra's smirk grew sharper. You two wouldn't happen to know anything about a petty little goblin thief, would you? Katrina's grip on her katana flexed, but Shade spoke first, his voice calm, but carrying a weight beneath it. We need to move. Lyra tilted her head, clearly intrigued, but let it go, for now. The three of them faded into the night, knowing they needed to get this intel back to Echo Division, and knowing that the war they'd been preparing for had just taken a very dangerous turn. Shade, Katrina, and Lyra moved swiftly through the ruins, keeping to the deepest shadows as they made their way back toward Eldermire. The night had deepened, the mist growing thicker, swirling in ghostly tendrils around broken pillars and half-collapsed structures. Katrina remained on edge, her mind turning over what they had just overheard. Draven had been using the celestial gem to access Nythoria, and if Ravina was now stepping in to handle things personally, the danger had escalated far beyond what they had expected. Shade walked slightly ahead, his movements effortless despite the rough terrain. He was always quiet, always calculating, but even he seemed to be processing the implications of what they had learned. Lyra, on the other hand, strolled behind them, her gait light, almost lazy, though her eyes missed nothing. She was watching them, waiting for the right moment to probe further. You two are tense, she finally said, voice smooth as silk. This goblin thief of yours. She must be quite the thorn in Draven's side. Katrina didn't answer, her fingers tightening slightly around her blade hilt. Shade's voice was cool, neutral. We weren't sent here to get involved. We were here to gather information. Lyra chuckled. And yet, here we are. They reached the outskirts of the ruins, the remnants of Eldermire's once mighty portal facility, now little more than scattered stone and faded enchantments. The arcane lines that once pulsed with raw energy were now fractured, unstable, flickering with erratic bursts of residual magic. Katrina frowned as she scanned the area, her instincts telling her something was off. The magic here isn't dead, but it's broken, she murmured. Shade reached up, pressing his hand to his talisman in an attempt to contact the team. Static. Still blocked? He muttered. Lyra crouched near one of the shattered runes, tracing a gloved finger over the scorched stone. This portal's been used recently, she observed, her tone shifting to something more serious. Someone forced it open. Katrina exchanged a glance with Shade. If Draven was still using portals in Murkdusk, then how? The celestial gem was on Earth. That meant there had to be another way. Shade exhaled, scanning the remnants of the portal ring. We need to find a way to reopen this. Lyra stood, crossing her arms. Lucky for you, I happen to be good at getting into places I'm not supposed to. Katrina shot her a look. You're volunteering to help? Lyra smirked. Oh, I never volunteer. But if Draven and Ravina are involved, this just became my problem too. Shade looked between them, then back at the ruined portal. They had no choice but to make this work. Echo Division needed this intel. And they needed to get home, fast. The ruins of Eldermire stood in eerie silence, the weight of its long-forgotten past pressing down on the broken stones. Shade, Katrina, and Lyra stood at the fractured remains of the portal ring, staring at the lingering remnants of unstable magic. This is it, Katrina said quietly, her eyes scanning the faint flickers of arcane energy still pulsing along the carved stone. The same place Argoz used to escape. Shade knelt beside the portal's fractured centerpiece, brushing his fingers against the sigils carved into the foundation. The runes were ancient, but they still held whispers of power, fractured and unstable, but present. Lyra tilted her head, crossing her arms. Well, would you look at that? A dying ember still holding on? I wonder why. Shade studied the energy patterns before answering. Portals don't just fade at random. If this one is still flickering after all these months, then something is keeping it tethered. Katrina's gaze narrowed. Or someone. Lyra let out a low chuckle. You're thinking Draven still has a way through? Shade exhaled sharply. I think he's trying to force one. Katrina ran a hand over the rough stone, her instincts prickling. This might be how he's still sending people through to Earth. Lyra arched a brow. Clever little rat, using a broken portal like a back door. Shade stood, his sharp gaze fixed on the ruins around them. Then, we're not the only ones who might be trying to use it. For a long moment, none of them spoke. The ruins groaned under the weight of the wind, and the portal's flickering glow pulsed weakly, like a dying heartbeat. Katrina frowned as she studied the swirling energy, its surface shifting between stability and chaos. We need to assess the stability of this portal before we just... Lyra was already moving. Or we could just go through it and stop overthinking. Her tone was infuriatingly casual as she stepped toward the portal, golden hair catching the eerie glow of its energy. Shade's grip on his sword tightened. That's not how we do things. Lyra barely spared him a glance. Maybe that's why you two take so long to get things done. Katrina's glare sharpened. You reckless! Too late. Without another word, Lyra stepped through the unstable portal, as if daring them to be left behind. The swirling light swallowed her whole. Katrina let out a string of curses, her hands clenching into fists. I am going to kill her. Shade exhaled through his nose. Later. Move. With no other choice, they followed. The portal pulsed, flickering like a dying ember before snapping shut behind them. Shade, Katrina, and their unexpected guest landed in the cool night air of the Michigan shoreline, the sand damp beneath their boots. The rhythmic crashing of waves on Lake Michigan's shore filled the silence as the trio adjusted to the shift between realms. Katrina inhaled deeply, scanning the surrounding trees. The lake stretched behind them, its dark surface shimmering under the full moon. But something about the crisp air felt different, cleaner, steadier. A stark contrast to the charged energy of murk dusk. But what set her on edge wasn't the shift in environment. It was the presence standing too close for comfort. Lyra stood beside them, arms crossed, looking entirely too relaxed. A ghost of amusement danced in her piercing blue eyes, as if stepping through a portal to an unknown world was just another night for her. Shade barely spared her a glance before touching the enchanted talisman at his neck, activating their link to the workshop. Shade to Echo. We're through. And we've got company. The response wasn't immediate, but after a few seconds, Eli's voice crackled through, slightly distorted but unmistakably sharp. What kind of company? Shade's gaze drifted to Lyra, who caught his look and smirked. The unexpected kind. There was a pause, then Eli's voice returned, less questioning and more resigned. Yeah. I'm sending Gunnar and Darren now. Sit tight. Lyra stretched her arms, rolling her shoulders with a satisfied sigh. Well, isn't this cozy? I have to admit, I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Katrina ignored her, focusing instead on the distant rumble of approaching engine. Headlights cut through the trees, bouncing over the uneven road as a black SUV rolled toward them. The vehicle slowed as they neared, tires crunching on gravel before coming to a stop. The front passenger door opened with controlled precision, and Gunnar stepped out first. He took in the trio with a sweep of his sharp, calculating gaze, his single blue eye narrowing as it locked onto Lyra. His presence was a wall of authority, unspoken yet undeniable. The driver's door swung open more casually. Darren stepped out, rolling his shoulders as he took in the scene. His dark eyes landed on Lyra, raking over her with a slow, assessing glance before a grin spread across his face. Well, well. If I knew you two were bringing home souvenirs, I'd have told Eli to set up a guest room. Lyra didn't miss a beat. She stepped forward, tilting her head as she appraised Darren in turn, her grin playful yet predatory. Oh, sweetheart, you don't even have to ask. Darren smirked, clearly entertained. Damn, I think I like her already. Gunnar didn't share his amusement. You like bad decisions. Darren shrugged. Exactly. Lyra placed a hand on her hip, flipping a golden strand of hair over her shoulder. I do have that effect on men. Katrina, unamused, cut in. She was tracking us before we even reached Draven's fortress. She claims she's got intel, but we didn't exactly invite her. Lyra turned toward Katrina, her expression unreadable. And yet, here I am. Shade finally spoke, his voice as steady as ever. She also knew Draven was accessing Nythoria. She's more than just a tag-along. Gunnar's gaze darkened slightly at that. He studied Lyra in silence for a moment, as if weighing the truth behind Shade's words. You got intel? He finally said. Start talking, or we turn you right back around. Lyra feigned a wounded look. And here, I thought I'd at least get a drink first. Darren was already opening the SUV door. I like her. Can we keep her? Gunnar exhaled sharply through his nose. Get in the damn truck! Lyra's laugh was soft, but victorious. She strode past them with an effortless sway, sliding into the passenger seat like she belonged there. Darren followed, still grinning, and looked at Gunnar as he climbed in after her. This is going to be fun. Katrina exchanged a look with Shade before they too loaded into the SUV. The engines rumbled to life, tires kicking up dust as they turned and headed back toward the workshop, toward whatever new chaos awaited them. The dark Michigan road stretched ahead, the headlights of the SUV cutting through the night. The only sound inside the vehicle was the steady hum of tires against asphalt, the distant call of nocturnal wildlife beyond the glass. Even within the confined space of the SUV, the air was thick with tension. Shade sat in silence, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the window, eyes scanning the passing scenery, but his mind was far from the winding roads of Michigan. He was still processing everything they had just seen in murk dusk, the ruins, the fortress, the army preparing for war. It wasn't just the sight of Draven's forces that unsettled him, but the implications. War was coming, whether Echo Division was ready for it or not. Katrina mirrored his stillness. Her posture was rigid, fingers still curled tightly around the hilt of her blade, as if she expected another fight to break out at any moment. Every muscle in her body remained coiled, ready for violence. But there was something else lingering beneath her quiet demeanor. Something darker. The mention of the celestial gem, the realization that Draven had been slipping in and out of Nythoria. It all left a bitter taste in her mouth. And then there was Lyra. She sat in the back like she owned the damn vehicle, arms draped lazily over the headrest, legs crossed as if they weren't returning to a base where at least half the people inside would want her dead on sight. There was an infuriating ease about her, the kind that only came with knowing you were 2 steps ahead of everyone in the room, or at least thinking you were. She smirked. So, how long until we get to your little fortress? No one answered. Lyra sighed dramatically. Fine, silent treatment, real mature. She let her head tip back against the seat, the picture of relaxed confidence. You know, for a bunch of hardened operatives, you two sulk like amateurs. Shade didn't react. Katrina shot her a look that could kill. Darren, however, took the bait. Oh, I like her, he muttered to Gunnar, grinning as he leaned back in his seat. Haven't even been here an hour, and she's already pissing off the Ice Queen and the Shadow Man. Katrina's knuckles audibly cracked. Lyra just winked at Darren, utterly unfazed. Oh, you're fun. I do enjoy a man who appreciates my finer qualities. Darren raised a brow, smirking. And what finer qualities would those be? Lyra gave a slow, deliberately sultry smile. Wouldn't you like to find out? Before Darren could respond, the vehicle screeched to an abrupt halt. Everyone lurched forward as Gunnar slammed on the brakes. The silence that followed was suffocating. Gunnar's knuckles were tight on the steering wheel, his posture unreadable, but the raw authority in his voice left no room for argument. "Enough!" he growled. Lyra, unbothered, adjusted her seatbelt with a smirk. "Touchy." Darren let out a slow whistle. "Wow. You managed to get a reaction out of him. That doesn't happen much." The security gates loomed ahead, towering and reinforced, their metal frames glowing softly under the perimeter floodlights. As the SUVs rolled forward, the red lights atop the gate sensors turned green, granting them access. The steel doors hissed as they slid open, revealing the well-guarded entrance to Echo Division's hidden stronghold. The convoy moved inside. The moment the vehicles came to a stop, Katrina was the first out, slamming the door behind her. She wasn't waiting for anyone. Shade followed, ever the watchful sentinel, keeping an eye on Lyra, who, unsurprisingly, took her sweet time exiting, stretching like she'd just woken up from a pleasant nap. Darren leaned casually against the SUV as Gunnar stepped forward, exuding the kind of authority that made it clear he was in no mood for games. "You two, war room? Now." His voice left no room for argument as he addressed Shade and Katrina. His gaze then landed on Lyra. "And you? Stay where I can see you." Lyra feigned offense, placing a hand over her heart. "What, no grand tour? I'm starting to think you don't trust me." "You'd be correct," Gunnar deadpanned. Lyra grinned, flashing a perfect set of white teeth. "Smart man." In the war room, Gunnar stood at the head of the table, arms crossed, eyes scanning the faces before him. Shade, Katrina, Lyra, Eli, and Darren. The rest of the team was still asleep. For now. "Talk," Gunnar ordered, his voice sharp. "What the hell did you find?" Shade leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. "Draven's fortress is more than just a stronghold. It's a war machine. He has men, a lot of them. Training grounds, weapon forges, supplies stacked for months. He's not planning a small skirmish. He's preparing for full-scale war." Eli's fingers tapped against the table, eyes sharp. "War against who?" "Us." Katrina shook her head. "It's bigger than that. He's gathering power, and Ravina was there." Gunnar's expression darkened. "Ravina." Lyra, who had been lounging in her chair with an infuriating smirk, finally spoke. "Oh yeah, and she wasn't happy. She tore through his guards like they were paper and had Draven on his knees. If he wasn't already scared of her, he is now." Eli's brows furrowed. "Why would she turn on him? I thought they were working together." Shade exhaled slowly. "Because he failed. He lost something valuable. Something she's coming to Earth to retrieve herself." Gunnar's eyes narrowed. "What?" Katrina met his gaze, voice steady. "The celestial gem." The temperature in the room dropped. Eli's expression shifted immediately, eyes darting toward Gunnar, and they both had the same realization at the exact same time. "Argoz." Darren ran a hand down his face. "Oh, son of a bitch." Katrina continued, her voice cold. "Ravina said she was done waiting. She's coming here, to take it back." Silence. Gunnar's jaw tightened. That meant Argoz was still being hunted. Shade and Katrina had already pieced it together too. Shade exhaled, glancing toward Eli. "Argoz told us she stole a gem from Draven before she fled, through the unstable portal. If it's the same gem Ravina was talking about," Eli finished for him, "then Argoz didn't just steal treasure. She stole Draven's only key to Nythoria." Lyra's smirk faded slightly. "Wait, a goblin stole the key to Nythoria? Oh, that's just fantastic." Darren let out a dry laugh. "Yeah, welcome to our world." Gunnar didn't say a word for a long moment. His mind was already calculating next steps, locking the pieces into place. Draven wanted the key back. Ravina was done waiting, and Argoz, whether she realized it or not, was the only thing standing between them and another open gateway to Nythoria. This just became even bigger than he'd anticipated. Finally, Gunnar looked at Shade and Katrina. "You did good. Get some rest. We'll debrief the entire team at 0800. Katrina nodded once. Shade did the same. Then Gunnar's attention locked onto Lyra. She met his gaze with a slow, knowing smirk. "What? No congratulations for me?" "You're not wandering around my base," Gunnar said flatly. "You'll be in a guest room, locked." Lyra's smirk widened. "Oh? A private room? I didn't realize you were so eager to keep me close." Gunnar didn't rise to the bait. "It's not personal. It's practical." Darren grinned. "Oh, it's personal. You're a walking security risk, and I like my security risks where I can keep an eye on them." Lyra's expression remained amused, but there was an edge behind her eyes as she stretched lazily in her seat. "Fine. Lock me up. But I expect breakfast in the morning. I do prefer my eggs over easy." Gunnar turned to Eli. "Make sure we have eyes on her room. Lock it down." Eli nodded, already pulling up security settings on her tablet. Gunnar exhaled. "All right. Everyone get some damn sleep while you can." As the group began to disperse, Lyra stayed where she was for a fraction longer, her gaze flickering to Gunnar. For the first time since arriving, her smirk faltered. Just slightly. She had underestimated him, and for the first time in a long time. She wasn't sure if that excited her or pissed her off more. The mess hall was alive with the usual early morning chaos, plates clinking, laughter from some of the wolves, the scent of coffee and bacon heavy in the air. Bianca worked her magic in the kitchen, flipping pancakes one-handed while stirring a pot of something savoury with the other. Darren was mid-bite into a stolen biscuit, leaning against the counter with his usual cocky smirk. Rose sat near the back, as always, her coffee half finished, her plate untouched. She was exhausted, still processing everything from the night before. The mission, the reports, the memories that wouldn't let her sleep. She didn't see Lyra at first, didn't hear her enter, but she felt her. The moment Lyra stepped in, Rose's entire world stopped. The second their eyes met the blood drained from her face, the mess hall vanished. It wasn't coffee and bacon anymore, it was chains, cold stone, a collar around her neck, the scent of Draven's chamber, the sting of betrayal. Lyra, the woman she trusted, the woman she loved, the woman who had handed her over to Draven like she was nothing. Lyra had the audacity to smirk. Rose moved before she even realized it. The table shattered as she lunged over it, a blast of raw force sending dishes flying, chairs overturning. Lyra barely had time to dodge. She twisted, narrowly avoiding the first punch, but Rose was faster. Her fist connected with Lyra's jaw. A solid, bone-crunching impact. Lyra staggered back, her smirk vanishing as she wiped blood from her lip. Darren choked on his biscuit. Oh, shit! The mess hall erupted into chaos. Cups smashed. A chair splintered as Lyra slammed into it. Darren, watching this in absolute awe, muttered, "You know, I'd stop this, but this is really entertaining." Eli, finally walking in, paused in the doorway. Took one look at the wreckage. The flames, the flying knives, the two women actively trying to kill each other. She sighed, pulled out her coffee flask and turned the hell around. Nope. But Bianca? Bianca had had enough. A cast-iron pan flew through the air like a freaking missile, slamming into the wall between Rose and Lyra with a skull-rattling clang. Everyone froze. The mess hall fell into absolute eerie silence. Then Bianca stepped forward, knives still in hand, murder in her eyes. She pointed one blade at Rose. "Outside, now!" Then at Lyra. "You too, traitor." Lyra, still catching her breath, had the audacity to smirk. "Damn, I missed you." Rose launched at her again. Bianca tackled them both, and it took 3 wolves, Shade and Darren to pry them apart. Gunnar arrived mid-wrestling match, looked at the absolute hellscape that was the mess hall, and just closed his eyes. "What the hell?" Bianca wiped blood from her forehead, still holding her frying pan. So help me, Gunnar, if they ever do this in my kitchen again, I will throw them both into the next damn realm. Gunnar sighed. Both of you? War room? Now. Bianca wiping off her blade. And clean this goddamn mess. Darren, smirking, stretched as he walked toward the door. Hey, Bianca, didn't you say you wanted to remodel? Bianca, with the precision of a trained killer, hurled a cast-iron pan at his head. It barely missed, embedding itself into the wall. Darren, grinning as he walked faster. Love the new decor. The mess hall was wrecked. Chairs overturned, plates shattered, a table half collapsed in the corner. Burn marks scorched the floor where Rose's fire magic had lashed out. Bianca's prized kitchen, her sacred domain, was in shambles, with one of her best cast-iron pans still embedded in the wall where she'd nearly brained Darren. It looked like a damn battlefield, and that was exactly what Argoz, Evelyn, and Caleb walked into. Argoz stopped in the doorway, eyes wide as she took in the destruction. Evelyn, still half asleep and clutching a book against her chest, just blinked. Caleb? Caleb let out a low whistle. Welp, he muttered, glancing around. Looks like someone didn't agree with the daily special. A wooden spoon flew straight at his head. Caleb barely dodged it, hands flying up in surrender as Bianca rounded on them. The woman was furious, hair half falling from her bun, flour smeared across her apron, and a fury in her eyes that could bring an army to its knees. Caleb immediately backed up a step. Respectfully retract my statement. Bianca exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. You three. Help. Now. Evelyn, already sensing the wrath of the kitchen goddess, immediately set her book down and grabbed a broom. I don't even need context for this, she mumbled. I'm just going to start sweeping. Argoz hesitated, still looking at the carnage around them. So, do we, ask? Bianca snapped a glare at her. No. Argoz grabbed a mop. Got it. Not asking. Caleb sighed, kicking an overturned chair back into place. This is what happens when I sleep through the fun stuff. Bianca grabbed a fresh rolling pin, one of the few undamaged weapons in her arsenal. Caleb shut up and started stacking plates. And so, under the wrathful eye of Bianca, they got to work cleaning up the remains of a war they completely missed. The walk to the war room was silent, save for the measured steps of those escorting the two women who, given the chance, might have burned the entire workshop to the ground. Gunnar led the way, his posture rigid, his expression unreadable, but everyone in that hallway knew he was pissed. Darren walked beside him. Ever the contrast, his relaxed swagger in full effect, hands tucked into his pockets. He cut his eyes toward Rose, then toward Lyra, then let out a low whistle. So, he smirked. Are we going to address the fact that breakfast came with a full side of chaos this morning? Rose didn't answer. She was too busy burning holes into the back of Lyra's head with her glare. Lyra, for her part, seemed completely unbothered. She walked with her usual graceful confidence, hands clasped behind her back, a smug little smile on her lips. Darren snorted. That's a no, then. Cool. Just checking. Behind them, Shade and Katrina followed, silent observers. But both were tense, their usual cool demeanour laced with caution. Rose was still fuming, her magic simmering just beneath the surface, restrained only by sheer force of will. And Lyra? She was playing it too casual. That meant she was calculating something. The doors to the war room loomed ahead, already open. Inside, Eli, Clara, Desera, and Ashley were waiting, standing near the large holographic display already active in the centre of the room. As soon as Rose and Lyra crossed the threshold, the tension thickened. Eli, leaning against the table with her arms crossed, arched an eyebrow as she looked between the two. So, who won? Ashley smirked, cracking her knuckles. My money was on Rose. Lyra's grin widened, clearly enjoying the attention. Oh, darling, don't be ridiculous. I was just warming up. Rose whipped around so fast that Shade had to physically put a hand on her shoulder before she lunged. "Try me," Rose growled. "Enough!" Gunner's voice cut through the room sharp as a blade. The weight of it settled everyone down, though Rose still bristled and Lyra, though she obeyed, looked far too amused. Gunner walked to the center of the room, placing both hands on the table, his icy blue eyes scanning the gathered team. "We've wasted enough time." His voice was firm, controlled, absolute. "Shade, Katrina, report." Shade stepped forward, his usual smirk gone, replaced by the cold precision of a man who knew the weight of his words. "We found Draven's fortress," he said, "and he's preparing for war." The room fell silent. Clara's expression darkened. Ashley leaned forward, interest peaked. Desera narrowed her eyes. Eli, however, zeroed in on the key detail. "Define preparing for war." Katrina answered. "Weapons, armor, training facilities. He's got forges running non-stop, and his men are drilling in organized combat units, not just mercenaries. He's building an army." Eli muttered a curse under her breath. Clara's hands curled into tight fists. "Who's supplying him?" Shade exchanged a look with Katrina before answering. "Ravina." That single name sent a shockwave through the room. Ashley sat up straight. Desera's expression hardened. Eli's fingers twitched like she wanted to start throwing spells. "She paid him a visit while we were there," Katrina continued. "She wasn't happy, called him a failure for losing access to Nethoria." "Access?" Clara frowned. How the hell was he getting into a sealed realm? All eyes turned to Lyra. The smug expression dropped from her face for the first time. She sighed dramatically, rolling her shoulders. "Oh, so now I get to talk? What an honor!" Rose moved before anyone could stop her. Crack! The sound of her fist connecting with Lyra's jaw echoed through the war room. Lyra stumbled back a step, wiping her lip where a thin trickle of blood appeared. She grinned. "Oh, sweetheart." She tilted her head. "You have got to work on your right hook." Before Rose could swing again, Darren stepped in, grinning like a madman. Okay, let's not kill the new guest just yet. She might actually be useful." Gunner's patience was done. "Enough!" he snapped, his gaze locked on Lyra. "Talk." Lyra sighed, rubbing her jaw. "Fine. I worked for Draven for a time. Back when I still believed he was useful." She glanced toward Eli. "Turns out he got his hands on a little something called the Celestial Gem." Eli's entire demeanor changed. Her head snapped to Gunner. "Argoz." Gunner's expression didn't shift, but internally everything clicked. Argoz had stolen the gem. Draven had lost access to Nethoria. That was why Ravina was furious. That was why Draven's men had been hunting her. Lyra smirked at their reactions. Yes, your little goblin thief has been at the center of this the whole time." She examined her nails. "Quite an interesting choice of allies." Clara exhaled sharply, her mind already spinning through plans. "So that means—" "She's the reason they can't get into Nethoria anymore," Eli finished. "And that means Ravina will be coming for her." Silence. Gunner exhaled through his nose, his fingers tapping against the table. "All right," he said finally. The holographic display hummed in the center of the room, casting a pale blue glow over the tense faces surrounding it. Gunner's voice cut through the silence. "All right, let's get to work." The plan. Echo Division moves first. Gunner let the weight of that sink in before continuing. "We're not waiting for them to make the first move, we go first." The room tensed. Shade and Katrina nodded in agreement. They had seen firsthand what Draven was building. Rose, still steaming from the earlier encounter with Lyra, crossed her arms but grunted approval. Ashley cracked her knuckles. "So what's the move?" Eli took over. "We have 2 problems, so we need 2 teams." Infiltration Team, returning to Murk Dusk. Objective, disrupt Draven's war production. Team Lead, Katrina. Members, Shade, Lyra, Ashley, Lieutenant Erendil. Tactics, they'd go in fast, precise, surgical. Disrupt the forges, gather intel on troop movements, undermine Draven's ability to mobilize, and most importantly, avoid full confrontation. If they're detected, pull out. Katrina nodded. We hit fast, get what we need, and disappear. No unnecessary fights. Lyra grinned. You do realize I don't do unnecessary, right? Which is why Shade is watching you, Gunnar said flatly. Shade just smirked. Defensive team, securing the workshop. Objective, prepare for Ravina's arrival. Team lead, Gunnar. Members, Rose, Darren, Eli, Clara, Desira, Argoz. Tactics, reinforce defensive positions at the workshop. Prepare countermeasures against Ravina's magic. Ensure that Argoz is protected. Eli cut in, pulling up a new display. I'm reinforcing the workshop with every security measure we've got. Wards, sensor drones, magical traps, you name it. Clara nodded. We prepare for every possible outcome. Final words. The briefing was nearly done, but Gunnar had one last thing to say. He looked around the room, making eye contact with every single person. This isn't just a skirmish, he said, voice low, steady. This is the beginning of something bigger. Draven is building an army. Ravina is on the move. And we are not going to let them take the first strike. Silence. Then, nodding. Agreement. Determination. Darren, ever the smartass, let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. Man, I miss when all we had to worry about was demons and rogue vampires. Rose cracked her knuckles. You'd get bored. Darren grinned. Yeah, probably. The meeting adjourns. Gunnar gave the final order. We deploy at 1900 hours. Until then, gear up, rest up, and be ready. Dismissed. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the war room as everyone rose to leave. The briefing was over and the teams were set. It was time to prepare. Or at least that's what they thought. Sit. Gunnar's voice cut through the movement, sharp and firm. Shade paused mid-step. Katrina raised a brow. Eli's gaze flicked toward Gunnar, sensing something brewing. Darren, of course, had to push it. He gestured loosely between Rose and Lyra. You sure, boss? Because I don't know if you noticed, but these two nearly. Gunnar shot him a look. Darren sighed dramatically and held up his hands. All right, got it. I'll go polish my shotgun or something. Ashley smirked, but no one argued further. One by one, they filed out, until it was just Gunnar and the two women still burning with unresolved fury. Before anyone could speak, the door swung open again. Heavy, controlled footsteps echoed into the room. A massive black wolf entered first. Alpha, the undisputed king of the pack. His ice-blue gaze swept the room, calculating, judging. Beta followed, her golden eyes flicking over everyone before locking onto Lyra. A low huff left her nostrils, unimpressed. Omega trailed behind, younger, twitching with curiosity, until Alpha's low growl stopped him in his tracks. The wolves moved like they owned the place, because in a way, they did. Instead of stopping, Alpha walked past Lyra without even a glance. He strode straight to Rose and sat, not just anywhere, right beside her, close enough that if she so much as shifted, she'd feel the heat of his massive form. Beta followed, mirroring him on Rose's other side. Rose stiffened. What the hell? She expected a snarl, a glare, maybe a condescending huff, because that's all Alpha ever gave her. But not this. She glanced sideways at him, expression wary. No growl, no challenge, just silent, unmoving presence. Lyra, of course, caught on instantly. Her smirk faltered. Her gaze flicked between Rose, Alpha, and Gunnar. Then back to Alpha. Her voice was casual, but her body language, coiled, guarded. Well, damn, she let out, a dire wolf. She turned toward Gunnar, arching a brow. Didn't take you for the type to keep ancient monsters as pets. The moment the words left Lyra's lips, Alpha rumbled deep in his chest. It was not a snarl, it was not a growl, it was a warning. Lyra didn't flinch, but she didn't smirk anymore either. Beta exhaled sharply like she was amused. Omega stood very still. Rose, still trying to figure out what the hell was happening, turned to Alpha. Her arms crossed tightly, her voice flat and suspicious. Okay, seriously, what's your deal? Alpha didn't move. Didn't even acknowledge her question. He just sat there, unbothered, unmoving, present. Beta shifted beside him, stretching lazily, like this was the most natural thing in the world. Lyra, still watching the interaction like a spectator at an arena fight, grinned. "Oh, sweetheart," she tilted her head, mock sympathy dripping from her tone. "Didn't know you had a fan club." Rose's gaze snapped to her. "Shut up!" The tension was seconds from boiling over again, but Gunnar had zero interest in round 2. "Enough!" His voice was calm, firm, absolute. Silence. Rose and Lyra still glared daggers at each other, but neither made a move. Alpha and Beta remained exactly where they were. Gunnar exhaled, already tired of the bullshit. He shifted his focus to Lyra. "You and I are going to have a conversation. Now." Lyra arched a brow, tilting her head. "Ooh, private time? I'm honored." Lyra took her time entering the conference room, not a single ounce of hesitation in her step. If the earlier fight had rattled her, she wasn't showing it. Gunnar followed behind her, closing the door with a firm, final motion. The war room doors shut, leaving Rose alone with the wolves. The air was thick, heavy with lingering tension and scorched emotions, the remnants of the storm she and Lyra had just unleashed. Rose stood in the middle of the room, fists still clenched, her breath coming hard and uneven. She could still feel the heat of her magic simmering under her skin, still hear the echoes of Lyra's voice in her head, that smug, infuriating voice that had nearly sent her over the edge. She turned, ready to storm out, but then she saw Alpha. The massive dire wolf stood in the doorway, his piercing blue gaze locked onto her with an expression that was unreadable. His usual disdain for her was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he stood between her and the door, unmoving. Rose's brow furrowed. "What?" she snapped, voice sharp, raw from emotion. Alpha didn't move, didn't blink. Beta and Omega lingered behind him, their intelligent eyes scanning her with something close to curiosity. Omega, the youngest, tilted his head slightly, his ears flicking as if trying to understand. Rose exhaled through her nose. "So now you're on my side." She let out a bitter laugh. Hell must have frozen over. Still, Alpha didn't move. The weight of his stare dug into her like an anchor. There was no aggression, no challenge, just presence. A silent declaration. For all his usual contempt, Alpha wasn't letting her out of his protection. And that unnerved her. She had fought against his judgment since the moment she arrived. Alpha had always made it clear she wasn't one of them, wasn't part of their pack. And yet, when it had come down to it, he had chosen her over Lyra. Her throat tightened, but she shook it off. She wasn't about to get sentimental over a damn wolf. So instead, she folded her arms and leaned back against the table, forcing a smirk. "Fine. If you're my guard dog now, make yourself useful and find me a drink." Omega let out a soft huff, almost like a laugh. Beta simply blinked, and Alpha remained where he was. The room was stark, just a table, 4 chairs, and a single overhead light, casting sharp shadows along the walls. Lyra sighed dramatically, running a hand through her golden hair as she leaned against the table. "You know, I was hoping for something a little more dramatic. Maybe an interrogation light, some handcuffs." Her lips curled into a slow, amused smirk. "I know you military types like a good power play." Gunnar didn't react. He simply walked to the chair opposite her and sat down, folding his hands on the table. His cold, unreadable gaze locked onto her, and for the first time, Lyra's smirk faltered. "Jewel will be here in 5 minutes, Gunnar said, voice even. Lyra blinked. "Excuse me?" "You got tossed around this morning. If there's something I need to know about your condition, I'd rather find out now." Lyra scoffed. How sweet. The big bad alpha is worried about me. Gunnar didn't so much as blink. Number, I just need to know if you're a liability. The smirk disappeared completely. She clicked her tongue, pushing off the table. Well, aren't you charming? No wonder Rose has a stick up her ass. You're all business, aren't you? Gunnar leaned back slightly, his piercing blue eye never wavering. You made a hell of an entrance, Lyra. You're not going anywhere until I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Lyra rolled her eyes, but before she could respond, the door opened. Jules strode in like she owned the place, a medical bag slung over one shoulder and her usual no-bullshit expression firmly in place. She didn't look at Gunnar, didn't acknowledge Lyra's lazy smirk. She just dropped the bag on the table, cracked her knuckles and said, "Shirt off." Lyra arched a brow. "At least buy me dinner first." Jules didn't even blink. "Not my type." Gunnar let out a slow exhale, already regretting this entire situation. Lyra sighed dramatically but obeyed, shrugging off her jacket and rolling up the hem of her shirt, just enough to expose the lines of scars across her torso. Jules' sharp green eyes flickered over them, assessing. Some were old. Healed knife wounds, long slashes from blades, the jagged scar across her ribs that should have killed her. Jules pressed her fingers against it, firm but careful. "Draven?" she asked casually. Lyra flinched, just slightly, then scoffed. "Oh, sweetheart, if Draven ever got the chance to kill me, he'd have made it a lot messier." Jules said nothing, but her gaze was razor-sharp, reading between the lines. She moved to the bruises along Lyra's ribs and jaw, evidence of this morning's mess. Rose's handiwork. "You'll live," Jules finally muttered, tossing a bandage onto the table. "Unfortunately?" Lyra chuckled, pulling her shirt back down. "Oh, you do care." Jules' expression turned cold. She snapped her medical bag shut, then levelled Lyra with a stare that froze the air in the room. "You might be physically fine," she said. She adjusted the strap of her bag. "But someone who does what you did?" She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to something razor-sharp. "Someone who hands over the person they love like a piece of currency?" Lyra's smile didn't disappear, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Jules grabbed the bag, slinging it over her shoulder as she turned to leave. "That's not someone with a heart," she said simply. She pulled the door open. "That's someone with a hole where it should be." And then she was gone. Gunnar didn't move. Lyra sat completely still, her expression unreadable. Then, after a long pause, she let out a slow, amused breath. "You've got some sharp-tongued women in your little club, don't you?" Gunnar finally stood, chair scraping against the floor as he moved to the door. "You'll be assigned a guest room for now," he said simply. Lyra arched a brow. "Not a cell?" "You're a guest, for now," Gunnar corrected. Lyra smirked. "Oh, I do love those little add-ons." Gunnar didn't react. He just opened the door and gestured for her to move. Lyra didn't argue. She picked up her jacket, slung it over her shoulder, and walked past him with that same effortless swagger. But Gunnar noticed, the way she kept rolling her shoulders like she was shaking off something that had gotten under her skin. Something Jules had said. He filed that away. For later. For when it really mattered. The door to the small conference room swung open. Gunnar emerged first, Rose my office. Lyra strolled back into the war room like she hadn't just been under Gunnar's scrutiny. She carried herself with the same effortless confidence as always, but there was a tension in her shoulders, just enough to hint that Gunnar's interrogation hadn't been a casual chat. Across the room, Rose stood waiting, arms crossed, the wolves flanking her like a silent, living wall. Lyra slowed, her eyes sweeping over the three massive creatures as she took them in fully for the first time. Her gaze landed on Alpha, the massive dire wolf standing at Rose's side. The legendary predator, long thought extinct, was watching her with sharp, intelligent eyes. Assessing her. She smirked. "Well, well, aren't you a handsome beast?" Alpha remained motionless. The only response was the subtle flick of his ear. Lyra turned her attention to Omega next, who sat beside Katrina's old spot, his bright golden eyes filled with curiosity but no immediate hostility. Then there was Beta. The sleek grey she-wolf didn't just watch Lyra, she glared. Hackles raised ever so slightly, ears pinned back in warning. No patience, no games, no interest in entertaining the rogue assassin's antics. Lyra tilted her head. "And you, sweetheart?" Beta growled, a deep, guttural sound that cut the air like a blade. Lyra paused, surprised for just a fraction of a second before that signature smirk of hers returned. "Ooh, feisty." She barely finished the sentence before Beta snapped her teeth at her, stepping forward, ears flat. Lyra tensed, instinctively reaching for one of her blades, but before she could, Alpha moved. Not aggressively, just firmly. He stepped in front of Beta, his sheer size enough to block her path. He didn't bare his teeth, didn't growl, but his body language was clear. "Stand down." Beta let out a low, annoyed huff, but after a moment she obeyed, though her eyes never left Lyra. Lyra raised an eyebrow, looking between them. "Well, that's interesting." Rose, having watched the whole thing with the same stony glare, finally stepped forward. They were inches apart. Tension crackled between them. Not the kind that ignites, but the kind that smoulders, waiting for a reason to explode. Lyra smirked first, the same smug, insufferable expression that had driven Rose into a rage earlier. "Try not to miss me too much, sweetheart." Her voice was velvet laced with thorns. Rose's lips curled into a slow smirk of her own, her rage no longer raw and uncontrolled, but sharp and precise. "Oh, don't worry." Rose leaned in just slightly, voice dropping to something low and lethal. "Next time, I won't miss at all." A flicker, just the briefest flicker, of something crossed Lyra's expression. A calculation, a knowing. But then it was gone. Rose didn't wait for a reply. She turned on her heel, heading for the door with Alpha, Beta, and Omega falling into step beside her. Lyra, ever the last word type, called after her, "Careful, Emberheart. Wouldn't want you burning down another kitchen in a jealous rage." Rose didn't break stride as she raised her hand and flipped her off. Darren would have been proud. The door swung shut behind her, leaving Lyra alone in the room with the wolves, who were still watching her. She sighed dramatically, stretching her arms. Well, that was fun. Alpha exhaled through his nose. Beta glared harder. "Omega?" He tilted his head, watching her like she was a puzzle he hadn't quite solved yet. Lyra clapped her hands together. "So, do you three take bribes? No? No fun at all?" She smirked, but as she leaned back against the table, her gaze lingered on the door Rose had just walked through. For all her bravado, for just a second, something unreadable flickered across her face. Then it was gone, and the war room fell silent once more. As the war room door clicked shut behind Rose, she took a slow, steadying breath, rolling her shoulders. The fight had settled, but the embers were still there, smouldering under her skin. She could still feel Lyra's presence, still hear that damn smug voice in her ears. But this wasn't about her. Not anymore. She turned toward Gunner's office, knowing damn well this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. The hallway was quiet, her boots the only sound against the reinforced flooring. When she reached his door, she didn't knock, didn't hesitate, just pushed it open and stepped inside. Gunner was already at his desk, leaning against it with his arms crossed, waiting. Not a good sign. The door clicked shut behind her and she stood there, arms crossed, mirroring his stance. "Let me guess," she said dryly. "This is the part where you tell me to behave?" Gunner arched a brow. "You call that behaving?" Rose's jaw tightened, but she didn't flinch. "I could have done worse." "You almost did." A tense silence settled between them, thick with unspoken words. Gunner studied her for a long moment, then exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Look, I'm not asking you to like her. I don't like her. But I need to know. Are you going to be a problem?" Rose clenched her fists, then forced them to relax. Think, not react. Finally, she let out a breath, her voice tight. "Number, I won't be a problem." Gunner gave her a long, measured look. "You sure about that?" Rose didn't answer right away. Instead, she dropped her gaze to the floor for a second, then back up, her voice quieter. She drugged me, she admitted, left me chained at Draven's feet like a goddamn offering. The words burned coming out, like she hadn't let herself say them out loud before. Gunner's jaw flexed, his grip tightening on his arms. He already knew Lyra had betrayed Rose, but not like that. He sighed, rubbing his temple. Damn it! Rose smirked humorlessly. Yeah, that about sums it up. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Gunner let out a breath, leveling his gaze at her. I can't afford you two tearing each other apart, he said, voice firm but not unkind. You keep your distance, she keeps hers. That's the deal. Rose's smirk returned, sharp as a knife. You think she's going to follow rules? Gunner gave her a flat look. I don't give a shit what she does, you will. Rose exhaled through her nose. Fine, for now. Gunner studied her for another beat, then shifted gears. I've got something else for you. Rose raised a brow. Oh, good, more fun. He ignored the sarcasm. It's about the celestial gem. Rose straightened slightly. Argoz. Gunner nodded. I need you to bring her here. We're going to talk to her about what we found out. Rose hesitated. Argoz didn't trust Easy. She was skittish on a good day. After months of being hunted, she'd earned that right. You sure pulling her in like this is a good idea? She asked. Gunner gave her a knowing look. That's why I'm sending you. She trusts you. Rose exhaled, rolling her shoulders. Yeah, that tracked. She nodded. All right, I'll get her. She turned for the door, but as she reached for the handle, Gunner spoke again. Rose. She paused. His voice was quieter this time. I don't know what Lyra's game is, but I do know one thing. You survived without her. Rose swallowed, then nodded once. Yeah, I did. And with that, she walked out, leaving the past where it belonged, behind her. Rose walked through the halls of the workshop, her mind still tangled with thoughts of the past, of Lyra, of everything. But she pushed it all aside, focus on the now. The mess hall was still in ruins. Tables overturned, dishes shattered, the lingering smell of scorched wood from Rose's less-than-controlled fury still clung to the air. And Bianca? Oh, Bianca was not pleased. Argoz had gotten roped into helping clean. Not because she'd done anything, but because Caleb had opened his mouth, made a smart-ass remark, and somehow gotten them all dragged into it. Evelyn sighed as she stacked broken plates into a bin. I can't believe you thought that was a good idea. Caleb, sweeping debris into a pile, scoffed. What? I just said maybe the place needed a remodel. A knife thunked into the wooden beam next to his head. He went dead silent. Bianca stood nearby, arms crossed, holding another knife, her expression dangerous. What was that? She asked sweetly. Caleb, without looking, reached up, plucked the knife from the wood, and handed it back to her. Nothing. Bianca humphed and went back to cleaning. Argoz, meanwhile, had been quietly minding her own business, wiping down a mostly unbroken table. She wasn't involved in the fight, didn't care about Rose's dramatic love feud, and, frankly, didn't want to get on Bianca's bad side. But apparently that wasn't enough to save her. Bianca turned to her. You, she said, pointing. What do you have to say for yourself? Argoz blinked. Me? What the hell did I do? Bianca gestured around the destroyed mess hall. Your people, your mess. Argoz looked between Bianca and the wreckage, then at Caleb, then at Evelyn. Then she grinned. Oh, she said slowly. You mean my people, as in fellow Chaos gremlins? Bianca's eye twitched. Caleb coughed to hide a laugh. Evelyn just shook her head. You're going to get stabbed. Bianca pointed at Argoz again. Just keep cleaning. Argoz sighed dramatically, tossing her rag onto the table. Fine, but I want it known that I'm an innocent bystander in all of this. Bianca ignored her. They were nearly finished when Rose walked in. Argoz barely had time to react before Rose's sharp gaze locked onto her. Gunner wants to see you, Rose said. Argoz stiffened. What? Rose crossed her arms. It's about the gem. The gem. Argoz felt her stomach twist. She glanced toward Caleb and Evelyn, who both shrugged. They didn't know any more than she did. Bianca, however, just gave her a look. You better go, Bianca said, voice clipped, before he has to come find you himself. Argoz winced. Yeah, that sounded worse. With a sigh, she wiped her hands on her pants and followed Rose out of the mess hall. She had a very bad feeling about this. Argoz fidgeted the entire walk to the war room. Her fingers twitched toward the small pouch at her belt where the celestial gem rested, like she needed to reassure herself it was still there. She hadn't let it out of her sight since she'd stolen it. Rose walked ahead of her, silent, not offering any reassurance, just focused. Argoz hated when people were like that. It made her nervous. When they stepped into the war room, Gunnar was already waiting, arms crossed, his usual grim expression even more unreadable than usual. And he wasn't alone. Shade and Katrina were there. The moment they saw her, Argoz felt her instincts scream danger. Not because they were angry exactly, but because they were staring, like they'd just realized something important, like they were looking at her in a way no one ever had before. And Argoz did not like it. She stopped short. Okay. I feel like I just walked into an intervention. What's happening? Gunnar's voice was flat. You hold the key to their realm. Silence. Argoz blinked. I'm sorry, what? Katrina took a slow step forward. The celestial gem. It's not just an artifact. Shade nodded. It's the key to Nythoria, and it's why Draven was able to enter our realm in the first place. Argoz's stomach dropped. Her hand twitched toward the pouch again. Wait, you're telling me this thing actually means something? It means everything, Katrina said. Draven had access to Nythoria because of it. The moment you stole it, that access was cut off. Argoz's breathing hitched. So that was why. That was why Draven's men had been after her. Why she'd been hunted. Why her entire life since that heist had turned into a nightmare. She rubbed a hand down her face. Oh, I hate this. Shade exhaled. Yeah. Argoz shook her head violently. No, what happens now? You taking it? Declaring it some kind of sacred relic and locking me up for stealing it? To her absolute shock, Katrina bowed, a precise, formal motion, one of respect. Argoz froze. What the hell? Shade smirked. In Nythoria, we honor those who carry the burden of something greater than themselves. Whether you knew it or not, you've been protecting our home. Argoz's mouth opened, then closed. She made a sound that was almost a laugh, half nerves, half disbelief. She scratched the back of her head. I don't know what to say, Rose smirked. For once. Argoz shot her a glare, then turned back to Shade and Katrina. So, what do we do about it? Gunnar finally spoke again. We figure out how to keep it safe. Because if Ravina or Draven get their hands on that gem again, it's over. Argoz exhaled, gripping the pouch tighter. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Then she smirked, a little of her usual confidence returning. Guess that means I'm a big deal now, huh? Shade chuckled. You always were, Argoz. You just didn't know it yet. For the first time since arriving at the workshop, Argoz felt it. She belonged here. The war room was silent save for the soft hum of the holographic table as the battle plan finalized before them. The air carried a tangible weight, a storm brewing just beyond the steel walls of Echo Division's stronghold. This wasn't just another mission. This was the moment before war. Gunnar stood at the head of the room, arms braced against the table, his single piercing blue eye sweeping across the gathered team. He had led men and women into hell before, but this time, it was different. They weren't just fighting for their survival. They were fighting to prevent a war from spilling over into every realm. Listen up. His voice was steady, commanding, absolute. This is our last chance to go over the plan before we deploy. We do this clean. We do this smart. We do this fast. The entire team sat around him, weapons at their sides, gear prepped, eyes hard. Shade and Katrina, silent spectres of the room, leaned against the far wall, their presence like ghosts before a storm. Rose, arms crossed, still fuming from earlier, but her rage had a purpose now. Darren, ever the wild card, was half listening, half smirking, but even he wasn't cracking jokes now. Lyra, seated across from Rose, was twirling a dagger between her fingers, but Gunnar knew she was listening to every single word. Eli stood beside the table, hands resting on a case filled with sleek black devices. She had been working non-stop on something special for the infiltration team. "I've got something for you," Eli said, looking at Shade and Katrina. She popped the case open, revealing a row of matte black devices no bigger than a palm. They weren't traditional explosives, not the kind that could be seen anyway. "Meet my latest little toys," she said with a grin. "Shadow charges." Shade's eyebrow raised. Katrina stepped forward, eyeing them carefully. "Based on the way you two phase in and out of the shadows, I figured, why not make something that does the same?" Eli smirked. "They don't go off immediately. You plant them, set the timer, and once they're active, they blend into the environment, invisible, undetectable. Once they go off, it's going to look like a sudden catastrophic failure. No one will know it was sabotage." Shade smirked in approval. "Now that's my kind of explosive." Katrina gave a single nod of approval. Efficient, quiet, untraceable. Eli held up a single finger. "Just remember, once you set them, the countdown starts. No wireless detonation, no turning them off. You set, you move, you disappear." "Understood," Shade said, already pocketing a few. Katrina took hers, testing the weight before nodding. Gunnar exhaled, rubbing his temples for a moment before focusing back on the room. This was it. "Infiltration team," he said, looking at Katrina, Shade, and Lyra. "You go in first. No unnecessary fights. You plant the charges, get intel, and get the hell out. If you get made, you exfil. No heroics, no getting caught." His gaze hardened. "I mean it." Katrina nodded. "We move like ghosts." Shade gave a slow grin. "I always do." Lyra shrugged. "Not my first break-in, but sure, I'll behave." Gunnar's expression made it clear he wasn't amused. Then his gaze shifted. Defensive team. Rose, Darren, Eli, Clara, Desiree. "You're holding down the fort. Ravina is coming, and when she does, we make sure she doesn't leave." Eli tapped the holographic screen, showing a glowing grid of defensive measures around the workshop. "I've layered every inch of this place with security measures," she said. "Magical wards, sensor drones, reinforced shielding, and a few nasty surprises." Clara crossed her arms. "We need to assume she'll throw everything at us." "Let her," Rose said, cracking her knuckles. "I've been waiting for this." Gunnar's eye flickered toward her, but said nothing. Lastly, his attention turned to the rear guard team. "Ashley, Bianca, Jewel, Erendil, you'll hold Eldermire. It's your fallback point. If this goes to hell, you keep that portal open and make sure no one follows you out." Ashley slung her 240 Bravo machine gun over her shoulder, Beta beside her, carrying extra ammo pouches strapped to her vest. "Don't worry, boss," Ashley said. "We'll make sure nothing gets through unless we want it to." Everything was in place. Gunnar looked at all of them. "We deploy at 1900 hours. That gives you 6 hours to rest, gear up, and get your heads right. No screw-ups. No hesitation. This isn't just a mission. This is the start of something bigger." The room was silent. Darren let out a long exhale. "Man, I really miss when our biggest problem was stopping a demon dragon from trying to eat me." Rose smirked, stretching. "Oh, you'd get bored and you know it." Darren grinned. "Yeah, probably." Eli snapped the case shut. "All right, people, let's go win a war." Everyone stood splitting into their teams. Weapons were checked, armor adjusted. The wolves, Alpha, Omega, and Beta, moved silently among them, sensing the tension in the air. Lyra, before walking off, paused beside Shade, picking up one of the shadow charges. "You sure you trust me with one of these?" Shade's smirk was sharp. "Number, but that's half the fun." Lyra grinned. As the team dispersed, Gunnar stood at the table a moment longer, staring at the holographic map of the battlefield. The storm was here, and when it hit, there would be no turning back. He let out a breath. Then, in the silence of the war room, he muttered, "Let's end this."